We're live. Yeah, we're live. Woo. Did you use your little thing where it said, you're being live streamed?
I
Careful what you
did.
say. All right, here we go. It is, let's see here, August 18th in the year of our Lord, 2021. I will apologize for starters because in about, I'm guessing 15 minutes, I'm going to have to go unplug a water pump upstairs as I'm doing a water change in my tank behind me. So I know, exciting stuff.
Ooh, fish.
For those of you in the aquarium world, the nitrates were getting high in my tank, which was bad for the fish. So did a little water change. I always had a tank, so not to bore people. Too late.
Yeah.
When I had my apartment that had all the aquariums, I had those I had a buddy that worked for one of those hey Wookie kid. I had a buddy who worked for one of those like Culligan water people, like the people that deliver, what a racket.
The jugs of
is,
water.
right? Yeah, the jugs of water, right?
Yeah.
And so he gave me a couple of giant, a couple of their giant water jugs.
Yeah.
And that's what I used to change my water. I'd siphon the water. I mean, I don't know how many gallons those were. I mean, 25 maybe?
5, I think. Yeah.
Really, only 5 gallons?
Yeah. Yeah. Most of them. Some of them are like 2, but I think most of them are 5. The big ones. Yeah.
Yeah. I can just remember it would be like this Saturday afternoon and I'm doing water changes. And it was all I did from like 11 until like 5 or 6, just changing all the water in all my aquariums.
40
And
pounds. 40 pounds a jug.
Yeah. And I remember I would just be like, empty the water in the jug, go dump it in the bathtub, repeat, then use the same jugs, fill them up, pour them back in. Make sure you put the chemicals in so the chlorine doesn't kill the fish. But with this guy, I mean, the largest one I had in my apartment, I had like 355 gallons. That was the biggest I had. But this guy's 125. So I tried to do a partial water change with some Home Depot buckets. And after like the 4th trip of carrying water upstairs, I was like, yeah, I'm going to go buy a submersible water pump.
Yes. So, it's easier.
So I went and got, yeah. Now, it's filling slowly. This is annoying. So I was like, of course I didn't buy like some, $150 water pump. I searched Amazon, found one that got good ratings that people were using for aquariums, for like $40. Yeah. And I got it. And it was like all the adapters were weird numbers, right? So I had to like get basically a short 2-foot long tube that's a large adapter, and then adapt that down to like a 3/4 inch tube where I could buy 50 feet of that, because I got to basically string this up the stairs and like out my front door.
You got a window right there.
I try to keep that window closed because I'm trying to keep the cats from going behind the aquarium.
Yeah.
And if I ever monkey with that window,
they'll jump there. Yeah.
Oh yeah, they'll want to mess with it. I mean, come winter, maybe I'll do it. And like plus it's like there's screens in those, obviously.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Not the most interesting story ever, but I'll tell you this much: my back appreciates not walking back up and down the stairs, 8 times with giant buckets of water.
I'm sure.
And I was like, and I was just basically saying to myself, come winter, I am not going to be wanting to, do that. So I'll just string the hose out the front door and That'll be good. I'll be okay with that.
It's a lot of weight. I didn't realize it was 125 pounds or gallons.
Well,
That's over 800 gallons of water or 800 pounds of water.
yeah, it's a lot.
Yeah.
And then one of the things too, when we built our house, I think I mentioned this last week. I forgot to I didn't even think about having a sink in the basement next to the washer and dryer, which is just helpful regardless if you want to soak something. One of those big tub sinks. Yeah. But and if I had one of those down here, that would make this so much easier. I wouldn't need 50 feet of tubing.
Yeah.
Oh well. What are you gonna do? Thank you, Gator Dave. My fish are doing well. I think I lost one neon tetra. I can only count 9, and usually the random one
somebody got hungry.
Eventually shows up, right? Eventually pokes its head out. Yeah, I mean, but I'm pretty sure when I'm going to clean the sponge filters probably this weekend. I'm almost positive, unless the plecos have disposed of the dead body, I'm pretty sure I'll find a dead tetra, sucked up against one of those. Not that the sponge filter killed it; it just died, and then the body, is now attached to it. I'm running into some problems. I mean, I was hope against hope that my severums wouldn't be eating my plants, but they're definitely taking chunks out of my plants, basically having salad when I'm not looking. I mean, this is so boring for me. The Amazon swords, which are like these big giant leafy plants, they're doing okay. But I got these Java ferns, which I used to have, and they have smaller leaves, and severums are totally going after those. So I've read somewhere that like if you get it's called honeywort or moneywort or something like that, that tastes bad, and fish don't want to eat that. So maybe I'll get that. It could be my plecos eating the plants too. Plecos are known to do that. I think I probably just need to get a bunch of Amazon swords because they seem to be leaving those alone. I also need to attach the fishing line to the wood because the sand substrate's not working well.
So, Lance, if I come to your house, can I bring a fishing rod?
Yeah.
I'll bring a little bait case or something.
Yeah. Anyway, no, it's one of those things where I remember when I had my old tanks, I was always monkeying with them. It's like, oh, I don't like that decoration. I got to get rid of that. Or I got to change this. I got to change that. It's tough just to leave them alone, but
a lot of work. I had fish briefly.
Yeah,
they're a lot of work. Yeah,
it is. But I mean, once you get your tank, the nitrogen cycle, and you can Google that. Once you get your nitrogen cycle working, as long and you're pretty religious about testing your water. I mean, it's like you just get into a routine. It's like, okay, it's like turn on a movie or something, and today I'm gonna do water change. I mean, it's one of those things.
I had fish after I had the lizards. The cat killed the lizard.
Oh yeah,
gave it a heart attack. I think he put up a fight though. That iguana.
Well, I'll say this. We went away for Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. We went to the in-laws. We went and stayed at the campground. Actually had decent weather. Last time we went, we ended up like it was raining like every day, and we ended up leaving early, and because there was nothing to do, right? I mean, it's just like you're just sitting there, and then I remember, but this year it was almost too hot. It was like 95 degrees, but that just made the swimming nice. And the lake is a spring-fed lake, so it's cold. I mean, it's like it's like that water has been being baked by the sun every day this summer, and it's still like 70 degrees. So it's like it felt so good to get into that water once you were, there's that when you're walking out, you're like, okay, and then you get to that level that everybody knows, and you're just like, okay, I just need to dive in, just get this over with. And you're like, oh, wait, my daughter has a question. What's up?
Tell me when you're done with filling your tank because I need to fill my bucket.
Okay. But why don't you just gonna use buckets?
Right, but I need to use the tub and you're using the tub right now.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll let you know. Okay. Your cute little 28-gallon, Rylan. It's
29 actually.
it's adorable, is what it is. Oh, so I'm waiting. We only got 12 people watching right now, so I'm gonna wait until we have more. But man, I have a string of like of like good karma, bad karma, and stories to tell as far as like gripes and what have you. So I'm gonna wait a little bit until we have a few more because it was one of those no good deed goes unpunished type thing.
Yeah.
Anyway, how's my? I see you made the glasscock. You're making the glasscock sign.
Yeah, I'm waiting for the epoxy to dry. It's been really humid here. I'm gonna wait a couple days before I finish machining it. I don't want to dig up my blades or anything.
What's the guy got to do to get an extra one of those things?
I can make you. It won't be in Purple Heart, but I can make you one out of pine or something.
Sweet. Yeah, I wouldn't want that Purple Heart stuff. That's expensive as hell. Heck fire.
It turns brown after a while too.
I can put it over here.
What colors you want? I could dye the epoxy a couple different colors. The lettering.
I mean, obviously, it should be made of glass. But
what blue?
That being said, I'll allow you to. The world is your oyster. But I mean, just any wood coloring is fine. I don't need it to be anything special.
No. I got I got some pine. I got some maple. I think I might have some walnut in there.
Yeah.
I have some more Purple Heart, but that's for something else.
Oh yeah.
I only buy limited amounts of it. Well, when I go to the hardwood dealer, I got to buy 10-foot links. So we're looking Purple Heart's like $18 a fucking foot now.
Oh, hey, can I give you a gripe? Actually, this isn't a good gripe story for like a bunch of people to listen to. This is like one thing about aquariums is that everybody's always like, there's a lot of DIY stuff out there. Like, you want to do this, you want to do that, change the stop, change that up kind of thing. And I've got this canister filter, but like the flow nozzle, it's just too strong. The fish I have in it don't like it. They hide from the flow. So I'm messing with it and I'm pointing in direction. And then somebody was like, oh, well, you got to get one of these things. It's called a flow tamer. And basically what it does is it basically turns it into, it disperses it a lot better. And all it is like a piece of PVC.
With holes in it.
Oh, yeah, hold on. I gotta make sure this isn't spraying all over my floor. Hold on. It's fine, thank you. No, so all it is like that. It's like it's and it's just but the Fluval people that make the canister that I have, which is a good canister filter, they're very specific. They make everything in a weird size, so it's next to impossible to DIY it. So they want you to buy their stuff
proprietary.
Yeah. So I went and I kind of was Googling it, and I was going to forums and reading what other people had done, and God is my witness, I even dared go to Reddit and check things out. A hive of scum and villainy that is. And I went there and they were like, oh, this guy sells these conversion kits. It's like, they're super sweet. You should just get one of these. And so I went to the website, guy's website. Of course, he's all sold out. So it was one of those things where I was like, oh, well, his website has a contact me or whatever button. So, and those things, I always feel like I'm just like, I might as well just be throwing a passenger pigeon up into the sky in the hopes that I'll get. But I emailed, I was like, I would really like one of these for my Fluval canister. I have a 6-foot long tank. This is the one I'd love. And like literally the guy emailed me back like 10 minutes later. He's like, I don't have those for sale on my website right now, but I do have them for sale on eBay right now. And I was just like, oh, I was like, cool. And I was like, can you give me a link to where you're selling it? And I'll go there. And then the guy's like, well, if you just search for this, you'll find it. And I was just kind of like, okay, this is such a mom and pop guy. He like was just like, oh, I'm answering an email and I could just like Google it myself or go to my, but I just can't be bothered to. So I eventually found it regardless to this guy's lack of helping me. And I ordered it. And the thing is that I got it. And all it is it's like, you know, like here's a piece of it. It's just like, you know, it's just PVC pipe, but it's he actually grinded this down so it'll fit the
adapter
where it'll actually he made this is the bit. This is the piece that matters right here.
So you couldn't do that yourself?
Well, because I don't have the tools for it, right? And I'd make it wrong, and I think I'd end up putting 125 gallons of water on my floor, right? You know, so I was like, okay, well, I'll give this guy I'll give this guy $40 and I'll just
charge you $40 for that?
Well,
Holy
there's a lot
shit.
of stuff. There's a lot of stuff.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff and a lot of things that ever. But I mean, like, so then and you get like, and I got a bunch of these tubes, you know, to like basically that they go off to the side and then they'll disperse the water.
The bubble,
you know, make like a rain bar is what they're called as well. But I mean, and it's black, you know, so like the back of my tank is covered with black, and so it'll work, right? And so it's just like, and so I was like, I ordered it, and the guy sent it to me, and I got it now, and that's cool. And I'm, you know, tomorrow, this is kind of like my project tomorrow after I get, maybe tomorrow evening after I'm done work, and I gotta you know, do a last light stream tomorrow. Last Light coming to Kickstarter from Gray Fox Games. So we'll be doing that. But anyway, so regardless, it was one of those things where it's like, all right, cool. Well, you know, and not that it's pretty intuitive as far as how to put it together, right? And like, but the guy sent the instructions on how to install it on your on what you have that's existing that you get from the company, right?
Yeah.
And it's just like, you know, he doesn't want you to like share this with anybody else, so nobody else knows how to make it. It's all just written out and like, and just like, and to be fair, I mean, the guy made a product and he's selling a ton of them. He sells a bunch of them. It's like probably a little side cottage industry. The guy probably makes several $1,000s a year doing this, right? Yeah. But it's just like, it's just like one of those things where it's like there's just like nothing. There's no pictures. There's no nothing. And you know, it's and the instructions themselves are like really vague. Like it says here, remove fluval rubber from ribbed tubing with thumb and index finger. Install connector upon to beveled nipple of junction manifold. You know, it's just kind of like, no, it's just like I won't even. You know,
this guy's a technical guy. That's what it is.
Tilt upright leg of junction union approximately 30 degrees. You know, it's just like, okay, no, thank you. I'll just figure it out. You know, and I'll monkey with it eventually. But it's like one of those things where it's like, dude, just provide pictures. You know, just like, you know, there's a reason why everything sold at IKEA has a picture. You know, they don't even have words, right?
Maybe he doesn't know how to do that.
Maybe.
Yeah, it sounds like this guy's a technical guy. I had to go through something similar. I taught the instructors how to teach people how to use the door operators in the train because I was the best person.
Is it like a doorknob? You just turn it?
Oh no, it's a rack this long with motors and a bunch of other shit. But they had to translate how to get from what I was telling them to people because of the technical aspects of it, you know. And he doesn't have an interpreter like that, so I can see where it is coming from. Yeah, you know, he needs somebody to dummy it down.
But you mean it was all well and good kind of thing, or what?
Yeah, no, that's all it is. He's not used to dumbing it down for people.
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, When I was doing it, wasn't that I had to dummy it down. I had to be specific for these instructors because like I said, we were creating the program for the rest of the crew.
I got you. It's one of those things where I hate having to explain things usually.
Yeah, at times.
And this coming from a guy that like I probably teach more people how to play board games than anything else. Yeah. So yeah, no doubt. Other than that, what's I mean, the only thing besides you making the Glasscock sign, you play any games by any chance over the last week?
I played a few games.
Oh no. Oh news. We might talk about games briefly. Go ahead. Not
I played Arkham
do that for me.
Edition, third edition twice. I still don't like it. I'm getting rid of it. I just want to make sure.
Yeah.
And then I played a game night last night. Glass Road and Evolution Climate Change, I think it's called, or something.
What is it called?
Evolution, I think it's Climate Change or Climate. You remember that Evolution game from who was that? With the dinosaurs where they were eating each other's people, each other's dinosaurs off of that little bar with the cubes.
Oh, okay.
It was Evolution. I can't Popstar. I can't remember the name. They made this climate. I think it was called, or that's something to do with climate. It was just basically Evolution with climate cards, which made it a little more complex. That Glass Road, Arkham Horror. I played something else. I don't remember what it was though.
Of course, now I'm not going to remember, and my friend Cullen will watch this because I had my friend Cullen Craig, and Cullen watches this show. We played Alien because they want to try. My buddy Craig and Cullen both wanted to try Alien: Fate of the Nostromo. I mean, on one hand, it's kind of like it's just weirdly too easy, right? And it's a very, I don't want to say it's like a beginner game because there's some tactics to it or whatever, but I mean it's definitely it's probably too easy in my opinion, and it's I think it's one of those things where it's just so basic, it's like, okay, go here, pick up that canister, move there, and do this, do that, it's like you just know what you're doing like every single time, right? I mean, it's just, there's no, I don't know. I've been down that road before. I mean, if I mean, the thing is that I'll consider keeping it just because I'm thinking about actually doing a video about it, like explaining why I think that it just kind of maybe, just misses the mark. I don't know. I gotta play it. I played it 3 times now, and I've been like neutral to bored. So it's like I need to like just be I need to give it one more shot and see if like I can do something or whatever. See if it can wow me, I guess, is what I want to do. But yeah. But the thing is that I don't think it was made
for you,
for me, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's just kind of like it's one of those things where it was probably designed for not somebody of my like
caliber.
Yeah, well, not caliber, I think is a poor word, but I mean, it's just like it's not designed for somebody who's played
been in the hobby
board games. Yeah. So I mean,
do you find like I find video games don't hold my attention for that reason? It's just constant repetitive things, and I've noticed a couple board games like that. Do you find more of them are getting like that, or like Jungle Cruise? That was another game.
I think video games are weird because like video games, like I can sit there and grind on a video game like all day long. I mean, I just can't. If it's like there's enough going on that I feel like there's enough challenge going on, then I can grind. Like I can grind on like MLB The Show. I can just sit there and play a season of that and like I can sit down and play an hour of that without even blinking. And it's enjoyable to me. I usually am listening to like a wrestling podcast in my headphones and just kind of like listening to whatever. And I got that going on. But with board games, I don't know, man. I mean, I'm gonna try the new Descent. I finally I ordered one. I found someplace that, I mean, there's, it isn't like it's scarce, but a few places had sold out until they got a little quick restock. But
I have no interest in that one.
I'm gonna try the new Descent. I think my son will dig it. Right? We'll put the app on his iPad and we'll go to town. Right? I think he'll dig it. But yeah, I don't know. I just hold on a second. Rylan, will you go unplug the pump, please? Well, it's plugged into the wall, so unplug it.
Teenagers, you got little.
All right. All right. Well, so there's enough people here. So let me tell you a few stories here of like was the universe's karma looking out for me today or over the last few days. So we were at Target getting school supplies. So we went to my wife and I and the kids, we went to the I can't even talk. We went to the resort and stay and with the in-laws, and then both the kids decided they wanted to stay there an extra day, so we came home on Tuesday, and then we went to Target to get the school supplies for the year.
Yeah.
And we had our cart full of like binders and whatever, just school supplies, and we're heading. And it was like super busy. Everybody was there scrambling to get their markers and whatnot, right? And we were sitting there, and I don't know what your Target checkouts are like, but they have those like dual layered where there's if you can push through, there's the one beyond the beyond, kind of thing. Anyway, regardless, we're a cart full of stuff, and we went and we were getting ready to like so this person like opened up a checkout, right? And there was one person in front of us, or it was off to the side. So I moved my cart over. At like the exact same moment I saw there was this guy and his son, and they were just carrying their stuff. Like they had a little basket of stuff. And I could see him kind of go, oh, like when he realized that I got there before him.
Yeah.
And both my wife just said, no, you go ahead. And he's like, oh, no, you got more stuff. And I was like, exactly. Go ahead. You got like, 10 items, I mean, it's just like, no big deal. Just go. It's like we have literally, 27 glue sticks and whatever else. Right. And so he was very gracious, and he was like, thank you very much. And I was like, no worries about it. No big deal. Right. Moving on with our life. So, go to today. I had a doctor appointment because they had to take some blood and check my medications and stuff.
Yeah, I got to do that actually.
Yeah, and then I had this thing that I ordered, but I had to return it to Amazon. And so Amazon's got this thing now where like you can go to your account, you can do a return, and then it is like return to Kohl's if you have a Kohl's near you. So you just like literally there's an Amazon desk at Kohl's, and you walk in, you have a QR code they email you. You don't even have to print off a printing label or anything. They can just scan it, they'll put a sticker on it, and they take it and they send it back, and then Amazon gets told that you're returning it, and Amazon gives you your, like, it's instantaneous. Like an hour later, I have my refund. But before that happened, I was walking in, and I had this like my package that I had to return, and there was this woman, and she was like kind of walking, and it was just one of those things. And there wasn't a lot of people at Kohl's, but there was like, I'm guessing 50 cars in the parking lot. It was an afternoon, and she was walking forward, and I you know what I mean, and it was one of those things where you're both converging on the door to go in at the same time, and I was just like, oh, go ahead, just like whatever. And she like, and I don't know if she kind of waved or something, and I'm not trying to make her demonize her in some way, But she walked in, and then I walked in afterwards, and I was like looking, and normally the Amazon when I returned before was like right to the right, and I looked over and it wasn't there, and I kind of looked around and I saw this sign that said the Amazon return desk was in the back, and so I was all right, fine, whatever. So I'm carrying this package or whatever, and I get back there, and then like as luck would have it, this woman who I allowed to go in front of me, it felt like it was right out of like a Curb Your Enthusiasm bit. Like she was the one that like this was like the only thing she was coming to Kohl's for as well, was she had a return to do. And she walked back there, and like one of the things about the return policy is that you're supposed to like, you know, do your best to, you don't have to have a packaging for it. You could just, I mean, if you bought, you know, like a shirt, you can just bring the shirt, you know, that's fine, right? You know, that's, you know, you don't have to have it in packaging or anything like that. But it's one of those things where it's like, it has to be like, if it's something you assemble, you have to disassemble it. You know, there's certain rules, but it's pretty easy. So this woman goes back there, and like she puts this stuff up there, and then she's sitting there, and they're asking her, oh, well, you know, you have your code, and she's like, yeah, let me get the code or whatever. And I sat there, and and she's like sitting on her phone, and she's trying to pull up the code or whatever. And then like, and she had like Bluetooth headphones in or whatever. And then she all of a sudden she all of a sudden she stopped, and then she did something, and she's like, hello? She's like, no, I'm at Kohl's. Oh, really? And then the lady said, she's like, I'm on a call. She said that to the person. And she just like, and she just put her hand up like this. And I was just sitting there, and I was like, what do I do at this point? Because it's like you're like, I wasn't, and the woman's like looking at me, and I'm looking at her, and I'm like, okay, maybe she'll wrap this up in like, you know, 15 seconds. Like, oh, hey, can I call you back in a minute or something, or something like that? Let me handle this quick looks. No, she proceeds to have like a 6-minute phone call full of laughs and plans for dinner and where she's going. Well, like I'm just standing there looking at her, and I'm just like, mother effer. It was just like,
well, her time's more important than yours, obviously, Lance.
It's just staring, just staring at the top, staring at the ceiling. And then I get up there, and she's like, I'm so sorry, the lady said. I was like, well, you didn't do anything. I mean, and you know, it's like, and it's in Minnesota nice, so you know, nobody will say anything, right? We're so polite, you know, but we'll
this is why he has so much pent up anger out there. You gotta be like the East Coast, just tell people to fuck off and move on with your life.
But so that was like, no good deed goes unpunished, you know, like we did the right thing at Target, and you think the universe circles back or whatever. And I was like, but I got some faith in that, like things eventually would eventually like work out in my favor or whatever. Is that I went to my daughter had her high school orientation today, so we went there, and like and as luck would have it, like my brother and sister-in-law, their oldest daughter is in the same grade as her, so they like actually match up and have a couple of class. She's like, they're cousins, but they're like really good friends. They just, whenever they get together, they just have a great time. So they were excited because they had a couple. They like the first for the entire year, the first 2 periods of high school, they're gonna have each other, you know, in the same class. And I thought that was cool.
Yeah.
And so they were sitting there, and they were sitting there, and we were going through the whole process or whatever. And then it was like, and it was actually, I was like, oh man, this is taking forever, because you know, it's like, you know, and I just, there's people that can speak, and there's people that can't, and there's people that shouldn't, you know, and like, and the presenter of like, this is what, you know, blah blah blah, I'm trying to like do this presentation, like you could just see every single kid in the room just immediately pulling out their phone and just checking out. You know, this guy had no ability you know, to keep the crowd excited. But regardless, like we got through it. We exited out the auditorium. We immediately hit the like get your schedule line. It was right outside the door we left. We ran over to the get your Chromebook line, you know, and got her Chromebook, and then the line started, you know, forming. Immediately went over to the take your school picture line, got that done in a heartbeat. And then it was like, okay, find your locker, you know? And then so we look at her sheet and she had 2 locker numbers listed on her and nobody else had 1. And we're like, what's going on with this? And so the first locker we looked for, the number just didn't exist. The locker, we looked up these stairs, down these stairs. She's going to the same high school my wife went to when she was in high school. So it's like, well, you know your way around this high school. Where is this stuff? And she's just like, well, it's like we're going up and down and this way and that way. Can't find anywhere. And we're sitting there and what's the second number? So we go to the second number. There's the locker. Okay, we found one. And it's like, what's the combination? And so like, and it was like, I think you go to, if you went to high school, you wouldn't know which one, but 3733 was the 3337. Sorry, 3337 was the locker combination. And so Rylan tried it, didn't work. Rylan tried it again, didn't work. And I was like, let me see it. And it was like one of those things where I was like, okay, got it. You know, turn to the left like 27 times to reset the lock. Go to the 3, turn it past the 33 once, go to it a second time, go back to the 7, and I could feel the lock do that like little click. The click, right? Like it's like click. You can open it, right? But it wouldn't open. It was like click, and it just wouldn't open. Right? You know, so I did it like 3 or 4 times, and it just wouldn't open. And I was like, well, this is ridiculous. And I was just, and then so like, and then my wife was like, let me give it a shot, you know, and I was just like, cool. And then like and then so we were like, okay, fine, I'll go find somebody and we'll say, well, what's going on? This thing doesn't work, right? And so, and to be fair, this lady, I'm sure, is a very, very nice lady, and I'm sure she's very, very helpful. But I'm sure we were about the 20th person that came to her with a question about locker, because they said if you have questions, go talk to this lady about the locker.
Yeah.
So I walked up to this very nice person, I'm sure 99% of the time, and I'm sure everything she said, she was saying to be nice and kind and good and decent. But she was just like, it was like, yeah, well, we have 2 numbers listed for a locker, which we don't understand. And we went to the first number that we couldn't find the second one, but we could find the first one. But the combination doesn't work. And she's like, let's worry about the combination first. I mean, that's the important thing. Let's not worry about that second locker. And she's like, let's go to the locker. She's like, she just had this like, you know, kind of weird passive aggressive Minnesota nice thing. It's like, they can be kind of tricky. Let's go check it out. You know, and
we're idiots. Yeah.
I was like, yeah, you know, lady, I've you know, it's like I know how locker, but whatever, you know, whatever. She's coming to help. She's doing the right thing, right? So we get there, and then she was like, can help, and she's like, well, you know, she's like, okay, which one is it? And like we walk over, and you know, there's my wife and my son. They're still trying to get it open. It won't open. And then and she's like, this one right here. And she's like, oh, and it's like, and then she's like, you know, well, this seems to be theirs. And I was like, first of all, my son's 9. He's not going to high school. And I mean, too, it's like, it's my wife, you know, it's like, whatever, yeah, that's the one. It's my wife. And she's like, oh, okay. Oh, you know, and then she said, okay, so she said, what's the combination? And I said 333.7. She's like, what? And I said 333.7. Well, can I see it? I'm a visual person. I can't do it. That's fine, whatever. So Rylan shows her the thing, and she's like, okay, you know, and then and she got to 3, and then she like went back, and she was doing the thing, and she was like, and she got to the thing, and she was like, she tried to open it, and was like, that's weird, she says. And then she did it again. Oh, that's weird. That didn't open. Yeah, Dave, I did get your email. I'm going to reference your email here in just a second. And then she tried it like a third time. And she was like, that's really weird, she said. And it was just like, and then Rylan was like, well, when I did it, I could feel it click, but then it wouldn't open. And then she was like, oh, well, you do what you did and let me watch what you did. And then I think we can get it open. So then Rylan did it. And then she like, you could actually like, she said, I can feel it click. And then she grabbed the lock and she's sitting there just trying to get it open. And in a perfect world, I would have, I want my daughter to not be anxious about whether or not she's going to get her locker open. Because like basically the end of the story was she's like, well, it's like when you come back on your first day of school, don't worry. Like she's like the locker guru Bill will be here and he can open anything. So we'll get it. And I'm just like, well, yeah, but I don't want my daughter to have some like really tough lock to open every single time. So let's just ditch this lock and get her a new one, But I remember I was sitting there and I was just like, in the back of my head, I was like, I would much rather like whatever the trick was, she had it, and then Rylan was able to close it, unlock it, so she didn't have that worry.
Yeah.
But I will completely my shameful joy over the fact that this person couldn't get it done made me quite happy or whatever. Thanks for the warning. Check my water level. I had my daughter turn off the pump, so no new water is going into the sucker. Dave, you asked me if you could send me some coral. Man, I would love that if I had a saltwater tank. This is freshwater. I can't put coral in there, man. It'll like mess with the stuff. You are extremely kind to offer that. You are an amazing human for doing so. But yes, don't forget my pump. Yes. Oh wait, it's time delay. She doesn't know that. But anyway, so that was my shameful joy over that one.
Shameful joy.
Yep, shameful joy. Schadenfreude. Or as Homer said, it's like, Dad, you're experiencing Schadenfreude. Well, what's that? It's a German word for shameful joy. You're taking pleasure in Flanders shop. In Flanders shop going out of business. He's like, I don't feel like that. I'm just happy to see him fall flat on his stupid butt. It's like, is there a word for that? Yeah, it's called sour grapes. Yeah. The Germans have a word for everything.
I got a grievance. 2 of them, actually.
Oh, go for it.
I got a little furry black motherfucker in here trying to kill me. That's the first one. You think he learned. I feed him. Yeah.
With your cat?
Yeah. Twice he tried to trip me, bit me 3 times yesterday. He's just in a mood, I guess.
Get rid of him.
Nah, he's not that bad yet.
Oh, okay.
He already cracked a couple ribs when he was younger, but on me, tripping me and shit.
Man, between trains and cats,
I know, man. Rough fucking life. And the second, if I ever meet the motherfucker who owned this house before me, I'm going to strangle him.
All right, go on. This seems like
I've been working on this front room for a couple months, on and off with the weather, and I finally got everything done except for the electricity. I finished that the other day. So all I was going to do is replace the receptacles and the covers. So I get Jen to, help me find the breaker and turn it off. And I'm in there, and I open up the first receptacle, and she hears me say, "Motherfucker." There was only 4 wires. So I'm like, all right, this is probably the first box in the room, the feeder, the line.
Yeah.
There's no ground in the boxes, no ground wire in the boxes. So I opened up every one of them. No ground wires in any of the fucking boxes. This house was built in the 50s. That was kind of normal back then, but every outlet in the room had the 3-prong receptacle in it, which means these boxes have been sitting there ungrounded for years. Yeah.
No way.
This is the guy who lived here before me. They said he was a contractor, more like a fucking handyman from what I see in the house. But So it's like, all right, I'm not rewiring this whole fucking house. So I went out and bought some ground fault interrupters.
Okay.
If you do that on the first one, the rest of the line will be grounded. This will act like a ground, basically. So I went out, I bought a pack of them because I know I'm going to have to do it with the rest of the fucking house. I put it in and I got the line and the load mixed up, apparently. So it didn't work. So it's no problem. I flipped it all back. It worked. But when I was looking to see which one was actually the line and which one was a load, I found the fucking ground wires. So now I'm like, why didn't he ground the actual receptacle? The wires are in the fucking box. Now I got to look at the other two. I put the ground fault in there, and I'll worry with it later because I got to go back and get a better light switch. I have one, but it's a cheap one. I want to get a pro one basically. But it's like, why would he do this shit?
That just, I mean, do you think just because lazy or just for
I don't
whatever
think he
reason
knew what he
thought
was
that
doing. I don't think he knew what he was
Hmm.
doing. I noticed one box somewhere else was he tried to strap it to the boxes are metal behind the wall. He tried to bond it to that, which you can, but the box itself wasn't bonded, so it's worthless. It's like bonded means it's the box is grounded to the main circuit breaker box and then down
Gotcha.
into the ground. Um, if the box itself, a metal box itself, is bonded, you could use that as a ground. And in exterior walls back in the day, they used to do that, but not necessarily inside the house. Some would, some wouldn't, But it's the electrical. It's like, what the fuck? Why would you do this? It's actually quite dangerous. Cause a fire and all that.
No.
But I'm surprised. Like I said, he I know my mother-in-law didn't do anything in this house before I bought it off her, and I didn't do much until I get rid of her. So it's been at least 20 years.
Till you got rid of her, or till you got rid of her?
So I got rid of her.
I'm
We're
just-
not gonna say what happened. Nah, she moved in and out a couple times.
Oh, I remember you
Yeah.
talking about it.
I never planned to stay here. I came down here to help her out. It was basically what happened. She was after her husband died, she got in financial trouble. Jen was worried, so we moved down here. And I was like, 2 years, we're out. 10 years later, 12 years later.
What's up with that? Just
It's Jen moved a lot in her childhood. Like I lived in Stella Street, Olive, Cornwall, Jersey. This is the 5th time I lived somewhere. But Jen was in and out of houses all the time to the point where she's just sick of moving. I said one more time because I don't plan to spend the rest of our lives here.
yeah.
One more time and then we're done. I don't know where we're going to go. I'm going to go somewhere a little less fucking humid, less rain.
Well, that's nowhere right now. I mean,
Yeah, no. Arizona, Nevada, maybe. I don't know if I could last the desert. I don't do well with heat, but I don't know about dry heat.
well, it's like my like when the air conditioning in your car is having trouble keeping up, right?
Yeah.
It's kind of like, it's like, the air conditioning in my car is like, yeah, well, sorry, we just can't get your car as cool as you want it today. And because I have an older truck, it's just kind of like, it's like, because it is 1 billion degrees outside with 1 billion% humidity. It's just ridiculous.
Yeah. It's been like that here. Well, now it's all thunderstorms and shit, but it's been like Florida up here lately. Like 95, that humid is all hell. It isn't normal.
Well, I know Aldi's out because he's traveling. I wonder where everybody else is. Where's Peter Vaughn? He should be on here, talking about his $8 billion Flamecraft Kickstarter. But yeah,
It's still a little
a little bit.
I think
We
Brent had a
can't we
show
can't
tonight.
carry this whole thing ourselves though. I mean,
No.
this isn't. We're not nearly interesting enough. Um,
I'm not. My life doesn't change much.
and then what was the other game we played? God, I was gonna remember this game, and of course, and then like I was hoping like I can't remember. Man, oh man. Well, maybe somebody, if I tell people about the game, then they'll have like some idea of uh so my buddy Cullen brought this game over, and it was for 3 to 5 people, and it was ostensibly a railroad game, and you had basically cards that you would play. There were 4 railroads in the game, and then you would play cards. You got dealt, I think it was 10 cards to start with, and then you would play these cards, and then you were allowed to then take basically the cubes. There was a certain number of cubes per railroad company. You were allowed to take these cubes and build these little railroads on these cards that basically had hexes on them, and like some of the cards had like little spot. They would have like certain colors on them that would correspond with the railroads themselves, and so you could like if you placed a cube of that color on there, then that railroad would be worth more money and things like that. And then at one point you could also like discard a card to take a share in one of the companies as long as that company still had cubes left. And Travis D. Hill was the designer. It was a little clever game. It was a fun little game. It played quick. We were done like in 25 minutes. If Travis D. Hill, like you'll be able to find it there easily enough if you Google that, then you'd be good to go. But yeah, that was fun. It was enough that I actually considered racing out to buy it. And like because like it's one of those things where if you don't buy it now, you aren't going to get one, because it's like one of those things. I'll do one print run and then it's over. Here, I'm gonna look it up since I met Travis. I think I'm even friends with him on the Facebooks. Card Rails is the name of the game. Card Rails. And I liked it. It was fun. It was interesting. And I thought it it played quick and it didn't stay too long, and it was fun. It was a fun little game to play, and I won. So then I retired immediately, and I never have to play it again. So because
You and your rules.
oh, my daughter has a question for me. Yes.
Can you give me the like bottle, the chemical stuff they used to do that?
The prime.
Yeah.
You don't have any?
I mean, I don't think you put it back in my room. It's not in there.
Okay. Well, I took you have the other one though. I put that one back in there. But yeah, just fine. Here, come over here and grab it. Prime is right there.
Yes.
Yeah. No problem. You can just put like a capful of that in it, and then put a capful of that other one you have with the blue top on it or whatever.
Alright.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yep.
Okay.
Actually, just got rid of my fish barrels.
Yes. What was that? I'm sorry.
Got rid of my fish barrels. I was going to try that. What is it when you combine fish with the hydroponics?
I don't know. Something to do with weed.
No, it's actually tomatoes. I have a garden out here, but there's just the bugs. They get infested so bad that nothing grows, or the critters. Like I tried corn for 3 years, the fucking squirrels snapped them off. Actually, it was a ground, not a groundhog. It'll come to me. Yeah, groundhog. Groundhog was the one. He was snapping the ears. I actually seen him sitting in the bed eating carrots one day, just pulling them out of the ground. You know, I was going to put an electric fence around it, but Jen won't let me do that. So I was going to try
Pee on the electric fence.
I tried the hydroponics in the shed one year, and it worked out pretty well. So I was going to play around with the fish thing next. Aquaponics, I think they call it. But like I said, I never got around to it. The knee and all that got messed up. I
Yeah.
actually just got rid of the container I was going to use.
What is that chirping noise in the background for you?
Crickets, man. We have crickets. They're actually getting in the house. They do every year, but usually it's later in the year.
I
The
had
cats could go nuts. They're evil motherfuckers. They snap the legs off them.
well, they actually I've heard it's like they can actually like they have worms and stuff in them. You shouldn't because sometimes their cats will eat them or dogs will eat them too.
No, the cats don't. They just snap the legs off and watch them die. I think it's beaker. Yeah, I haven't seen them eat one though.
Yeah.
Yeah, but this is every year. The tree spiders, they've been real bad this year, and the crickets.
we had really bad crickets until we got a cat. And then we just yes, that is an Amazon sword, and my bristle noses aren't eating them. Just geez, you people are just like everybody's got an answer. Everybody thinks that they know what to do. That's the one thing. That's the one thing about the aquarium hobby. Everybody's so darn sure that they know what's what.
That's everything.
Oh yeah. With the aquarium hobby, there are they like go look at some aquarium YouTube channels. I mean, they're they can be pretty snobby. You know, they definitely know better than anybody else ever. I guess is like the impression that I get from some of those things. So it's a little insane. Yeah, but
Oh, I had another grievance. It's going to sound kind of sexist, but it's just a coincidence. I've been driving. I like I said, going to the game night, which is the earliest I've been driving because I'm still iffy on traffic, you know. But I almost got hit twice. Once because a woman was on the cell phone and almost veered into me. And then the second time is this woman just blew a yield sign and went across 3 lanes in front of me, like 20 feet in front of me. Again, because of the cell phone. So this is my grievance. Why do people use these fucking cell phones when they're driving? You know?
well, I mean, are you just cell phones and driving is I mean,
I get like if you're using maps and shit, but they were actually like sitting there typing on it, shit driving. It's it's dangerous. I've always been funny with driving. Jen says I drive like an old lady, which I do with people in the car with me. But if I'm alone on the highway, it's a different story. Yeah. That's part of from the trains. Just the trucks I drove were so big, you had to be careful in the city.
yeah. Trying to think. When your kids go back to school by any chance? Like, you don't have
think
kids,
it's
but I mean,
yeah.
when
I
does
think
your
it's either
area-
this week or next week. Helen was saying, yeah, I think it was next week. Helen was saying it's different in Philly. Well, I don't know if they still do, but they used to go back after Labor Day.
Oh,
Was the one in September?
why are you asking me? Labor Days.
Yeah, Labor Day. I get Labor Day, Memorial Day confused for some reason. Sometimes it used to be like the week after Labor Day, but I knew down here they went a little earlier. But I think the Helen said next week.
Gotcha.
So when's yours? This week or next week?
30th of
30th.
June. And here's the deal: in Minnesota, it's usually after Labor Day weekend. Like, it's like literally, they get Labor Day weekend and they go to school the Tuesday after Labor Day.
Yeah, that's how it
they
used to be Philly.
but now they started up early because they're like assuming there's going to end up being makeup days and stuff like that.
Yeah.
COVID and what have you. Hey, Matthew. Okay. It's
Hey,
a very
Matt.
that's a very dynamic new vantage point of your room. Like it's like it's usually you're not looking directly at the camera. Usually, like we're getting a nice 3/4 profile of you or something.
Yeah, I moved my camera to my main monitor. I have three. So I have on my left is what I usually just have video playing. The center one is my main work one, and my right one is my pen display.
Oh, nice.
Uh,
Yeah, I have three as well. I got my laptop here, obviously, and then two monitors either side. And yeah, I mean, which is weird because like this one ends up being used mostly for like streaming some sort of podcast or whatever while I
Yeah.
work. Just so I can have some noise in my ears and I can't hear anything else going on.
I love it too because they're all on arms. They're not sitting on the desk,
Oh,
so I can put it up or
oh,
down.
nice.
okay. Yeah.
Yeah, when my wife knew she was gonna be working from home, she when COVID, she went and bought a thing that had these three arms and everything, and then spent a good chunk of money on three curved I think they're 27 I think they're 27-inch monitors.
Mhm.
And I mean, and yeah, she's got a nice setup. I've got
That's massive.
oh yeah, and I've got
It's like the Omnimax.
literally these two monitors here are like these things are probably 10 years old, and I just like because I'm too cheap to
Yeah.
get anything else, and just like because yeah, I'm just too cheap.
I had to get a beefy arm. So I got the Ergotron dual arm.
Ergotron sounds like it should be in a Transformers movie.
I know, right? But so I bought it off of Kijiji actually, which is like a used site, and
Yeah.
I got it for like a song pretty much. But
Oh, yeah,
I
what
needed
song?
something- What's that?
What song? Like Lady of Spain or
Um,
My Life? Or...
Living After Midnight.
Oh, living after midnight.
And because I needed something hefty because my main monitor is an NEC monitor, and it's a color accurate IPS panel thing. So it's like 50 pounds.
Oh, one
Wow.
moment. I believe I have to put myself on mute for a second here.
You're being
One-
hailed. Well, do you have a CNC machine at your home?
Yes, I do. Oh yeah, I have a little wood shop in my. It's
Yeah,
not
I knew
quite a
that.
garage, but
I didn't know you had a CNC.
yeah, that's the second or third time I haven't been in the shop since February. Yesterday was the first time because the weather is just really killing me the last summer just with all the rain, and I've been trying to
Oh yeah.
finish a patio and refinishing a couple rooms in the house. So I haven't been able to really get in the shop to do anything.
Right.
But yeah, I got
Have you
all sorts of stuff: band saws, table saws, motor saws, the CNC.
cool.
Yeah, a bunch of other shows in there.
So are you is that what your background is?
Yeah, carpentry is the only thing I was ever formally trained in.
Oh wow,
Um,
that's awesome.
in high school, and then out of high school, I built houses, like new houses, and then remodeled and did roofing and all that. And then the economy kind of crashed, and my truck got stolen, so I went to SEPTA. I actually went in as a cleaner on the trains, waiting for something in maintenance to open up in the building side. And while I was there, I just picked up the train. While I was waiting for trains, I sit there reading manuals just for something to do.
Yeah.
And I just kind of picked up on how to fix it. I worked with electric and cars and shit before, but nothing on that scale. And then it was just they had an opening, and I moved into that.
Nice.
And then I was actually moving in. I was looking to move into what they call a specialist, which was one up above me,
Okay.
and management. When the second injury happened, I was either one, because I knew the back couldn't handle the mechanical end of it anymore. The equipment was just too heavy. You know, the compressors weighed 600 pounds.
Yeah.
The brake calipers weighed 200 pounds. You know,
My
not
buddy.
that I was deadlifting it all the
No,
time.
no,
It's
but
just
still.
you're still pushing the shit around. You know,
Yeah, my
I
buddy.
actually.
Works,
Good.
my buddy works at the Ottawa airport. He works for Air Canada,
Okay.
and he's in the lost baggage right now, but he's been in a lot of different areas. And one of the places he was in was like in the repair bay and stuff. And they have these ginormous wrenches that they use. And
Oh yeah,
things.
yeah. We had the trains I worked on came in what we called marriages. It was actually two cars that could not work independently of each other. They were connected all the time, and a contest was three of them, 6 cars total. But when we had to break apart the two trains, we had a wrench that was about this long, and we had to torque the bolts to, I think it was 16,000 pounds. So we had a torque wrench this long with a multiplier, a 4 times multiplier, and I would stand on the wall of the pit to crank this thing. Yeah,
Wow.
using my whole body to push. It was, and I wasn't the biggest
wild.
guy in there, but I was a pretty big guy. So that's actually, my back gave out doing that once. It's just I cranked it and then I just fell to the floor. I wasn't the only one. There's a couple guys.
Mm-hmm.
It was, yeah, like I said, the equipment was just heavy, you know, especially the re-rail equipment, which me and a handful of other guys did the whole city. We were the only ones trained on it, basically.
Right. Cool.
Yeah, but the trains themselves, I actually pushed the marriage myself. Like, you cut out the brakes and you could actually push it by hand. We used to actually use these bars and pry the wheels. They start rolling on their own. Just this, it amazed me the power of these things and how easily they are to derail and shit. It really did, yeah.
Yeah.
And these are passenger trains, the bigger ones. I can imagine how much heavier they are, the axles and all
For
that.
sure.
I miss the job. I don't miss the people.
No.
I don't miss the politics.
Oh, there's politics.
Oh, it was a union job, and yeah, there was always politics. The guys were fucking petty catty at times. I'm not into that, you know, talking about each other behind their back and shit.
Right.
There was a lot of that. I do miss a couple of guys. One of the guys I was really close to died not too long ago, but some of the other guys, I haven't talked to them since I left. Most of the other guys.
Yeah, I feel the same way about my last job that I left a few years ago.
Yeah. And that surprised me though, because some of us were more like a fan. Like I lived there basically. Like
Right.
I could go in, I could be there 8.5 hours, I could be there 17. I didn't know. Yeah.
Yeah.
I stopped paying into Social Security by May 1 year because I was just working so much. At one point they stopped me from working because it was getting to the point where it's illegal. There was too many hours. Yeah.
Well, I had my buddy at the airport, because like we're just getting back to going to flying and stuff like that. He was telling me the other day that he worked a 17-hour shift.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, is that legal?
Yeah, it is. It's I'm sure it's the same with the airports. Maybe not, but with the trains, we could go into like a state of emergency if something happens.
Yeah.
Something
You're
major.
actually like regulated to work or whatever.
Yeah.
What do they call it? What do they call it when they make teachers go back to work?
I know what you're talking. It's escaping me.
Like remanded? No, that's not right.
No.
But
yeah, I understand. Yeah. Yeah, it's something like that. Like
essential service that you kind of gotta go, or
yeah, well, technically even that was funny. Like I was considered essential service because it's public transportation.
Yeah, of course.
But we had a blizzard a couple times. A couple times in between. Not a blizzard, but a heavy snowstorm. And I lived in Delaware and worked in Pennsylvania, about an hour away from each other. And I was trying to drive up, and a cop pulled me over in Delaware and said, "What are you doing on the road?" I was like, "Going to work."
Yeah.
Work for Septic, blah blah blah. He's like, "Nah, roads are closed. Go home." I'm like, "All right." Call up the job. He's like, "The roads are closed. Can't come in." They're like, "No, you're essential service. You gotta come in." I'm like, "This dude threatened a ticket." What do you want me to do? He's like,
Yeah.
so
Yeah.
if it snowed, there's a 50-50 chance I got lucky and had a day off. Depending on the cop.
I used to get stopped all the time. I used to work downtown at a cinema. And back in the day, back in the 80s when I was working there, the uniform was a long black pants, black business or black slacks, this red, white, and black striped button down long sleeve shirt and a bow tie, a red bow tie. And I remember it was a red bow tie. It was a bow tie. So I'd always have to go to, and it was downtown. So I always had to go to the bus station to pick up the new films that came in. So, I'd drive down to the bus station and then I'd be driving back, and it was like around where all the bars are, right? So I'm driving and it's like probably 11 or whatever at night. And the cops would stop me because there would be a ride program. And basically, have you been drinking tonight?
Yeah.
I rolled the window down. They're like, have you been drinking tonight? I'm like, does it look like I've been drinking tonight? I'm sitting here in this bow tie and everything. I mean, at the time, before Matt Smith and bow ties weren't cool. But it was kind of funny.
I'm looking at a job where I wear something like that, a uniform per se.
Yeah, I worked at a lot of uniform places.
I did.
Mostly restaurants.
I only worked at one restaurant. It was like a local delicatessen that made cheesesteaks and all that. Yeah. That's the only food job I ever had.
Gosh, I must have worked at over a dozen restaurants.
Oddly enough, I've been in the transportation a lot. The trains. I did a town car service thing for a while. And then construction was the rest of it. I tried some temp work. Like during the winter, the construction would be slow. So I tried some office work. I was just not built for that. Not at all. Yeah. I actually found after working on the trains, the injury that, I got fired from work basically. I ran out of sick time. But when I stopped working, I found I became claustrophobic because I was so used to being in the yard or the car house where it's all wide open all the time and the windows are open. Like it would drive Jen nuts. I'd be opening windows and shit in the middle of the winter. I've gotten better at that. I noticed it was really bad in the hospital because I was in that 10 by whatever room all day. But it's just
I gotta
weird.
say, I'm pretty happy. I installed some dimmer switches in the lights in here because it was either super bright or super dark. And I'd be switching out lights for unscrewing some and screwing some back in because there's basically what is there 8 pot lights in here.
Yeah.
And I have this little ring light on my monitor attached to my monitor. Like I just can't get the lighting right. I'm like, oh yeah, I'll just get some dimmer switches and we'll be good with that.
What are your mains in Canada? Is it 240?
220.
220.
110, 220.
Okay, so you do use 110. I wasn't sure if you were like Europe with the 240.
Well, our my dryer and
shit like that.
Yeah, that's our 220, but mostly it's just 110.
Okay.
Actually, that's the panel right there.
Yeah, I was just telling Lance about my little electrical excursion in here. This house was built in the 50s, so grounding was an option back then, basically.
Oh yeah.
And I just opened up the front room, which I thought was grounded because it had 3-prong outlets in it. Yeah. Instead of the 2-prong, which you would find back in the day.
Yeah.
None of them were. Yeah.
No.
And then my wife has helped me find the breaker, and I found out there's 4 fucking rooms on one line.
Oh,
So
excellent.
I just bought a tracer. I'm gonna have to split it up.
We have a-
Eventually.
Yeah, we have a daughter panel on ours. We have like a pony panel.
Sub panel, yeah.
So it's our house was built just after the turn of the century, last
Okay.
century.
Yeah. They're always
and-
fun. That mouse.
Yeah, so I bet you when it was first built, it was knob and tube,
Yeah, most likely. Definitely.
and then luckily it went to copper instead of aluminum.
Yeah. Thinking about that, I got lucky on that.
Yeah.
I didn't even think about that at first. Yeah, my grandmother lived by the art museum area in Philly, and her house was built the late end of the 1800s, and it was the same thing. But with hers, we had to go through rock and shit if we wanted to do anything,
Mhm.
like joisting and all that. But
Mm.
I remember they built an addition onto the back of her house as a kitchen, but they only had a crawl space underneath. And she lived
Well-
near the Schuylkill River. And they were doing construction on an old waterworks thing, and it brought out a bunch of the river rats. But underneath the crawl space was all dirt, so she was getting rats. They were burrowing up and coming out.
Oh wow.
So speaking of claustrophobia, I'm under there in the crawl space pouring concrete with a hammer, whacking at these rats to get them back in the hole because they're coming at right. And I got like my cousins passed me concrete and broken glass and steel wool through the hole. And I was like, I gotta get out of here, man. There's just too many.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I went up to mom. I was like, what the fuck, mom?
We lucked out actually. So this place, like I said, it's over 100 years old, but the basement. So they did an extension on the back of the house to the kitchen used to be a 10 by 10 foot room, and or if that, and then now they did a kitchen addition, which is now 10 by 20,
Okay.
and excavated under the whole. It must have been a crawl space before, but now it's I'm in the basement right now, and it's a fully excavated basement, and it's
Cool.
great. They even excavated under the new addition that they did. So,
Yeah,
mind you, wiring this with Ethernet was a pain in the ass because I had to go over concrete cinder block walls,
right.
which were like, we had to put we moved our washer dryer into here. It used to be on the other side of the basement, and we had to go through this concrete wall with copper pipe, and we didn't insulate it. So I have a hair dryer handy here for the winter
To heat the walls, the pipe rather.
because it freezes.
Yeah. What is your frost line there? Ours is 3 foot. What is
Oh, I don't know.
yeah, I mean, how far in the copper has to go down? Do you know
I don't know.
the frost line? No.
No idea. Something like that. But it's fun stuff, man. I remember one really cold winter, the pipes froze over there on the other side of the basement, and like we'd never seen them freeze there before. But I basically just opened up the drop ceiling and stuck 2 hair dryers in there for half an hour
Oh yeah,
until it freed up.
freed up. Do you think about thermal heating? I actually thought about that here.
We'd have to tear the walls open.
Oh, I mean, in your yard, you can't go in your yard.
Oh, the thermal heating, what the
Or they-
pipes?
No, what they dig so far down is a constant like 55 degrees.
Oh,
Like-
that's what yeah, like geothermal.
Yeah, geothermal. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, well, I mean, that's just for heat, right? I'm just yeah, I don't know how we'd fix this. I did buy some of that electrical pipe heating tape,
Oh,
but
okay.
getting into that thing is going to be a pain in the ass. So
Yeah.
I bought that 8 years ago, and we still haven't installed it. Lance, are you back? I can't hear you.
He's muted.
Yeah, I can hear
Okay, go.
you. Cool. No, Frostline though. I mean, in Canada, I mean, it's got to be like what? You know, I mean,
12 feet.
yeah.
Yeah, what's it up by you, Lance?
I don't know.
I know you get colder here than it does here, rather. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like I said,
3.5 feet.
That's it. Really? Ours is, like I said, ours is 3 foot.
That's here in Ottawa. I wonder what it is in like Iqaluit.
Wherever you hit rock. Yeah,
Oh, because we Iqaluit, there is no frost line. It's permafrost.
that's whatever you hit rock.
So, and the big thing about up here for like literally like we live in Clay County. I mean the ground is after you get 1.5 feet down, it's all clay.
Yeah,
The
it's
ground
all
is-
cheaper.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just
I live by White Clay Creek Marsh.
so whenever you have to drill a hole or like when we did post holes for the deck, or I gotta go and we got a new mailbox, this giant honking guy. I gotta go I wanted to it's one hole, so I should be able to just do it, get a bag of Quikrete and
Yeah, I actually
be
got
done with it. But it's just
here.
but it's like it's one of those things where it's like I'd rather do it on like a Sunday, right? When they're not gonna get any mail. So my plan, actually, my ingenious plan was to do it on the weekend of Labor Day because you don't get any mail on Monday either. So I don't have to worry about anything monkeying with it. But I think me and the fam are heading out of town that weekend. So I don't know what I'm gonna do. I'll have to just do it. Quit
Just
crying.
do it.
Quick
Stop
Oh, I
crying
it.
about
stand corrected. 5.9 feet.
Wow.
That can't be right though.
No, it could. I'm sure it could be. Like I said,
Oh.
the standard here is 3 foot, but I've had jobs where I had to actually shore up the walls to get. We were going down like 8 foot on certain things.
You ever had one of those things where it was like, like when you were like out searching for a house and stuff like that? I remember, it's like where I walked into the basement of this house and I was like, man, this house looks kind of nice. I don't know why they're asking for the small amount that they're asking.
Somebody died there.
Well, maybe, who knows? But then I realized that
It's
it
a
was
murder.
it was a instead of like a poured cement poured basement, it was brick, and you can see that there's parts where like the bricks are getting pushed in.
Oh, the
and
foundation, yeah.
yeah. So that they had, the stuff was braced with metal bands and things like that. I was just like, this just says $20,000.
Yeah.
Just like if you
Foundation work's never fun or cheap.
no.
Yeah, we've been lucky for this old house.
Considering, so have I. Considering the whack job that worked on it before.
Yeah, we have a lot of handyman specials in our place.
Yeah, I've noticing that myself here. When I redid the garage, that was fun.
And it's funny, like when we first moved in, we had a whole month before we moved in, between taking possession and moving in. And I did a crap ton of work here myself. And I'm not very versed in a lot of this stuff, but I'm like, I can do this. I can do baseboards. Like we wanted to increase the baseboards from the 3-inch baseboards to like the 8-inch ones and stuff like that. And then I realized that the door framings that I put on were baseboards and not door frames.
It doesn't really matter. Back in the day,
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. But and then I realized we have 2 layers of hardwood in our main floor.
Oh, that's nice.
In some of the areas in our living room.
Oh, not all of them.
It's the original 1906 hardwood, and then everywhere else it's this pre-varnished, fucking ugly looking, with the ones with like the pre-done with the little groove in between all the because they're beveled.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tongue groove.
Yeah.
Yeah, I miss-
not
I
great.
miss wood floors. I'm on a pad here. It's the first ranch house I ever lived in. It's not energy efficient. you know,
You don't
Why
have a
not?
basement?
Why isn't it energy efficient?
it's made out of 2x4s first of all, and it's just so wide and open. It's not really energy. Like we had central air at one point, and I got rid of that because it's just cooling rooms of the house we don't use. It's a pretty big house. I forget the square footage. I did figure it out at one time, but and this is coming from a row home, which really isn't energy efficient because they're just stone walls.
Yeah.
Especially when you get a corner house.
So I reached out to an artist today for a cover artist for
For a cover.
a game, like to do a cover.
That's a good
and-
thing. I would suggest go to a cover artist for that.
I did. Well, this guy's an actual painter, and he's like really. I didn't realize how famous he was.
Can I ask who, or is it?
Yeah, his name is hold on, where is it? Eric Joyner.
Never heard of him. Can't
He
be that
does these
famous.
really cool robots and donuts paintings. It's kind of weird to say that, but they're really neat.
Robots and donuts.
Yeah.
Well, if you're gonna be known for something, I guess.
Well, he just kind of he got so he's been written up in CNN and all these other things, and so I got the quote back he's like, well, here's the price for if you want to keep the art, and here's the price for if I keep the art. It's like I could do.
Can I
10
ask
covers.
what's the? I was gonna ask what's the difference between the two? Is it
half basically?
like okay?
So it was 6 and 3.
$6. Buy two.
Bargain at twice the price.
Yeah. No, that's crazy.
Yeah, I remember working when I was working at Alcatel Lucent. I got my buddy who's an illustrator, and he to do a poster for us. And he's done stuff for the New Yorker. He has had some really like Wired. He's had some really big clients, and he charged us $12,000 for this poster.
What? Was that what he quoted you before? Or?
Yeah, pretty much. But this is a company who would spend $250,000 on a marketing video.
No way. Oh, crazy.
This is back in the days of high tech and the telecom. Yeah,
I can't even imagine.
I went down to not Universal. I guess it was Universal Studios in LA, because my job was to source B-roll and clips of popular movies and television shows that we could use, because the service we were promoting was a triple play, which is not a big deal these days, but back in the early 2000s it was, where you could watch something at home, pause it, pick it up on your phone or whatever, so you can, like, it was phone, home, and can't remember what the third thing was, on your computer. And so I was meeting with these. We actually went to Universal Studios and had lunch in their executive commissary, and Joey Pants was like 20 feet from me eating lunch. It was so cool. And but I met this woman there. She was a consultant for like a media consultant. So she's like a middle person to get you all what you needed. So I get back to Ottawa and I call her up, being very green at this. I call her up and I asked her, I basically engaged her in doing work for me. And then she finds some clips and she sends them over, and I'm like, thanks so much. Great. And then she's like, next day I get an invoice from her for $20,000.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. My boss was like, did you not ask her before?
Oh my Lord. So
Yeah.
did they end up paying it, or?
Oh yeah, they paid it. Shortly
you-
after I got laid off with the rest of the marketing department, pretty much, because They were downsizing.
Gotcha.
But yeah, I was embarrassed and yeah, it was not cool.
Yeah, I mean that's crazy though, I suppose. I mean, if you don't ask,
Yeah, trust me, I learned a lesson that day.
You always do.
yeah, I don't got any crazy stories like that. I do remember when I started working at US Bank many years ago. The program that we used to handle it. When I first started working there, I was just this customer service rep, and there was a very efficient, as long as you knew how to use it, process of handling an incoming phone call from somebody. There was this program called TOPS. That's what everybody called it. I don't know what it stood for. TOPS. It's just like, TOPS was, and it was just like, it was one of those things where once you learned, like, as it used function keys, like everybody looks at the top, that F1 through, F12 or whatever.
Yeah.
Like, and then we not only did we use those function keys, there was function keys, and then we did actually the shift function keys, like shift, like F23 was something you used a lot. I remember. It just was. It was just so
Shift F11.
Yeah, Shift F11 was a screen that you used all the time. I can remember it was like you'd 10 key in their account number, and then it would be F5, which would take you to, it would pull up the account, and then F9 would, this is just because I took so many calls, F5, and then you go to F9, which would give you the customer information so you could verify them. And then you would hit F23 from that screen, and it would pull up their balance and like recent, and then the recent end transactions. Then after just remember this, F23, then F2 would take you to their most recent statement, and then F3 and F4 would rattle through the statements, so you can see, like, But I remember you would sit there and you do that, and then there was a program. So TOPS actually fed off of a program called MTech, which actually held all the info. And if you wanted to get really super into an account and really mess with an account and like get into the nitty gritty and be able to change things, you went into MTech and did it. And it was like, and so there was all these things we used, right? And it was just like, and you just, after, so this is horrible to say, but it definitely, we had really, really good customer service. Because if you didn't know those screens and didn't know what you were doing, it weeded out the people that couldn't do it. And so like the only people that kept that job, and they paid really well for at that time. This was, oh God, how long ago was this? It's like 18 years ago now. So it was really like, no, it's more like 20 years ago now. And so that was 20 years. Yeah. So just right around the millennium, because I started working there right before the millennium. And
that sounds like an application that would need some Y2K bug fix stuff.
Well, yeah, so that was the one thing too. Like we went through this whole, like, if you were willing to work through the Y2K, if you were willing to work through that, then they paid people like triple pay because they were just worried something happened. Of course, nothing happened, right?
Yeah.
And I remember they were asking me if I wanted to work, and I was like, no. I'm never gonna live through another like New Year's Eve like that ever again, right? So I'm going out and getting trashed, just like that. But anyway, I remember we were sitting there, and I was, and so basically, if you wanted to take customer service calls and do good, and you were good at them, you knew how to use all these programs. And there were lots of other programs for lots of different other things. There was Sony, and there was CS, and there was THS, and there's all these things. And eventually you learned all these things. The reason I'm telling you all this is because we had excellent customer service. And then all of a sudden, like, they brought in this consulting firm that said, well, the reason why, because we couldn't get people to work at the place, right? It was like, well, the reason why you couldn't get anybody to work is because, it was tough. It was tough to do it. And they said, you need to go out and you need to get an overlaying program built for your computer system that will allow there to be a really easy user interface. It'll be very automated. And so you can just basically get anybody in here to work, and they can click the buttons and it'll just do most of the work. Instead of knowing all those function keys and everything like that, they'll be able to do what they want. So they brought some company in, some software engineering firm or whatever, and they created this system. They called it UWS, Universal Workstation. It was like there was going to be all these buttons that did all these things or whatever. And I remember they presented that to us, and it was the absolute worst. It was just garbage, because like you'd click a button and it would just sit there and churn, like in and while you're waiting for it to like process your request, and like the customer's like, can I, it's like, so my problem is I can't even pull up your account yet, sir. So just please wait. It's just like, and I remember we would I just wouldn't use it. Like we would like, because since UWS the other programs were still there, because it was like literally running the programs in the background. Like me and a bunch of the other guys that have been there for a long time, and girls for that matter, I should say, would just have UWS on a tab, like basically on like an alt, we'd alt out of it, and we use the background things to take the calls. And then somebody would walk by and see us doing that, and they get really, really upset, because the thing they loved about UWS is that they did automatic comments on the screens. Imagine this: you do updates on a person's account, and you don't leave a single note whatsoever to let you know why you did it. Like, why did you waive a fee? Why did you adjust this person's APR? Like, it would just be done. And then we went, and because people would forget to put a memo on the account of what they did. Well, they loved UWS because it would automatically memo the account. It would create a memo. They loved that about it. So they could track stuff down. Well, the thing is that, so we saw our call times, which were, for a lot of us, were a sub-minute. Like, we were able to get a person's request, handle it, get them off the phone, onto the next call. We were able to do that so fast. And then, but after this, it was like all of our call times went up to like 5-6 minutes. And we were just like, and we were getting poor reviews. And it was just like, yeah, so they catch us all the time, like using, you can't use that. You can't use that. They'd be like our supervisor would just scream and rant at us. And I remember, and I was just like, and then what you'd see whenever you escalated a call to a manager to handle it, they wouldn't use it. They would use Todd. No, I'm not using it. That thing's garbage. And it's just like, but I remember the software engineering company, they made it so poorly because there's always breaking down, and there was always something that needed to be fixed or updated or something like that. Like they when they designed it, they had like, I think it was like a 4 or 5 year contract to provide updates and basically tech support on what they created. Like, that was the part of the contract. And after 2 years, they knew what a piece of shit they made. They literally took the early buyout option and paid the bank something like $7 million or something like that, just to not have to provide tech support for the program anymore. Because it was costing them so much time and money trying to maintain it. They were just like, okay, it's just like, whatever, we'll cut our losses. We got our like whatever, 11 million or 12 million from you to create this program for you.
Thank you for the Edsel.
And they left. Yeah.
I mean, it's so funny. Like you see these guys at the garages and at the these sales counters, whatever, and they're tooling around in these DOS programs, F2, F5, F23, and they're basically just these monochromatic screens, right? And but they get the shit done because those programs, even they just did what they needed to do. They weren't super whiz bang, and
that's actually what we use on the trains.
Yeah, I think it's probably a good thing too, because at the time when those started to proliferate into all the workplaces, the learning curve for a lot of these people that didn't grow up with this technology stuff were pretty steep. So
yeah.
I remember, I mean, like, my stepdad, I mean, he worked because he loved his job, but I mean, he retired and he passed away. I mean, he worked until he was just under 70. And then he died when he was 78, I believe. If I remember correctly how old he was. And I mean, he just loved working. But I remember it was like one of the things too, where because he was like he sold school buses and like smaller buses to like retirement communities and things like that.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
like, oh, the bus that takes everybody into town so they can, go to the mall or whatever it is. He sold those for a few different companies that he worked for. But I mean, like, yeah, he to the very last day, like he never had a computer, never used one. Just everything was written out. It was just like he occasionally he'd have my mother type stuff up from, and just stuff like that. But no, or he would after he got an order done, he would call somebody within the company and like, here's all the figures, and they'd had somebody that was just waiting for him to call. But he was, since in like basically in Minnesota, North Dakota, and South Dakota, he was like the person everybody called for it. Like everybody like went to him, so it was just like nobody was like, well, fine, you'll retire eventually. And I always thought of the thing was, it was like what was it? That movie About Schmidt. You ever seen that movie?
No, I know it though.
I have. I'm trying to remember the premise.
Yeah, it's the movie with Jack Nicklaus, and it's a good movie.
Yeah.
I won't. I mean,
The
that's
golfer?
a movie. What?
The golfer?
No,
Yes.
Jack Nicholson. Sorry, Jack Nicholson. No, so I won't give away too much about the movie, but I mean, because it's really worth a watch. It's just and it has a very poignant ending, and I won't give that away either. It has a marvelous ending. It'll make you think. It'll really make you think, and it's like, and that's like the most you can ask for from a movie, is like when it leaves something within you, that you like, I'm thinking about right now, and it's just this amazing moment. But one of the things that I always thought about, and I clicked it with my stepfather, was that like he retires from this company where he was a sales executive or something. I don't remember exactly what he did, but he worked there, for 40 years, and that's what he did. And then he's and like you see him, and he's at the office, and you can tell he's like this last member of the old guard that's there. And he's talking, and then they introduce him to the guy that's going to like take over like his position and in his area or whatever, like the sales area or whatever. And he takes the guy over, to this like room at the building, the office building, and he's like, and he opens it up, and then there's these file boxes, and then he's like, I just, it's like, he's like, what's this? And he's like, this is my 40 years of sales information. He said, of every single order I've ever taken. And he's like, goes through, it's like, if you ever are wondering, where you could sell this, that, and the other thing, all that information, he shows him. It's all like meticulously like recorded and stuff like that, receipts and all these things, just that he kept track of all these years. And he's like, this will make sure that you are a success of this company. He's like, wow, thanks a lot, I really appreciate it. He's like, yeah, that's no problem. And so then like he leaves, he has his retirement party, and everybody's like, thank you for everything. He leaves, and then like he realizes that, like, I think he has some reason to go back. Like he realizes he took a key to like a storeroom or something. Oh, I got to return that. And he drives over there, and he sees they've thrown every single one of his files in the trash. They're sitting in the trash, and he pulls up, and he's just like, just staring at it. No, yeah, it's About Schmidt. Will, like I said, it'll.
Is that the one where he buys an RV?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah, I have seen that.
Yeah.
Kathy Bates is in that too, right?
Yep.
Yeah. That scene I never wanted to see.
The scene, yeah.
In the hot tub?
Yes.
Yep. But the and he's just so horribly awkward, and like, and he isn't like the guy who knows everything, and he's got but I gotta watch it again, because it's the final like soliloquy where he talks about, it's like, you know, like, because no matter what he does, his daughter gets married to that idiot, and and like, and he heads home, and he just says, it's like, someday, maybe soon, I will be dead, and there will be nothing here to remind anyone that I ever existed. There'll be nothing here that will. I never made a mark. I never did anything, and then he goes to his mail, and he has that letter of like he just decided to like sponsor a child or whatever, and it's the letter from the nun at the mission, and she was like, because of your gracious thing, it's like, this child, we were able to get him the medicate, able to give him the surgery that will make sure that he doesn't go blind. And that, and the kid, wrote him, it's like, he doesn't know how to read and write yet, but now he's finally going to learn because he can see. But he wanted you to draw this picture, and it was a picture of him, like a stick figure of him holding the child's hand. He wants you to know that you have changed his life forever, and he will always remember you, and he will always think. Yeah. No, it's an old movie, but I mean, I watched that, and every time, I mean, I'm getting cheered up right now, but every time I watch it, I just start bawling. And you look, and Nicholson he's just sitting there, and he's just bawling. He's just like, it's just one of those. It's a good movie. It's just
I don't remember that movie at all.
Yeah, no, it's that movie.
It's amazing how Lance remembers shit.
Oh no, I just no. If it clicks with me, it just like yeah. It is it's a tough little thing. It's a tough thing to watch. Yeah, my grandfather, my stepdad was the same way. He had receipts from the hotels he stayed in on sales trips from the 70s.
I think it was that generation, man. Like when my grandfather died, we found actual used napkins because he would use one napkin 4 times. Like the depression era shit.
I suppose. I mean,
he saved fucking everything, man.
Oh yeah, when my mom's dad passed away, and we had to move my grandma, and he passed away. He had cancer, and he died relatively young in his 60s. And when we had to move her out of her apartment that they were living in, we went into the attic, and we found boxes and boxes of, when you go and buy a pound of hamburger, and they give you that little styrofoam tray that it rests on.
Yeah.
They literally washed them and cleaned those. And we found, like, my brother and I found like 3 or 4 cardboard boxes filled with those meat tray things, and we're just like, why did you save these, Grandma? Oh well, we just, you never know if we needed to wrap up some food or something, with some saran wrap. It was really, and we're like, okay, whatever.
Me and Joe were talking about that. Like my grandparents pretty much raised me. My father took off when I was very young. My mother disappeared at one time. So it was my grandparents for a while. Like, I picked up a lot of shit from them. Like Jen was like, we were talking about my credit score, which was never very good because I never had it. I had paid everything in cash. Like I had to take a very high loan just to build some credit on a car. But she's like, why do you live like that? You have one credit card that you use only in an emergency. It's just how I am, Jen. If I can't afford it, we don't have it. It's like there's a difference between want and need with me. Where she, like, her mother died, and she was in so much credit card debt. It's like, I don't understand why you want to do that to yourself. Just the stress that you're constantly living under.
Yeah.
But it's like, I guess it's just because the way we were brought up.
It's funny. I was talking to somebody about this the other day about debit versus credit cards. Here in Canada, I guess debit cards aren't very big there, but here it's like, the main source of payment these days is debit. Because it's
Yeah.
money you have in the bank
most
for
part.
sure.
Yeah, for the most part, it's like that here. Well, I'm assuming for most people. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like debit, maybe and credit if you don't have the money or you want to get the points or whatever, and then cash is like a buddy of mine took over a restaurant, and he doesn't take cash. It's debit and credit only.
Weird.
I know, that's what I thought too. I
No, I
wonder if that's
guess-
even legal.
Was this a recent thing? I'm wondering if like COVID had something to do with it.
Just before, it was before COVID.
Was it? Yeah, I don't know.
And I'm like, so no, don't you mean you're only taking cash and not cards? No, other way around. Like, really?
Yeah, that's really weird.
That is weird.
But it seemed to work for him, and he's like, yeah, it's fine. We haven't had many complaints.
Well, I guess essentially any internet business you do is basically the same thing.
No, that's a good point. Yeah.
Yeah. For the most part.
Mm-hmm.
It's a shame Forrest isn't on. We drove past that robot seafood restaurant that I mentioned a while back ago. It's no longer there. Yeah.
A robot seafood restaurant.
Yeah, it was. From my understanding, I think there was actual people in the back making the food, but a robot would serve you the food at the table. Like there was no waitresses, or I think there was a hostess, but there was like no waiters or waitresses or anything. It was like some kind of weird gimmick. I live near a college town.
Oh, is that like the X-Files episode?
Oh yeah. Nah, but I think there was actual people in the bag in this one. Yeah,
That was
sorta.
that was probably the best episode of the new batch.
Yeah.
That was such a really well done, Stephen King type creepy ass episode.
It was.
Like you expect to see something like that on the Twilight Zone or something, because it was such a departure from the other episodes.
Yeah, it was.
I loved it. Yeah, one movie that really stuck with me over the years is Pleasantville.
Jen and I watched that a couple weeks
Oh
ago.
yeah. I remember that one.
It really kind of impacted me a lot, and for a number of reasons. But I think it's a really great movie. And
I do remember the Fiona Apple Across the Universe cover was very good in that.
okay,
she did a cover of the
Yeah.
obviously the famous the famous song from the Beatles or whatever,
Yeah.
which is one of my favorite Beatles songs too. It's just but
I
yeah,
am
the Fiona Apple cover is pretty awesome.
I Am Sam always stuck with me for some reason. Maybe because of the soundtrack.
The I Am Sam soundtrack was very good.
Yeah,
which one?
I Am Sam.
Yeah, I don't remember the soundtrack of that one, but
It's all Beatles.
It's all
Is
Beatles.
it? Okay,
Yeah.
Yep.
there you go.
There was another one. Oh, what was it? It was based off of Beatles. It was like a musical for Beatles, Revolution or something. But it wasn't as good, the soundtrack. It
There was
wasn't
Backbeat.
Backbeat. I never seen that one.
It wasn't a documentary, but it was like a loosely based on the Beatles, maybe. I think it
Yeah.
was actually it was a dramatic movie.
No, I don't remember that. This one was like a music. They were like, it was like a musical. They were singing along and like reenacting different songs. Like she came through the bathroom window. They actually had a woman
Mhm.
go through a bathroom window.
Oh yeah.
Jen and I actually saw Rain. It was a cover band of the Beatles. Like off Broadway type thing. That was pretty cool. They sounded just like.
Yeah, it was. So yeah, it was about the Beatles, called Backbeat with Stephen Dorff.
Dorf. Yeah.
Wow, there's a name from the past.
Yeah, I like Steven Dorff a lot. He was just in a series not too long ago. Deputy, I think it was called.
If you say
I
so.
haven't seen that one. There's a couple Beatles things coming out. Like I know the guy who made Lord of the Rings, the director.
Peter Jackson.
That
making
movie from a year or so ago or whatever, there was like the guy who wakes up and he starts singing Beatles
Yesterday.
songs. Yeah, that was good.
Yesterday.
That was
yeah,
excellent.
pretty
I
good.
really enjoyed that.
Yeah.
That was very clever.
Yeah.
I enjoyed that.
Across the Universe, I think it was called, the one I'm talking about.
Oh yeah. Strangely enough, we were just talking about that song.
I had to remember. I thought it was Revolution for some reason.
Yeah. What was the other one that I'm trying to think of other movies that just like
Radio
stick to your
Flyer.
ribs. Stick to your ribs, so to speak.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. It's just it's weird, it's like I find like any movie that okay, so for example, this isn't probably the best comparison, but I'm sure you guys have these in your areas too. When Halloween season comes rolling around, in this area,
It's already here.
What?
It's already here. Shit's in the store.
I know, but
Fucking America.
there is
Here too.
yeah, there are like
Fucking
haunted
American
corn
cousins.
mazes. There's there's a couple of haunted corn mazes, and there's one that actually I forget what the little town is, but there's an old school that they haven't torn down, and that they have they get the permission to go in there and just basically turn this old school into a big giant haunted house, and they put up they basically they have this whole contraption of forcing you to go down these passageways, and then there's actually so the people can actually run around above you and slam on the grates and things like that just to spook you, and they kind of chase you around there. Basically, it's all good fun, right? I'm scared, but I'm really not being murdered, that kind of thing. And the thing is that my daughter and I have gone to a few of them. My wife doesn't much like them, but they're okay. And sometimes my daughter and her friends will come with, and I just kind of hang back. But a few times that I've gone, and to be fair, my daughter was 9, 10, and she was just and she was going through it. I mean, she was just she probably not the best thing I ever did for but I was like, you want me? She's she would see there's these little every single gas station, there's this little pad of basically these little postcards that said present this and get $10 off admission. Which is whatever, they it's they're not really. It's like the whole thing is this is what you're paying for shipping in any Kickstarter ever. No, you're not really. The shipping's built into the price. But anyway, not giving you all the secrets. But the whole point is that she was a trooper every single time. There was one time we went there was too young, and she got through 90% of it, and then there was at the very end you had to go down this slide that was basically a big giant tube that you couldn't see the bottom. And she was yeah, at 9 years old, she's I can't do that, right? And so we had to exit the haunted house, go there, which is fine. I get that. You're trusting that there's nothing horrible at the end, but you need to be able to see the light at the end of the slide. And she just wasn't going to do it. That was the only time she ever quit. Every other time, especially even when we were brother the friends, they've just chickened out. Either halfway through before they even make it in, because they hear the chainsaws going off, and then hear people screaming off of the corn maze and things like that. They're yeah, I'm not. Kids are yeah, I'm not doing that. But whenever I go through those, I just sit there and I tell myself it's all fake. I mean, I sit there and I just keep walking, and somebody runs up behind you and starts their chainsaw. Yeah, okay, it's gonna startle you, but I don't allow myself to go into the whole I don't allow myself to buy into it, right? And so it's because I gotta be laughing about it so my daughter doesn't freak out, and so I'm when the guy comes running around the corner with the the leather face mask on and the chainsaw, and he's swooping around, I'm just I just start laughing. I'm look at that guy, I just laugh, and diffuse the situation. But the thing is that like I say that because like in movies, like how many times have you been watching a movie? Like say you're watching the most recent like Mission Impossible movie, right? And all of a sudden you find yourself actually getting caught up in the action. It's like, well, Tom Cruise isn't going to die. Ethan Hunt isn't going to die.
One of these days he is.
Yeah.
He's going to kill himself on a stunt.
Well, no, but I mean, like I'm talking about like the
I
character.
know in the movie. I know.
Yeah, in the movie, you're watching this, and it's just like, yeah, I mean, Ethan Hunt isn't gonna like, he isn't gonna. The bad guys aren't going to successfully like shoot him or something like that. That's just not happening. But you find yourself still like getting like oh my gosh, what is he gonna make it? Will he defuse the bomb in time? And when that happens, when I actually care, when I actually find myself like, oh geez, I'm like, kudos to you, weirdo TV show, for a weirdo movie, for actually getting me to buy into your BS. It's like you pulled it off. You did it. You got me interested. You got me to care. And
we pay them the bullshit us, Lance. That's what we do.
Yeah.
I kind of have that, but not for action sequences or whatever like that. I really empathize far too much with awkward situations.
Yes, I was just gonna say, when you're watching something and it's not real, but the person's like got that like horrible. It's like it's just so horribly embarrassing. Like, I actually like cringe. I can't watch.
Yeah.
it.
Oh, me too. I squirm in my seat. One show that I love but I can't watch very much is Frasier.
Oh, really?
Because he gets himself into these situations that are just so fucking uncomfortable, and you're like,
yeah. I when you're watching that, you're so embarrassed for them, even like it's all fake, but you're like embarrassed. You're embarrassed for those people, which is ridiculous. It's I don't know. It's crazy. It's crazy that like that stuff actually, gets you to that point, which, good for them. Right. I mean, good for them for like being able to create something like that.
What is it with people with the horror movies though? Why do people get it so, seek them out so much? Because I noticed lately, that's all you see is like horror movies. On
I think with horror movies, I think my personal opinion why horror movies are getting people are enjoy them is just it's safe thrills, right?
Yeah, I guess. Yeah. Like I was asking Jen about that. Like she watches them and she covers her ears and shit like that. But for me, it's like I know I've seen too much death. I like some horror movies, but I don't like all that gory shit just because I've seen so much of it. Yeah.
Somebody said that wasn't Diet Dr. Shasta. No, it wasn't. It was. I found I hadn't been able to find Pib Extra in a long time, and I actually found a 12-pack of Pib Extra, and I was out shopping, so I picked up a 12-pack of Pib Extra, which is. Sorry to interrupt, but did you guys, if you haven't watched Suicide Squad, at like the very beginning of it, Captain Boomerang is drinking a Pib Extra. I applauded. I was like, that's a man who knows his sodas. Anyway,
that was a decent movie.
You were saying.
What was I? Oh, the gore. Yeah, I've seen so much of that. I just don't understand why people get into it. Although, like, I like Stephen King type things, although he can't write an ending. But the movies make up for that sometimes.
I was thinking about Stephen King today, and I was thinking about like novels that he writes and things like that. One of my favorite stories that he ever wrote was a novella. And it isn't even so much that the
Shawshank.
novella, novella. No, it's I think it's this. I think it's in the same book though. It's
What was it that one?
it was the breathing method. It was on different seasons, which yes, it is. So that is the fourth story in different seasons, which is the same thing that Shawshank is on there.
Yeah.
And
Um,
so and he it is about the best thing about this is about the breathing method. It isn't the actual story that technically what the breathing method is about. What's the most interesting thing is it's like it feels like it's straight out of a like almost like Cthulhu-esque world where there's this weird what's I'm looking for, like gentleman's club that where in the 1930s where these guys go to sit and like play pool or chess or just go and read books and talk, and then every Christmas they have a like a story that is told, like a horror story that is told every year. And then the breathing method is about the actual horror story that's being told, but the actual background of telling about this weird gentleman's club that these people are staying at, and it's just like, and how it's the place is just really creepy, and there's all these things that are weird that are going on, but nobody really knows what's going on. Like the person that's in charge of the gentleman's club is like this butler who like never seems to age, you know. So like I love the world that the story itself is kind of who cares, but like the background to that weird thing is super cool. Anyway, so read that. That's a great little novella. Yeah.
And Gunslinger got me into Stephen King. But weirdly enough, one of his more off works, yeah. Then The Stand, that was a pretty good book. I watched that miniseries. It was okay. The one Peacock or whoever it is now, the one with the Star Trek on it. NBC, I forget which one it is. They did a remake of The Stand. It was all right.
CBS.
No, it's one of these paid ones now that has that Star Trek Discovery and all that on it. What a
CBS
Paramount
All Access.
Well, yeah, whoever owns it now, I don't remember.
Yeah.
It was on that. It was, I think I like the one with Gary Sinise and the guy from Coach better.
Oh, really?
Yeah, than this
Gump?
newer one. Yeah.
Forrest
Gary
Gump has
Sinise
some
and the guy
moments.
with Hooch from Hooch. That's hilarious.
Forrest Gump has moments that make me go.
Oh yeah.
Me and Jen were just talking. I want to rewatch it, but we can't find it anywhere for free. But we're going to spend the $3 or whatever. It's just gotta get time. It's been years since I've seen that one. We just watched the Making Movies That Made Us or whatever it was called, and they were featuring that.
All right, I got to restart my computer.
What's wrong with your computer?
I updated my tablet, my pen display, and my pressure sensitivity is not working.
Sons of a bitch. All right.
And I'm probably not going to jump back on. I'm going to hit the sack.
Oh wow. Well, fine, man. Leave us alone then. Leave us. We might end up shutting down. Well, no, you know what? Barry and I could just sit here on chat. Thanks anyway, though.
I wanted to talk about the Titans.
Oh fuck! Was that ever dark?
They went with the red hood.
So I haven't. So tell me about that, because I'm not to keep you here, but I mean, that was somebody. I've heard some people say that Titans is a great show, and I've heard some people say that Titans is a horrible show. Is it worth watching? Is it worth me putting my time into it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is not. So
it's dark at times.
It's gritty.
Yeah.
It's funny because I mean, like a lot of these B character shows, they dealing with the big names for DC in the show, even though in comics, it's nothing to bring Batman into the comic, right, for Titans, but actually dealing with it on a television series has issues, so they don't do that.
Gotcha.
But as soon as you get past that, which is not really anything to get past, to be honest,
Yeah.
I really enjoy the how kind of real it is, gritty and real, and not like,
Yeah.
you know.
Well, real to the extent with magical.
Well, yeah, I
and
mean,
shit.
there's,
You know.
there's some suspension of disbelief there, but how believable it is.
Yeah. Yeah, I went into it not knowing much about the Titans at all. Like, I knew it was
Yeah.
a thing. I knew it was a cartoon for kids. You know,
Yeah,
Teen Titans. It's what I associate it with. Yeah.
yeah, no, it's
But-
great. I really enjoy it. And they're dealing with this third season. They're dealing with the Red Hood, which is kind of cool.
Yeah. Yeah, it surprised me they went into that so quickly. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Well, as soon as he showed up, I knew it was going to be
Yeah.
in the
Yeah.
storyline. So, but yeah, do it.
Yeah, it is. It's only what, 2 or 3 episodes in the first season.
Yeah, the fourth one's coming this week.
So I think there's what, 12
Something
or
like that.
13 in a season. It's not that long of a
No.
series to catch up on and all.
But I mean, if you want some of the same characters and even better story and stuff, Young Justice is way better.
I haven't seen that.
Fantastic show.
Fantastic.
Fantastic.
Mhm.
Yeah, really, really good.
Well, if you say so.
I was saying to somebody the other day, there's a casting director and director for the animated shows. Her name is Andrea Romano, and she's basically the instrument that makes a lot of the the animated shows that I love, good.
Yeah.
She's so amazing at putting the right team together and directing them, and oh my god,
It is a talent.
Justice League, Batman, the animated series, a lot of the DC ones, obviously, and then there's some a whole bunch of other ones too. But I think she did Legend of Korra. She did Avatar, the Avatar series. Just her IMDb list is something to be awed. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. Was it last week we were talking about the documentary for Batman the animated series?
Yes.
Yeah, she makes an appearance in that.
Might have to check that out.
Yeah.
You should. It's a good watch.
I just watched that documentary on Val Kilmer. That was kind of sad.
I'm avoiding it.
Oh, yeah. It was interesting. I think
Val
it's
a
pretty
lot.
much like anybody with a handicap. You've got to force yourself to be positive. You know, he's so positive, but it's kind of a sad story.
Yeah.
Yeah, what do you do?
Yeah, it is what it is. You're forced to deal with it. You know?
I mean, yeah, again, what do you do? I mean, you just gotta go back and watch the watch the stuff that he was in that that he was, I mean, that was amazing, right? I find myself going back and watching all that stuff all the time, and just really good stuff. Just
I felt really bad when they got to the part with the Marlon Brando and the Isle of Dr. Monroe thing.
Oh yeah.
He's always wanted to work with his idol, and then his idol's forced not to do what he does best, because of the director. Yeah, I felt bad for him there.
Yeah.
But
Cool.
it was a good watch.
All right, fellas.
all right, buddy.
Have a good one. Keep the torch going.
Yeah, we will. We'll handle it without you. Go for it.
Yeah.
Have a good night.
Good night, Matthew.
Bye.
So what do you think? Did you hear about the Scarlett Johansson thing with the Black Widow? there was she basically sued Disney because of a breach of contract where they released it in theaters and in streaming, so it cut into the profit of the movie, and she never agreed to go onto the streaming service.
Okay.
So I'm sure she had some points on the back end or something. So it was going to make $1 billion. That's a couple $100,000 that she's missing out on. Which I understand, but Disney's like, all right, you're done. No more Disney movies. Scarlett Johansson's done with Disney. Instead of like trying to work out a deal or something, it was weird. Like I understand Scarlett Johansson's end of it, and I understand Disney. This would set precedents for this weird time we're in.
So one of the things that I was like, that kind of drove me crazy was I was sitting there and I was when I went and watched why can't I talk? Why can't I think? I went and watched the Scarlet Witch movie, and we went to go see that and in the movie theater, and that was cool, right? I was like, okay, that's cool. We watched that, and then and I was but then like I was sitting there and I kept on saying, this seems weird, right? It was like, because it just, I mean, it was entertaining all, but I mean, it was again one of those things where it's like, why didn't this come out, way before, right? Why didn't this? Why it's like, and I realized all the delays and everything like that.
Yeah.
And I sometimes I kind of sat there and I was like, that would have been like, the movie would have been so much better if it had been like released
2 years ago.
Yeah. Like you're watching this thing, and I mean, I know this is all we're treading over a bunch of stuff that everybody's already discussed and what have you, but like when you're sitting there and you're thinking about oh well, look who decided to show up. When we sat there and like the whole thing where you're like, all right, well, this is kind of cool and all, and you're doing this thing, and then you're like, but wait a minute, she's dead, and I know she's dead. And it's just kind of like, I mean, it's just like it's one. And again, you can't. It's super hard to break that whole like, oh, I'm worried for her when she's alive because she did a bunch of other stuff. I don't know. It's stuff like that just bugs me. Well, if it isn't the soon-to-be $1 million man, Peter Vaughn.
How's it going? Thank you for inviting me on.
Dude, you don't have an invite. You have like you're part of the secret group. You can log in anytime you want, and
I appreciate that. I have a rare Wednesday night where I'm actually free. I mean, other than the Kickstarter, which is like insane, but yeah, no,
oh yeah, it's so insane just sitting there and watching the money roll in.
It's very interesting. I haven't had a Kickstarter before that has this many voices, going one direction, that direction, this thing and that thing. I'm trying to keep up, so it's something else. Well, at one point this past weekend, I said I can only do what I can do. I mean, there are retailers just yelling at me because I haven't had a chance to send them information, which I totally get why they'd be pissed off, but I can't. Doing the best,
So I can say this, and again, Gray Fox Games, we always have a retailer pledge. We always give you a deal. It always makes it, and I get it that like there's a lot of people, the retailers, who are like, this is why, I didn't read your update. It's because, we back, hundreds of things and we get, tons of update emails. So no, I didn't read your most recent update because to know what's happening with your game, because I get too many of these emails. Okay, fine. But here's this is something that bugs me. First of all, I back tons of stupid little RPG stuff all the time. Little $8 zines that people
Yeah.
sell.
That's cool.
And so yeah, I mean, it's just like if there's an little RPG book out there, I mean, I realize that person's going to print 100 of those and they're never going to make them again. So if I want a copy of it, I got to get it now.
Yeah.
So I get my inbox, my Undead Viking videos, Gmail. 90% of the emails I get are Kickstarter update emails. Most recent update for this. I read every single one. I don't read them all like in one. Just they'll sit there, but I read every single one to make sure I don't miss. Like, go to this pledge manager, fill this out, do that, do so.
Yeah.
So I tell you no, you don't get to. But then it's like, but I think that's fine. Whatever. You want to send me a message, just like, I hate Kickstarter messaging.
God, yes, it's 100% awful. The first thing I do is say, email me here, which of course also doesn't get listened to, which is funny to me.
No. I mean, that's the first thing I do too. I was like, the quickest, easiest way for us to resolve this issue is you to email me your problem at this. Once you do that, I will handle your request. I get them out of Kickstarter email as soon as I possibly can. And because it is a horrible user interface, it's garbage. It just doesn't. I hate it with the fires of 1,000 suns. But the other thing is that it's like, you go to the trouble. You don't even have a retailer pledge set up though yet, right? You don't have that set up for them.
What I did was on the Kickstarter page, I said, if you're a retailer and you're interested, just email us. I decided not to put a pledge.
Okay.
And that causes a lot of confusion. I don't know if I should have put a pledge, because what I'm getting is, hey, do you have a retailer pledge? And I'm like, yeah, there's a thing that says just email me.
Well, no, nobody reads. That's a
I figured that out.
But this is the thing that like, Shane and I will agonize for an hour or two about what are we going to offer for a retailer pledge? Are we you order a case and this is what you get. Is there a maximum number of cases? What's the shipping going to be for this? What are we going to do? This, that, and the other thing. Do we allow add-ons? What is the percentage on the add-ons? We go back and forth. It's like, it's a meeting that we have that we go through and we write it all out in a spreadsheet and we get it all set up and we get it put in there and we get it done. So I go to all that trouble, and there's all the instructions explicitly saying you need to have a brick and mortar store. You need to have this. You need to give us this. This is how much it's going to cost. There are no add-ons. Whatever you'll get. And you still get an email. What are you offering for retailers? Just read it. And then the thing is that, something, I hate to say it, but there are days that, like, 99% of the time I will just basically copy and paste what's there. Because it's already in a like a notepad that I have open. Copy, paste, send. But man, like 1 out of 100, I'll say, please go to the Kickstarter page and look at the retail pledge level. This will answer all the questions you have. Just like
yeah.
And if you still are you're having problems, please email me, because it's just like, it's like, I want to support a local game store. I really, really do, because those are people that have this little shop and they want to do their thing. But just work with me just a little bit, on just making sure. That's also, how many times have you gotten this email so far, Peter? Are you supporting group pledges?
We actually we went right into group pledges with open arms and said, since we're going to get the questions anyway, let's just do a group pledge thing.
Really?
Yeah.
So for group pledges, we just categorically just tell people, if you have a local game store, contact them.
Well, see, that's a good idea. But what's funny about retailers is, like, my very first Kickstarter was What the Food, and I thought I was going to do something great, but I was going to say, if you order and you go get your local game store to join you, I will give them a free copy. I did this whole thing, right? And then I thought, oh, I'm being great. I'm giving back to the community, and I'm making it so that the game store can have multiple people and stuff like that. And then the game stores would say to me, "You jerk! Now I got work to do. I'm so mad. Why'd you tell him that? I'm like, what? I thought I was. You're giving a free game." But they didn't want a free game. They didn't want a game that they didn't ask for, and so I created more work for them, and I didn't mean to.
Well, speaking of which,
Peter.
I should mention. I know that Christian's here too.
Yeah, sure.
We're gonna totally steal your puzzle idea.
Oh
And,
yeah.
sure. So I'm gonna have to set up a meeting with you when you have like time for me to like just pick your brain on a few things.
I've done the puzzles on 4 campaigns. Was it 3 or 4? 4, I think.
You started them on Rise, right?
Yeah, Rise of Tribes, Dwellings of Elder Vale, Mission Catastrophe, and Flamecraft. Flamecraft being the biggest one that they didn't connect on all of those, right?
Yeah.
So,
Christian, is our meeting tomorrow at 11 or 1? For some reason, I thought you said 11, but the meeting said 1 on the invite.
It's 1.
Okay, for some reason, I had it stuck in my head that it was 11. Good, I can sleep in a little bit more.
puzzles are great. Guys, tell you I've already got some awesome tips and tricks. I can tell you some things about the puzzles because I think they're fantastic. And they just get that interactivity going. People talk to other people because of those things.
Yeah, I was having a conversation. Actually, I think it was Josh who was saying how your Discord will tell people if they got it right, if they want to go to the room and ask, right? And he was asking basically like, well, is that a good thing to like let them know if it's right and stuff? I said, it doesn't matter. You've got them engaged. That's all that matters, right?
Well, what's funny about that one is it's kind of a mistake that the website doesn't tell you that you got it right, because the guy who programmed it didn't put that in, and then all of a sudden people were answering puzzles like, do I get it right? And so I quickly thought of a way that they could check. And then a lot of people still ask me, can you just tell me when I enter it? But I realized that would mean that they just go away. They don't actually need to go ask anymore. So it was like what is that thing? It's like it's not a bug, it's a feature.
Yeah.
Yeah, it just encourages.
Yeah.
Just encourages it. Yeah.
Yeah. So
What are you gonna do?
Where's everybody? You chased everybody away, Lance.
I know, right?
No, they just Aldi's gone.
All right.
Excuse me.
Do good for us.
Ugh. And what is it? I can't even think of what I
Grant's
know.
got a show, I
Forest
think.
is off and on, and
Oh, I wish
Yeah.
Forrest would come on because I enjoyed the heck out of his
Yep.
Kickstarter critique of Flamecraft.
Yeah.
That was awesome.
here I'll text him.
I thought you were just going to talk about just in general his lately, how he's been doing the stuff, because we talk about those sometimes and I think they're fun to watch. I
They're-
disagree with them on some parts.
Yeah, I disagree with him, but you can't disagree with how passionate he's getting in those things. It's just great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, my mother's listening, or at least she was. She was a half hour ago. She texted me because I got something wrong. It was egg cartons that my grandparents saved, not so
Hey.
much the other thing. I was wrong. So I apologize. Mom,
I
if you're
missed the
listening-
grandparent story, huh?
Miss
Yeah,
Meister.
yeah.
Is that her name, Lance? Is it still Meister, or did she change it?
No, so everybody, yeah. Well, hey, I send Richard Ham an invite every week, and he just doesn't show up because he's too cool for school. So
I don't blame him.
well, it's hard to
Good
blame him.
for us.
Oh yeah,
I'd like to see him back on. I would definitely like to see him back on.
Yeah. Here, come back on.
I'd like to see Keith back.
He texted me earlier today. We talked a little bit. We didn't talk on the phone. We talked back and forth a little bit about kids.
Yeah.
Nice.
I'm surprised you're not sleeping, Peter.
Yeah, I really should be sleeping, but I
No
have
rest for
to-
the wicked.
I have to email all of these retailers tonight, or it's going to be like torches tomorrow. I really
It's going to
want
be like, no, they still want your game tomorrow.
I mean, yeah,
Realistic.
that's good. It's a good thing. It's really great that everyone's interested. Oh my God. We just unlocked like more languages that just, it's like, wow. The Japanese are going to flip out.
Are you there yet? Oh, you're almost there.
Japanese. Huh?
Well, we're translating it into Japanese. Yeah.
932,000.
What about Chinese, Peter?
That's like tomorrow.
I'm curious
You got
about that.
Chinese too.
So there isn't a Chinese.
We're gonna
market
have
for
flame
board
Look
games?
at him! Look at him! Look at him! Peter's just trying not to be all like super jazzed. He's just smiling.
This is ridiculous. It's translated in Korean and Chinese and Japanese and German, French, Spanish, Polish. We're gonna.
So
announce,
you
I think-
must have a lot of different publishers that are reaching out to you saying, can we be your like X number to publish this in German or publish this in Polish for you and stuff
Well,
like that.
there was those requests, but we signed with Lucky Duck, so Lucky Duck is taking all of it. So I just get to say, hey, go pitch yourself to Lucky Duck, and maybe you could have the you could publish it in this language,
You could be
which is great because I got so many Russian requests that I was like, please go talk to Lucky Duck, and that was so much easier.
Yeah.
Yes.
There was one that was really funny to me, and I didn't do anything about it for a while because I was like, but it was hilarious. It was the email came in like, so we're in Russia and we want your game, and we are very surprised that we cannot find the full rules right now because we'd like to basically create your game and try and test it in our offices right now. And I was like, that is why the rules are not online right now, because it was like months ago before we launched that they sent me that, and I was like, that's not happening. But curious that they wanted to do that.
But how are they going to replicate your game?
If there's a will, there's a way.
I mean, what's funny is when they wrote that, we had only splashed some images on social. So there wasn't even like a structure that they could potentially, there wasn't anything. And I was like, yeah, okay. But they were very interested. It's wild to me because I have a friend of mine who's, he has a small publishing company, Guerrilla Games. You ever met Jeff? I'm trying to think of his last name.
Jeff
Yeah.
Sidek.
Yeah, Jeff Sidek. Jeff Sidek and I had this
One of
big-
the nicest people
Yeah.
you'll ever meet in your life. But anyway.
Absolutely.
Oh, look at this. I sent
Yeah.
I sent Forrest a text. I summoned he summoned it. He was gonna then now he's gone.
Well, really quickly about Jeff Sidek, he has had almost more success in Russian licensing of his games than he has had in his English ones because he got the game Lifeboat to a Russian company, and it didn't take off as much in the US, but it just like that Russian company just keeps reprinting Lifeboat.
Oh, I love Lifeboat.
Yeah.
Lifeboat's a great game. I
I
love
think
that
I've ever
game.
played that.
That's the game that like you you have a special power or something, and you're on the lifeboat after like the ship is sunk, and it's like it's cutthroat, and then you'll get these cards that basically will tell you there's somebody on the boat that you hate and there's somebody on the boat that you love, and you want to kill the one that you hate, and you want to like save the one that you love, and so that's how you win or lose. And it's
Cool.
entirely possible for you to get yourself. So if you hate yourself, you want to kill yourself, but somebody on the boat loves you and doesn't want you to die, so they'll like try to save you from dying. And if like you love yourself, it's just like then you absolutely positively and you can actually hate yourself and love yourself. And then there's rules for being like psychotic, and just like and yeah, it's
Funny. That's funny.
Lifeboat is, it's a dark.
This is pre-pandemic, but I enjoyed the heck out of I'd run into Jeff at Essen and we would just kind of hang out and chat. Jeff's fantastic.
Yeah, I like when he puts on the gorilla suit and starts wandering around.
Yeah.
Forrest, how's
Russia
it going?
game kills you. Huh?
Yes. Hey, look, everybody, it's Forrest.
Yeah.
That was some Gloomhaven.
Gloomhaven?
I went over my friend who runs a comic book store. He's like, hey, I have a bunch of leftover comics for free comic book day. I went there to go pick it. There was a Gloomhaven comic book.
Was there?
I mean, just not to be stunned by anything. I mean, I was just kind of like, all right, cool. It's a Gloomhaven comic book.
Why not at this point?
Why?
I am sure there's a ton of people just like throwing anything they can. Like, hey, we got this.
That's how He-Man started.
Yeah, maybe.
Or Transformers.
So Forrest, Peter was saying that he loved your Kickstarter critique.
I
Good.
did.
Glad.
That was so much fun.
I typically get positive reactions from creators once every 10 times. It's not positive.
Because I thought it was so funny that as soon as I knew you were going to do it, because you reserved the event like 4 days prior to launch. Like it was like you set this event, and I was charmed by that. I said, well, I'm going to go post that on social media that Forrest is going to cover it. I was all excited. I was bragging to people. Forrest is going to cover my game. And Ed Baraf is like, why why would you talk about this critique that's going to like rip into your game? And I'm like, I think this is awesome. I think why not have fun with what we're about to do here? And why don't we make a page that Forrest likes? Well, except for the shipping being at the bottom, but other than that, why don't we make a page that Forrest likes?
You gotta get off that hill. Shipping should always be at the bottom.
I agree with that 100%. But actually, based on but Forrest, I have to tell you this because I don't know if you saw this comment on social media, but so when you covered it, I was like so behind the 8 ball and I'd only written one update. So I was like, oh my God, there's people backing. I'm not organized, right? So in that one update, I quickly did it without asking a question. And then of course you come on, you're like, hey, your update should be asking a question. So then the next update, I asked a question and I got 135 or 50 people to answer. Then the next one I asked a question, I got 200 people to answer. And so the questions are just, for anyone who doesn't believe, whoever, if people don't believe that to be true, that totally worked.
And it just blows my mind because it's the easy. Like I've seen updates where they put their heart and their soul and their passion into it. It's like 18 comments. And then I saw, Bantam West did it. Bantam West did an update that was like, it took them hours and hours and hours to construct it. And they did unique, cool things. And then they did one that was like, what's your favorite Western movie? And it was just like, that's all you had to do. And you got the same amount of engagement.
It's a good tip. Yeah, really good tip.
Okay.
I also, after watching your thing, because I had a good laugh with the team about moving things up on the page, because if you move everything up, then like everything is at the top. So, but I did move some things up because I was like, look what Forrest has to slog through this lore part, which I was like, no one like those. I love the dragons and I wanted to show it, but I realized that is what everyone scrolls that they don't want to like get that later. If you're really bored, right? You can go through that part. So I moved that down and I moved all these 4 sections up. So it was good. That stuff is really useful.
Yeah. I really enjoy doing it. It's, I think it's going to be a really cool thing because I just like I got to show something. So I did one for Not Enough Mana, which by the way is without a doubt one of the coolest drinking games I think I've ever seen. They sent me a prototype copy, but cool. No exaggeration. It literally just becomes, at the end of Munchkin where it's just like, all right, who's going to finally end this game? And you can just make the game go on forever and ever. You can do that in this game, except you do it by drinking. Like you can literally prolong the game.
So there is an end.
The end is pretty much when someone gives up on drinking. So like when you take a shot, you get 3 mana, which is what you use in currency in the game. And it was like, oh my gosh, why hasn't this been done before? But they appreciated the Kickstarter and they sent me like this really fancy set that isn't even one of their pledge levels. Like I think it's like a really exclusive thing. I don't know. But they sent it all the way from Poland. And it's like, yeah, here we go. So this is like wooden engraved. Like
that's fancy.
Oh no, wait till you see the inside. Like I feel like somebody off Mad Men because bada boom. And
Wow.
like this thing is heavy as
That's
hell.
awesome.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. And I was like, wow, thanks a lot. Because it's, yeah. So they sent me that. So I put up a rules video for them. Just,
So is there a game in that box or just a drinking set?
this is the drinking set. They shipped me a prototype of the game
Huh.
What's the name of the game?
called Not Enough Mana. And it looks like a really cool drinking game, but their video is like really well made. I don't think it's a good video for Kickstarter, but it's from the same people who did Super Hot, the guy that designed Super Hot, the video game.
Yeah. That's cool. It's a good game.
Where's our Flamecraft shot glasses now, Peter?
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh man, I should put a list of the merch items that are on people's list. Oh my god, there were like hoodies, and all these things suggested today. I was like, well, if we make everything, we'll just cover all of our clothing needs and everything else. Just be done. That's crazy.
You could ship away all your profit too. It sounds good.
That's right. Yeah.
Just throw it in the
we have
box,
to
right?
be-
Hoodies will fit.
We do have to be careful. We're not really known for. I mean, like we were starting to get into it. Like we didn't know volumetric weight. Like if we start shipping stuffed animals, what that does.
Right.
I mean, yeah, there's some definite learning curve that's going to probably happen on that front.
Yeah. Hopefully you're doing.
Yeah, Chris is showing the time he made a statuette, and those all would they break?
It's there as a warning.
I had a question for you, Peter. I don't know if you want to talk about it, but
Yeah.
part of the reason why I covered that was because you had thousands of people who were signed up pre-launch to get
Yeah.
notified as soon as it launched. So whatever you were doing, keep doing that, because that was like probably top 5 of all the projects upcoming on Kickstarter. Yours was one of the top 5 most
Oh, thanks.
notified me.
What's really funny about that is I got that same drive from Glenn Drover, who was on the show. Because I saw Glenn had 6,000 waiting to go back Mosaic, and I was like, Glenn, how'd you do that? Like, what are you doing? Like, I gotta do that. Because it was driving. I was like, 6,000 people waiting to go in, and Mosaic is like, that's awesome.
Amazing.
And then actually, after I did what I did, I got several publishers saying, like, how'd you get 5,000 waiting? So like, it's totally, I mean, that you want to get as many.
Secret is
Put it in the
Well,
chat.
Flamecraft, I know a lot of people will say the secret is the artist, right? So the
Yeah,
artist
yeah.
brought a
Oh, yeah.
lot of it. But
Yeah.
what I feel like I did was I took the people that she had and I just kept I interacted with them for months. I kept writing. We started a Facebook group, and every time people would come in, I individually welcomed every single person in that Facebook group, and I did that for months because I was like, we're gonna be really friendly around here. And to Forrest's point, I actually asked when I did the welcome emails into Facebook, I asked them a question like, if you drank a magic potion, what would your ability be, and stuff like that. So they all answered those questions, and then I feel like we bonded, and they were like the first of the thousands that joined those. And I feel like for some reason, I think that sort of helps on the wall, right? So there's like, we have a question on the wall. Those people are right in there going, yeah, I totally know this one. It's great.
Yeah, the trivia, that's really cool. That's a really neat way to get people engaged. Extra stuff you're doing.
Yeah, we were talking about that at the beginning because Lance and Chris were talking about doing puzzles too, because the puzzles work.
It's just your market's gamers, gamify your Kickstarter. I mean, it makes.
I mean,
so much
come
sense.
on, yeah. It didn't work. So what's funny on Mission Catastrophe we did puzzles, but we actually we thought it would be fun to do interactive like text-based adventure type stuff. So you go onto the ship and you get literally presented with some of the choices you'd have in the game, which is that the engine room is failing and you have to go grab items and do this. We thought it was really cool. Nobody played. I mean, I don't know that they didn't work, right? So I don't know what, there's too much maybe, right? But it was fun to try it, and then we're just gonna keep trying stuff till figure out exactly what hits the best. We did the other thing about puzzles, which is interesting, is that your inclination is to make them easy because you think to yourself, oh, like I don't want to make these too hard, right? But no, you can't make them easy. You have to make them harder because then people ask another person how to solve it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah. So because we did a really easy one, we did a gimme one, which was the butcher puzzle, which was a word search. And we launched every puzzle every 2 weeks. And when we got to the word search, there was zero chat in Discord. Everyone just solved it peacefully among themselves. They just did their word search and then they didn't comment to anyone else. And I was like, that word search was like, I mean, it's good that there's an easy one, but I was like, nope, that word search, we're not doing the word search.
But what's funny is that was the first one I did. I was like, okay, cool. And you're right, I didn't talk to anybody. And then I went to the next one and I was like, oh, and I wanted to get that one done because I had success from the other one.
Oh,
It was all like it kind of dug me in. So even if you didn't get a response from that one, I bet you it still caught some people.
Oh, okay, that's a good point. Maybe we need we need one in there, yeah.
Yeah. To draw you in. The first one's free.
First one's free.
First taste is free.
That's right.
What's in your mug, Forrest?
oh, just water.
Just water.
I don't drink pretty much at all.
Well, then you can send me that that snifter you got there.
Well, that scepter makes me feel like a high class man.
Mhm.
You,
I feel like
you
I
aren't.
can open it up after a hard day's work and drink some delicious liquor.
4 inches of brown liquid, please. So Peter, success looks good on you. So I'm happy for you.
Yeah, no, man.
Well
It's looking
deserved.
really good.
I
Yeah.
really appreciate that.
Do you get out of bed every night just going like this to breaking games?
Hey, now some people are still involved there.
Yeah, I don't say that to Chris at all. No, I don't do that.
No.
Not to his face anyway.
No, the thing is about the crazy thing about it is, and I think I mentioned this, maybe I haven't mentioned this, but I did make an offer to Breaking Games to take Dwellings off I said I would kickstart it in 2021. I told them I could probably get it to 1 million. I felt like with Dwellings expansion, I would be able to do that. What's crazy looking back at this thing is that I would have had 2 this year. And I'm like, you guys missed. I don't know why they didn't take me up on that deal. I just think it would have been amazing.
Because you're reprinting the first edition as well, right? For this, where you can get both. Would that be part of the
For
pledge
the Dwellings one, you mean?
if they were going to do it?
Yeah. What I was pitching them was Dwellings base game, Dwellings new expansions, and Dwellings compact edition, which I had an idea to make a European tight, like super like a Clans of Caledonia box. It's like all just Dwellings in a really simple Euro box, right?
That'd be awesome.
Man, I know. I don't know what we're.
Instead, they did that light up game.
Oh, Lord Javi wants to ask me. Sorry to interrupt this. Lord Javi, I so rarely catch questions, but I did have a question. Wow, that's a really great moment. Alan Brown just said they're talking about things that make games auto win or something like that, and he said playing Axis and Allies and getting heavy bombers means you win, and it's like, and that is absolutely true. If you have no idea what that is,
Never played it.
So Axis and Allies, obviously the giant World War II board game. You have this ability. You can send your heavy bombers. You can send your bombers on you can send them to attack. Like you all go and attack that battleship over there, or be part of this attack over here. But you can also send it. I forget what it's called, like a strategic bomb run. People have their little factory complexes, and so if you send one to fly over there and bomb them, you get to roll a die, and that's how much money they lose. And so your IPCs is what they were called, industrial something credit, provisional credit, or something like that, and production credit. And you'd have to lose it. Like, so, I gained, 36 money, and you have that money until your next turn. But then if somebody bombs you, it's like, oh, you lose 6. Okay, well, that's one less tank I can buy on my turn. If you research and get heavy bombers, instead of 1d6, each bomber does 3d6
Oof.
damage to your money. And so, like, if you just fly a couple, like 2 or 3 bombers over somebody's industrial complex, you like literally, it's like, oh, I'm gonna roll 9 dice. You have no money. You can't. You have no way to. Yeah, you're over. Anyway, that's
Yeah, but it's total random if you're going to get that or not.
Oh,
you have to
no,
roll
no.
for you have to roll for your technology when you.
Yeah, there was a 1d6. It was there was super subs, the heavy bombers. There was jet fighters, like jet fighters. Would they planes defended on a 5 or less on a 6-sided die? They got a hit. It was insane. The one that people didn't realize that was really ridiculous was the one that reduced all costs of everything by 1. Which you're thinking, oh, who cares? But what that did
was good.
Well, for things like battleships that cost 25, who cares if it's 24, right? But for an infantry, which costs 3, all of a sudden now they're 2.
Yeah.
And it's just kind of like, yeah, I'll turn in my 24 money and I'll get 12 men. You know, you can't attack me anymore because I'm rolling 12 dice in defending right now because of all these dudes.
By the way, you can play that on Steam.
Yeah, I saw that. I still have my 50th anniversary edition still in shrink that I got like 1,000 years ago. But anyway, no. So the whole point is like what Javi asked me. He said, speaking of D&D, how long do you feel a player should play before they attempt to dungeon master?
First game.
I would. No, I mean, honestly, so I could probably
It's
soliloquize
different
on
for
this.
everyone.
Yeah, it is different. It is
I'm
different
sure
for
it
everyone.
is.
The thing is that I think anybody can dive in and DM. The problem is that when you start DMing, you should run a store-bought adventures. I mean, you just absolutely should.
Yeah,
Makes
100%.
sense, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, the whole create your own world and do your own thing. No. You
And-
go and buy one of those super cool books, or buy like the what was the one that was there was the new box set. It had like for 5th edition. It had
for new people.
Yeah, and it had the frost dragon on the cover, the white dragon on the cover or whatever.
Oh yeah,
and
what was that one?
Yeah, but honestly,
Icewind Dale? No.
it
I have a little.
Go
I
ahead.
have a bullet point to that one, Lance, which I think is because I suck at DMing and I wish I didn't. And so I thought I was going to buy one of those pre-made books and I was going to do this. Got my group together, and the first scenario happened in a big town. And let me tell you that a big town is a bad way to go for your starter, because then they go off into this building or that building, and you're like, oh, I don't know, I wasn't planning on you going over there. I mean, you should start at a tight space too, I think.
Yeah, I mean, so I'll touch on that in a second here. But here's the deal: it's I forget what it's called, but it's a box set, and it's you can get it online, and it's got a front. But the whole point is that it's kind of it's like a mini sandbox. There's like 3 or 4 cool little dungeons
Nice.
that your players can go to, and it literally structures exactly what they should do. And then there's literally in the town, your home base, there is a bulletin board there that basically says, we need somebody to go and tell these gnome miners that are over in this one spot that there's been dragon sightings and they need to come back to town so they'll be safe. And so like, oh, okay, we'll go do that. And then so then when they get back, there's another note that said, oh, well, now we need somebody to go and do this because there's been a dragon sighted. And it's like, and it step by step by step, and it's well done too. It's really good. I ran my daughter and her friends through it, and I still remember like this group of like 10-year-old girls, and like I was trying, it was like trying to get herding cats, and like some of them weren't really paying attention, but one of the girls asked at one point, can I have a pet cat? And I said, yeah, sure, you can have a pet cat. Why wouldn't I just give you a pet cat? And then
Oh.
somebody else said, well, can I have a pet cat too? And I was like, yeah, fine. You can both have pet cats. And so then they went to this one dungeon, and then
That's
they
your
were
whole
like,
campaign right there, isn't it?
well, no. And then it was like, and then one of them said, it's just like, oh, well, I'll stay outside with the cats. And then they're like, well, no, you're the cleric. You need to come with us. And it's just like, well, I don't want to bring the cats to the dungeon because they might get hurt. And then they were like, well, but then the druid or whatever talked to the cats and said, will you just stay here and wait? And the cat said, yeah, sure, we'll wait for you. And they're like, okay, cool, we'll be back in a little bit. And so they went into the thing. And then it actually says that because they go in, they find the gnome miners and they say, you got to leave. And they're like, cool, we'll pack up our stuff and we'll leave. And there's almost like no combat. But along the way, orcs show up to like, and so when they're leaving, like, and which adds to the verisimilitude of the situation. It's like, oh, the world changes as you're going. So these orcs happen to show up. And I was like, well, they left their cats outside. And I didn't kill the cats, but I said, the girls weren't paying any attention. They're kind of like talking about their own thing. And I was like, as you're walking out, you hear your cats screaming and yowling. And they're like, what? And they run outside. And yeah, you can see one of them's chasing one of the cats with an axe. And the other one's like holding one up by the tail and it's screaming in pain. Oh my gosh. Like this one girl, Scout, she's like, I read it. Like they knocked an orc unconscious and they're like, and they healed it so it can be alive while I stabbed a sword into his heart as he dies. Nobody will hurt the cats ever again. I was like, okay. And they came back every week after that. It was just like I had them at that moment when they had to kill the foul orcs. But no, DMing, like Chris and I have talked about this. It's like your whole thing. It's like, oh, I hadn't planned on going into that section of town. Yeah, well, that section of town is now the place that you planned them to go to. You never write yourself into a corner. Like Chris said something very poignant where he's like, he made this entire Star Wars tavern that like he thought everybody was going to go to, and then they didn't go to it. And he's like, well, that's okay. When they go over the next hill, the tavern will still be there. They'll eventually find it.
Yeah,
And
just move some furniture around. They ran into it later.
Yeah, and it's just that's one of the things you learn is the illusion of choice. It's like you tell your players, yeah, you can go anywhere you want to go, but man, that evil necromancer and his band of ghouls is going to be wherever you decide to go. It doesn't matter if you head to the forest or the cavern; he's waiting.
Actually, you know what? I did something recently where I told them, hey, you need to go to this spot, and you could either go through this area of space that's safe, but it's going to take you like 2 days to get there, or you could go there faster. It'll be only 1 day to get there, but this is through a dangerous area of space. And so they chose the fastest route, and I had planned that if they go the safest route, cool, nothing will happen to them. But when they get there, the bad guys had an extra day to prepare, so there's more stuff. And if they went the faster route, they of course ran into trouble on the way there, but when they got there, so it wasn't, I had both things prepared, but it wasn't like a whole new thing. It was just different levels of that too.
That's cool.
So they still had choice, and it was real. It had some real consequences to it.
And then they decided to stay an extra day and forge armor. And
I don't mind adding a few more baddies in there. Just okay. Now there's more droids or whatever they were fighting.
I'm so bad at doing DM. I want to be a DM.
That surprises me. When you said that, I was.
Yeah.
You know what it is? I know what it is. I'm a little introverted, and I want to get into character, but I don't get into character. I know you can do it without getting into character, but I want to have one where I get into every character and I just feel embarrassed to do so. And then it just squashes it. Then I don't feel like, for some reason, then my confidence goes down, like I'm not doing a good experience for them. And then it just eats it.
I had the same exact thing. And
Just do it.
I've been GMing this Star Wars thing for about 1.5 years now. The last one, I caught myself doing like guttural voices for a Gamorrean. I was like, I think that might be the first time I've ever like personally did it, like did the voices, and I even like hunched up and stuff like that. I was like, I didn't even mean to plan to do it, but I had the character in my head and all that stuff. I think it just takes a long time. Nobody ever complained that that I wasn't doing it or I wasn't speaking in a British accent when they were imperial or whatever it was. It's just
but it's also me as a player too. I actually realized that it's the same fault as a player because
Yeah.
I deliberately chose to play in this last one. I was playing with some people, a young warlock woman, and I was trying to get into what I thought I wanted to play her as, and I found myself not able to do it, and I was mad at myself. I was like, I want to do this, I want to try this, but I'm not. I was never in theater or drama, and it doesn't feel right to do. Like I'm like, I'm feeling crappy that I don't, because I wanted to. Because the other thing is that I've played characters that are mostly good. I was kind of trying to think of trying to play her a little bit. I wanted to play a little more evil, and then every time we ran into a situation, I'd go, oh wait, no, she would do this. Like I was trying. Oh no, she wouldn't do that. Right? She wouldn't be that nice. And I was like, damn, I'm not playing it the way that I would like to play it. So
it's hard to get into character, so to speak, sometimes,
Yeah.
to get out of yourself and be like, okay, this is a fantasy world. I'm going to be something totally different. What would that person do?
I'm the opposite. In fact, I didn't even catch myself. My GM caught me, or DM. At one point I said, I think my player would say this, but I'm going to do this. And he stopped me, said, you mean I was like, no, I was thinking as my player outside, like what would my player, I was thinking of my character, thinking, what would my player say? That's how far deep into that character's head I was. So I'm the opposite on that. I love playing people who are outside my comfort zone.
nice. That's
Like,
awesome.
in fact, this character that I just started a new campaign is for the first time a lot like me. The last one was a paladin female, and I am not lawful. I am naturally chaotic, and that was really tough to play because I had to make decisions based on like lawfulness, not on what I think is smart to do, but like I had to come up with why. I had to think of it that way. Like, why would I think this is a good idea? Not just because I'm stuck to legalese or anything, but, and I had to like debate the other way. It's kind of like whenever they put you on debate stuff and you have to debate a side no matter what you actually believe.
Yeah.
It was really interesting.
Yeah. That's hard stuff, man. I'm doing an acting class right now, and it's like some of the weirdest, most like introspective, self-discovery stuff that I've done in a long time. As an acting class, it's
Yeah.
I
I can see that.
Totally see that. Yeah.
Gosh, who am I?
Doing these characters and stuff makes me think that I probably would have enjoyed acting if I could get past my my introvert.
Never too late.
Just do it.
It's about acting.
I live in Houston. It's nothing to do here.
Yeah, as long as you're not expecting to make money. I mean, I was in a little local independent thing, and it was a fun experience. I learned a lot about behind the scenes stuff.
Yeah, me and Jen were just talking about the university has a little local one. We were just talking about seeing something there. In a couple
I
months.
thought about it. Thought it would help me get out of my introvert, anything to push past it.
Yeah.
You never know. He might be good at it. I doubt Chris is, but
Probably not yet.
I meant Evan. I'm sorry. I was looking at you, Chris.
Oh, No, I'm awful, I'm sure.
I'm just joking. Well, you're beginning. Everybody's awful at whatever they do in
exactly.
the beginning.
So, Why
That's
are you
slightly-
taking the acting classes? Like, what do you want?
It was something I always wanted to do, and I always thought I would enjoy. And then I have a friend of mine who just like kept bugging me
Yeah.
and being like, "Hey, come take this class with me." Stop talking about it and just do it.
Yeah.
So I started.
Cool, and
doing
you're
it.
enjoying it?
I'm really enjoying it. It's pretty. Yeah, it's really the most difficult part is doing the thing, knowing that other people are watching you do the thing,
Right.
and they're like, he's trying to do a thing, and that, and like getting outside of that and just being like, all right, well, it is what it is. I'm at where I'm at with it, you know, is like freeing and super difficult.
Thing is, though, when you do stuff like that, I feel like people around you are just like envious, and it can like, I know sometimes like I've influenced people to do things around me just because they're like, damn it, like what? And that's a
Yeah.
good thing, I think. Like you want to
Yeah.
be around people who are constantly like, oh yeah, I'm trying something new, I'm doing something different, because I think it's like,
Yeah.
I don't know, I just think it's a good thing to bring into the world.
That's how you learn and grow, man. Yeah.
In a weird way, that's how I became a mechanic on the L. You know, like I was telling Lance, I went in as a cleaner waiting to get into the building maintenance side of it. And while I was there as a cleaner, I would read the manuals just for something to do while the trains were coming in and out. And one of the mechanics, the guy named Kyle, was like, "You can fix these." You know, he's just talking to me, you know, about what I did before. He's like, "You can fix these." I was like, "Dude, I never worked. These things weigh tons." Yeah. And he's like, "Yeah, you can do it. You got a basic grasp for like you could do it." And that's how I became a mechanic. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just one thing he said to me in passing.
And just the willingness to fail, you know, really.
Yeah. That it took me a bit to get over that. Not because of the enormous size. It was the people riding on it. That's even till the end, that was in my head constantly.
Right. That's
Yeah.
true.
But-
Failure in other contexts is much less loaded.
Yeah.
I have enough things that I've begun.
Mhm.
I don't need one more. I have so many first chapters of books.
Mhm.
Nah.
Finish them.
So can I I mean, there's not we don't talk sports ball much here, and this isn't truly a sports ball thing. I had not seen it until somebody pointed it out to me to like they said, go Google Trey Turner's slide on YouTube. It's TREA space Turner and then slide. He's a baseball player.
Oh yeah, that was
I mean,
watch it over and over again.
Oh my gosh, it's just like a guy that's just like he's as cool as the other side of the pillow. That's how cool he is. If you watch it, you just to go watch it, and when you see it, you'll be like, what? It's just like it's seriously like this guy basically like super fast guy slides into home, and the way he does it, it looks like he's just like he's the guy that like who's super cool and like knows that he's cool, so he doesn't have to do anything to like.
Why don't you just describe the slide? Like, so
how do you? How do you describe it? Yeah.
So he slid, but then using his forward momentum, he was able to get up off the ground and stand up all in one fluid motion where it's like as he's sliding, he's slowly raising his.
Well, no, and he doesn't even slide. He just reaches out his hand too and just taps the base as he goes by, and then he just like slowly just stands up, and he just like and then like people are applauding, and he like nods at a guy like, "Yep, I know."
Yeah, the cool.
No big deal.
Yeah, that was nice. That was a good touch.
Yeah, I just watched it. That's pretty hilarious.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like you see it. It's just like, oh,
Don't look at the explosion. He knew not to look. He's just like,
Yeah.
fuck off.
Yeah, don't look back.
no. Even if you're not a sports ball person, you can say, well, that was pretty cool.
Can you imagine how fast you have to be going to do that sort of thing?
So here's the deal. Like I played a lot of baseball, and I mean, and I, it's one of those things. It is weird even when I was playing, like when I slowed down a lot, and I was never fast to begin with, but even when I slowed down a lot and I started playing softball, and I was playing softball in my late 20s and early 30s, and I played softball, until I was 40 something. I forget.
I realize he's old.
Well, yeah, but here's the deal. Like, and I would wear shorts. I mean, I still remember the day that I stopped wearing pants. I was just like, I'm wearing. I used to wear the shorts and the pull-up socks and the whole 9 yards, and I just started wearing shorts, and I played in shorts just because I just wanted to be comfortable. And the thing was, it was like I'm not sliding. And every once in a while, though, like I'd be like racing to a bag, and I knew the throw was coming, and my old baseball instincts would click in, and then I'd slide, and I just I'd tear all the skin off the side of my. Yeah, I know. I mean, it was. and it would just they click in. But here's the deal: like when you're moving, and you actually, and like when like basically all my old muscle memory clicked in, and I tucked the leg, and I put the foot down, and you slide, and it's like literally you tuck that one leg underneath you, and then when your bag
Poor skin.
when your foot hits the bag, when your lead foot hits the bag, it's like that like stops your forward momentum, and you start actually popping up at the exact same moment, and then the muscle memory for your other leg clicks in, and you plant that foot, and you just stand up. It's just like, and you can get a little hop, and it's just, I mean, and because when I played American Legion baseball, like when I was in my teens, it was like we did sliding drills over and over and over again until it just became second nature for you to slide and do it. I think the coolest thing about that Trey Turner thing is he's got the sliding glove on. If you look at his hand, he's got the whole thing on, so he doesn't tear all the flesh off his thing. He just has like because you have these like sliding gloves that you can wear, and that's what he's got on his left hand that he taps. But yeah, so it seems like I'm not saying I'm Trey Turner by any means, but I mean it's weird how your momentum just kind of kicks you back up really, really easy. And like to this day, like I think of slides that I did in like softball, and I'm like, really, did I just pop back up? You know, it seems like it's crazy, but once you do it, you know, and those guys do it like thousands of times, right? You know, so it's just like they don't even think about it anymore. It just happens. It's super cool though. I don't know. Being good at any sport is super cool. I wish I still was any good at any of them that I used to play.
Hey man, if you were ever good, you're one up on me. So
Good at couch potato.
No,
I watched something on the Olympics that blew my mind. They did the relay race, the mixed relay race, and the Nigerian team started off with the man, and and then the rest of the teams had women, and the Nigerian guy was a good 5-6 seconds ahead of the pack by the time they went to pass the baton, and then they all switched, so the rest of them were all male, and the Nigerian was a female, and then the reverse happened. The American actually won at the end, the American male. But that just blew my, like, I knew there was a difference physically between men and women. I did not realize it was that much. Yeah, that just blew my mind. And then they say it happens often. I guess it's just the men got more of the speed than women.
I mean,
or maybe it's the length of the leg. They just cover more distance.
well, women just naturally hold their fat in their breasts, which is just, I mean,
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
it's going to be hard. Like if you were at the absolute peak physical conditioning,
Like these people are. Yeah.
yeah, I mean, we're talking about the 1% of the 1% of the 1%, and that sort of big thing. I mean, it makes a difference, big difference.
Speaking of sports ball,
42.
hey, look at me bring that. Ted Lasso.
Oh yeah.
I know nothing about sports balls, but I love Ted Lasso.
No. Yeah, I know very little
Oh,
about
the
soccer.
Christmas episode was so good. It was so good. It was, I mean, and once again, if you haven't watched it, I'm not going to do any spoilers. I swear.
Yeah,
But,
I
I
have
mean,
not seen it.
but it was just, it was such a positive, positive episode. Like everything about it was just super feel good throughout the entire thing. It was just,
Is it about baseball?
it's about soccer.
Okay.
The whole premise is there's this. I mean,
It's
without
not-
giving anything away, he's like a Division III college football coach that gets hired to go to England and coach a Premier League, football club or soccer club, and he's just a really, really good guy, and it isn't, and he's got his own troubles and his own problems and his own foibles and his own things that he has to get over. But he's not an idiot. They don't do a fish out of water thing with him, like, oh, I don't really understand all this stuff, They just make a
Speak English here.
yeah. They just make a very human show, I guess is how I describe it.
Yeah, that's
heard
the
of
weird
that.
thing about it is that like there's no other show that's really like it because it doesn't fit like this formula or something like it.
Mhm.
It
Yeah.
just makes you feel so. Makes you have some faith in humanity after watching
Well,
it.
that sounds good. So it's like the opposite of Eastbound and Down.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
which is still a good show.
That's good though.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
No, I mean it's the writing, and if Grant was here, obviously, because he's had a hand in some of it with it, working with the Jason Statham. I mean, there's just so many like you actually end up like going back and rewatching it because you kind of catch some of the jokes and some of the things that you miss because there's like really, really good banter and like and dialogue, that just and it's just yeah, it's fantastic stuff. It's just if you're not watching I mean, I would, a lot of people are like, well, it's on Apple TV, blah. It's like it's Apple TV is what, like $6 or $7 a month.
It's not even that. I think it's like 5.
Yeah, Ted
Worth the
Lasso alone is worth it.
I want to
that
watch
money.
this
Yeah.
now.
I agree.
Apple's getting better. They
No,
don't have
I know.
enough content. Is basically
Yeah,
what
they
it
have
is.
Foundation coming. That looks interesting.
They don't.
Yeah.
And I'll say this, and I'll say
And
this.
there's another one, Isaac
there's another-
Asimov.
There's
Yeah,
another show on there, and it's just called Calls, CALLS,
Yeah.
that is really good. And without, once again, just the premise of it is that it's just some weird background colors that they just kind of animations in the background, and then it's just phone calls. It's people that are like talking to each other on phones back and forth and having conversations. And so you're not watching people at all. You're just watching the words come out. But like they start off and there's a supernatural twist to it, right? And as you watch each episode, you start picking up on the fact that there's a combined story, like that overarching that is connecting all the episodes together, and it's really good. I mean, and you'll get through it in an evening, because I think each episode, because they range from being like a 12-minute episode. I think the longest one is like 32 minutes, and some are only like 12 minutes long because it's just a phone call, and still it's stuff like that. That's good too. I enjoyed watching that. Paul Tompkins says Apple TV has Fraggle Rock, so I must
Yes, it does.
say he said he
So does
must have it.
HBO. Yeah.
Yeah.
Fraggle Rock.
I got a question for you guys. Board game
42.
question. So I did a critique this week of Get Bit.
I'll say this: Kabuki Kid's like, oh, Apple TV, yeah, I'm out. No, Kabuki, watch Ted Lasso. You'll love it. You will
Yeah.
adore it.
It's worth it.
Kabuki, wait a couple months and then just get it for a month and watch all 3 seasons at once, or all 2 seasons at once. But this second one, right? Yeah.
I want to get the Roy Kent shirt. There's a T-shirt that says Roy Kent. He's here. He's there. He's every fucking where. Roy Kent.
One thing I'm a little disappointed in is the assistant coach. I forget.
Beard, Coach Beard.
He doesn't really do anything in these 4 seasons. He's there, but he's really not.
That's what he's there for. He's there.
Yeah, but I mean, the last season he was more involved.
He has his purpose and he has his moments, and that's all we'll leave it him. So anyway, you were saying, Chris, before I interrupt you, I apologize.
No, Forrest.
Well, Forrest was saying something.
So I was looking at Get Bit, which I'm pretty sure is like an evergreen game, correct? I think I remember Seth saying he sold a fuckload of that game. Like, because that was on tabletop, massively popular.
That was a while ago though. Talking
And
10
then I saw-
years,
Well, that's why I was curious, because I saw Greater Than Games launched a Kickstarter for it. And like, I didn't think the Kickstarter was good at all, but it was like, I just feel like that project should be doing a lot better because they have a new expansion to it and a remastered version of the game, but I think it's just artwork. And it was just, I wasn't sure, like, because that's what I'm wondering. Is it harder to do a game like that because so many people already have the base game? Because Greater Than Games, they didn't even mention if you could use the expansion with the original game. And it's like, come on, you got to mention that. and they didn't even have a pledge level where you could just buy that. And it was just so. From your perspective, do you think it'd be harder to do a game like that has like that many people who have already bought it, or do you think it's easier because that many people already have it and there's buzz around it, and it was on tabletop? And I don't know. I was just curious.
The consumer not really involved in the industry, really. I believe that there's so many new people in the game. There's not really nostalgia for it. So whoever owns it. New people don't know about it or just don't care.
Yeah.
Well, I feel like that was one of the issues that I had with the Kickstarter, because I laid it out. It was like, you have two paths to victory on this. You're either going to have to wow people that they need to upgrade, or you're going to have to talk about how fucking spectacular the game actually is and why it's sold, 30,000 copies or whatever it's sold ridiculously high, and then go from that perspective, which they didn't do either of those. But I just, does that seem harder or easier, or I don't know?
When was this Kickstarter?
Get Bit.
When was it?
Oh, it's now. It's now.
It's now. I feel like, I don't know, maybe I'm, shouldn't say it, but I feel like financially things are changing in the coming, like this month, next month, like over the next 6 months. I think things are changing financially as like the stimulus stuff is kind of running out and that sort of stuff. And people that have been unemployed for a year and a half will no longer have that extra money to spend on luxury goods. And instead they'll be out there trying to find a job that there won't be as many of.
So
I don't know if that's affecting this Kickstarter,
but
I feel like that will bring down the overall spend on Kickstarter over the next 6 months. I could be wrong, but
I hate to say it, but I think poor management is what's holding, like, because it's not even.
Oh, that could be. Yeah.
Like, it's got like $6,000, and it's like you can't get more than $6,000 after a few days with this title. Like,
yeah,
I don't know. I was like, it's one of my favorite games of all time, so I was just super disappointed by the Kickstarter. There was no whimsy, there was no fun, there was no, and it's just, it caused me to pause, because like, if you already have the original game, why buy a new one?
Right, unless there's a reason that you need to buy it. Yeah.
And they didn't even mention it. Like, that drove me nuts. Like, you gotta mention, can I use the expansion with the old version of the game? It's just, ugh.
Well, and then the older version, that's so weird.
this is just I just scrolled by it. I didn't read anything, but this is just a horrible page.
It is. It's really bad. Like, it looks like,
You could tell me this is a 10 on BGG and I just pass it by.
What is it? Is it WizKids? What's it
oh,
called?
it's Greater Than Games.
Greater Than Green.
Oh, Greater Than Games.
Is that the original publisher? I don't
No,
remember.
Mayday had it.
Mayday. Yeah.
And I think Seth sold it because of, behind the scenes stuff.
Is there anything that replaced that, like mechanically? Like,
I don't think so.
Yeah,
it has one of my favorite mechanisms of any game, period, which is the fact that you can play it with a child of any age and they have a puncher's chance of winning, because it's just, they draw a card and something happens. And it might be something good, it might be something bad, because I probably played that game quite literally hundreds of times in my classroom. It was one of the first games I got into the hobby, and it's just, I love that game so much. It just drives me nuts.
I love the GTG guys, but man, that game box looks horrible.
It does.
Yeah, this looks a little dialed in.
Like, just look at that game box for a second and just see like all of the empty space that's in there, and just like, yeah, I don't know if it was one of those things where they thought, well, everybody will back this,
What's the deal with White Tanium Shark? Why does he look like that?
I don't know. And then it was so weird. Like, apparently in their pledge levels, it says you get a gold shark, but then they're like, oh, we accidentally left that in. You don't actually get the gold shark because we wanted to be environmentally friendly. And it's like, well, why don't you just, like, they figured it out like almost immediately. And it's like, why don't you just, relaunch like real quick and just take that? I don't know. I'm getting more cynical The more of these like,
well, and that's just it. How do you leave that in there? I know how it happens because you have the same people to look at the same page 1,000 times. They just don't, and they don't think about it.
There's a job for Game Forest. Lance Glenn's Kickstarters.
Well, I still remember. God, I'm having flashbacks of TMG again.
Yeah, this doesn't look great.
I still remember, and you can probably see it if you pulled up Downfall by TMG on Kickstarter.
Oh, I have it.
That game sucked, by the way. I hated that fucking game. It was so goddamn long, and it wasn't that much fun for what it was. It just dragged on forever. It was convoluted. Yeah, like, oh,
how do you really feel, Forrest?
Downfall Deluxe.
I'm a reviewer. I'm supposed to be honest.
Enough, I felt
so look at go look at the rewards, and I'm sure you'll see on there one of them was like $0 or something like that for a deluxe copy of it because Michael forgot to like update something, and we went live with like a pledge level that was like
I see that.
Which was like, well, is it like $0 or something
It's
like that?
pledge 0 or more for Downfall Deluxeified plus Big Map.
Wow,
Yeah,
that's a hell of a deal.
So like literally, I just told everybody, I said, we literally couldn't have started this worse. I was like, let's just cancel the page and just say we'll launch again next week. You know, I mean, like. And literally, like we I don't know how many backers ended up just sticking with that $0. And
seven.
Oh my God! I argued with I was just like, just let me send them an email saying, "You're not getting shit." You're just like, this was a mistake. Just you're not going to get anything from us. You're not going to get a thing. You can either change. And I said, the only way you're going to get this is, I said, if you pay us $85 in shipping, that's the only way you're going to
So there are 3 pledges for Downfall Deluxeified plus Big Map. The first one's 100, the second one is 0, and the third one is 100.
I know. And the thing was, it was like, I mean, I have just, like I said, I have nightmares sometimes about just
Amazing.
like, about
this is why you're
Kickstarters
so
are
bitter.
fucking hard though. Like they're like I do that segment, but I've ran some and like God, they're terrible. I've looked at some like I'm thinking about going back and critiquing some of mine and just because
here's the deal. Here's the deal.
That
So
is funny.
Here's the deal. When I look at any Kickstarter page and I see black text on white background, that could actually just be an image.
Oh yeah.
You just don't care.
You know what? There are backers that ask for this. Yeah, I was about to say.
Yeah, I put all images
sure
and all
is, yeah.
image text, and then I got a whole ton of comments like, "You don't care about accessibility, and I can't, this, what is going through screen readers?" And I was like, "Oh my God!" So then I started putting text back.
It has some text in there.
Okay, I'm sorry, and I am sorry for that very, very small percentage of people that like, oh, I need a text reader to be able to see that. And I'm not trying to belittle that disability in any way, shape, or form. But like, I would much rather have a situation where, like, if somebody was like, I can't read, first of all, I've never gotten that from anybody. I can't read this from text reader. I've never once had it. And
maybe it's something new. Because I got
maybe it is. Maybe it is. But the thing is that if I got contacted by that, I'll tell you right now, I would say, I am sorry for that. And I'm sorry that, but here, I will write up an email and I'll send you exactly what it says. And then you'll be able to, you can use your text reader for my email and you can do your thing.
I did hear another argument for it, which was sound, and it had me, basically, I added the caption text. I added more descriptive caption text to the images, which was some people go to those pages, and because Kickstarter sucks and doesn't have index or content on the side like GameFound does, they just do a Control F and type in shipping, and it takes them to the shipping chart and stuff like that. So now I put on under the captions of all those things like this is the shipping chart, blah blah blah. Like
Yeah.
I repeat the most important part of that information. Like VAT will be added to shipping or something like that at the bottom. So if somebody searches for shipping, boom, they're at the shipping chart. That's a good reason to do it.
No, I mean that's fine. But I mean, here's the deal. It's just like I will bust my ass to assist that 1% of people
Right.
that can't get around what 99% of people is going to be just fine for me, because
Yeah.
that 99% of our funding is going to come from those people, and 99% of that those 99% are going to make it so like Brave Fox Games stays alive, right? and then we're making money, and like we are a good profitable company. That's where my mindset is. I am not saying that 1% doesn't matter. I will bust my ass and walk you through whatever I have to do. But when nice images with text actually gets people to actually read what the frick the game is about and actually like educate them on what is included with each pledge level and how it works and everything like that, then which makes it easy for that. Yeah, and maybe it isn't 99, but let's just say it's 90%, whatever, the majority of people. It makes it easy for them to make that decision to give me money. Then, like, at what point is it that I have to, like, that's what keeps the company alive, right? I mean, it's just like, I don't know. I'm not trying to be insensitive, but I'm also like,
Yeah, you are, you bastard.
but what? No,
Bad
I mean,
lads.
it's like
I
it's
get
like,
what you're
what
being
you-
handicapped. I get what you're saying, and I think I'm just saying this with my experience. I think some people who are newly handicapped don't realize there's just certain shit you can't do. You know, certain things you can walk around, work around, but there's just certain shit you can't do. But in your mind, you can and you want to, and blah blah blah.
Right.
Yeah. What you're saying, the reader thing, I'm assuming that's for like blind people or people with poor vision.
I would assume.
So I don't understand how they're going to read a card, when they get the game.
My uncle has really poor vision, like he's legally blind, and he has, one of those giant magnifying things over his screen.
Oh, okay,
Trying to read
okay.
stuff. But he still plays games because like we can read them what the cards are. Just certain things you can't. You can't play BSG because you can't say, "Oh yeah, you're a silent."
Yeah. Well, no, that's what I'm getting at. You're still dependent on somebody, so
Right.
how does it affect them really? It's and
Yeah.
again, it's you can't please everybody.
Well, to your earlier comment though, Lance, I mean, because what I was just saying was I totally agree that Kickstarter CSS styling, and if they're listening in any way, if they ever tune into this, it's just ass.
Oh
It's ass.
no! The entire so the thing was, okay. Again, I'm talking over you, and I do apologize for that. But the one thing I'm praying, and the thing is that GameFound's UI isn't really any better, right? It is still clunky as hell to make a page, and I can say that now because I've done both, and it is GameFound's way is better in some respects and worse in others. Kickstarter basically just said they wanted to make it as dumb and as easy as possible for you to put a page together.
I can respect that as a, like, let's have no questions about how this works, and let's just,
Well, Kickstarter itself is a kind of new thing. I mean, I'm sure it costs a lot of money to rehaul that whole system.
I'll say this. You know how you can know if somebody has gone back, and this is a ridiculous thing. I'll look at Peter's. I'll look at Peter's silly little dragon game here. It's got a couple of backers. And see what we see here. One of the things that you can tell if somebody's actually going back and checking on what they've done and checking to see if it actually looks nice and whether or not I'm kind of like I'm trailing off just a little bit here. I'm really annoyed that you don't have a like a some sort of Viking shop where I was the guy running it, hanging out with dragons. By the way, so
Viking Club would be good.
yeah. So I, just like
But you don't have your own dragon, Lance?
No, I don't have my own dragon. Thanks,
I
though.
want a Dragonlance.
Yeah,
Oh,
no,
that's too bad. It's nice. It's nice having a dragon.
Yeah, well, I didn't do a bunch of graphic arts and stuff. That doesn't, but no, and I'm not seeing it. You have it. I think you're passing. I mean, your page is 7 miles long. So,
Yeah,
but I'm gonna say, I think you passed the thing. Go and look at any page. Yep, it doesn't look like you did it. Go and look at any page that has any text whatsoever. You will find one space indents on paragraphs in Kickstarter all the time. It just puts them in there.
They just keep adding them. Yeah.
Yeah, it just shows up. Go look at any of them, and you can tell if look at that Get Bit page had 2 of them, where it's just like people said, yeah, they didn't bother looking at the format, they didn't bother looking how it came out. It looks like, why would you hit space at the beginning of it? But it's just like the UI on Kickstarter for whatever reason, and it's always after an image. You post an image and then it kicks the word one space ahead. Why? Nobody knows. It just does it.
Of my existence, I know I hate it.
And you have to go back in and then the wonderful thing is that you'll go back in, and anybody who's made a Kickstarter page will agree with this. You'll find that one little spot, you'll click, and then you'll hit backspace to delete it. Oh, you were too far away. You got rid of 7 images. Don't hit save. For God's sake, don't hit save, because if you do, you're screwed, and you're gonna have to rebuild everything.
God, I've had that.
God help you, and God help you if you let somebody else go in there and look at the page, and it happens to be doing something like, I'm changing.
Yes.
Every single person, it's like I can remember a TMG we lost weeks of work because somebody else was in there doing something with an old page they left open in a tab. It was just I better rewrite that paragraph. I didn't like it said with the board. I should say the board comes with it. Yes, save. What the fuck happened to my Kickstarter page?
I know that one so well. Oh my God, I hate that.
I do want to give Kickstarter a shout out though. The community section that they added in the last month or two is awesome. That is such a cool tab. It tells you where all your backers are from, your number of new backers. Cool.
That is helpful. I'll give them that. I mean, but it just
only took them 10 years.
Yeah.
I want to give a shout, and you guys might like this too. I want to give a huge shout out to Wicked and Wise, Weird Giraffe Games.
I watched you do that. I watched your video on that one.
Yeah, how they handle their previous projects with the image is top notch. When you look at their previous image, or when you look at, it's like, let's say Lance does this thing where he checks back on all the projects to see what happens. They have its own image that shows you, it looks like a Stegmeyer thing, where it's like exactly what stage of the process they are. So this is done, and this is what we're working on. And
how do we find out?
If you go to past ones, or do you go?
Yeah, it's only on the past ones. So she doesn't do it on the new ones, but the past ones. So when you click on it, so if you were, it's so nice. It's under Wicked and Wise, and their previous games.
Right. She's made 10 games. It's awesome.
So useful.
I actually, it's funny.
What do they do? What do they do in the old ones? I'm not following you.
So essentially, when you click on it, normally it would have the image and say, "Oh yeah, we unlocked 6,000 stretch goals, yada yada yada." Instead, it's a functional thing that has 20 separate little bullet points that are filled in with different colors. And this color means that we're done with this. So we're done with the rules.
Oh, yeah. I've seen people do this in updates.
Classy. It's very classy to do that.
I think it's
I always want to do that. And then the reality of production hits me like a brick.
It's kind of a Stegmeyer kind of updates and stuff that he does too.
Yep.
Yeah.
Do that with was it called Fantasia Games? Is that the name? Endless Winter and stuff.
Oh, Endless Winter does a good job with that too. Yeah. They have great charts.
Endless winter.
Man, I had such an interesting time. I'm somewhat distracted because we opened up our Tabletopia version to anyone who wanted to play.
Saw that.
And but I got into this huge debate over with someone who said because they were like, because at first we wanted to just run demos. We just really wanted to be part of the experience with everybody. Because I like to see that games are working, or that
Yeah.
if there's feedback, I'm right there to get it, and I see what's not working, and of course I can explain old cards or whatever, and I like that part of the process. And I didn't want to give it to anyone to play at any hour. I wanted to just run demos, but with the sheer volume, I couldn't.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I was in this channel, and this guy says, "Oh no, everyone but you offers full demos, like where I could play whenever I want." And I was like, "Are you sure everyone does it?" 'Cause I don't think I back a lot of projects, and I mean, maybe I'm not paying attention, but I don't think I've seen like.
I'm another
everyone-
one, and I didn't.
What was that?
I'm
I think
another
you
one,
can't
and I
get it
didn't.
right now.
So
I mean, I was like, so now after a while, then the couple of people who are debating me, they back down. I said, okay, so it's most, and I go, okay, just tell me a couple that have done it, because I want to go look at how long they leave it open, and then just check it out. And I remember they gave me a couple examples, but the most went back down to like some do it.
Everyone's doing
That's the other game I couldn't remember last one we play tested. It was a pretty good, fun little game.
Was that
Needs a
EOS?
little work. Ian's, yeah.
EOS.
EOS.
Yes.
I love EOS. Can we
Coming
just talk about-
coming September 9th.
I think the
Um,
5-player
yeah.
game needed a little work, but
Well, the
Yeah,
5-player game with brand new players, it didn't help.
it was a little long. Yeah.
Yeah.
September 9th? Oh, that's okay. Yeah, it's not on our thing, is it?
Oh, Evan, I had a question for you.
Yeah.
Is there a difference between like a medical masseuse and like a spa masseuse?
Uh,
Are
I
they all
mean,
licensed and all that? They go through the
so
same course?
the difference is what the customer base is expecting. Every masseuse has to be
Go
li-
on.
every masseuse has to be licensed,
Hmm.
and they're all licensed by the same board within the same state, right?
Okay.
But when you're at a spa, the typical customer is going there to get relaxation and feel pampered. When you go for what they call medical massage, you're typically going there to treat an injury of some kind.
Right.
So it's just different techniques are used, and
Okay.
it ends up being a different thing, even though the same person could provide
It's the same
either one of
pieces,
those
yeah.
styles. Yeah.
Yeah, because me and Jen are, like I said, my 10th anniversary is coming up. We're going to Disney World.
Yeah.
And I was talking to her about a spa.
Yeah.
She
Yeah.
said, "Will you
if-
join me?" I was like, "Fuck no, they ain't touching me. I got no shit wrong with me. I'll be fishing or something." You
Yeah,
know?
yeah. If it's a spa day, treat yourself, then yeah, you
Yeah.
go to the nicey nice feel good massage.
Yeah.
And if you have serious injuries, then you go to the you go to the
Yeah.
medical massage. Yeah.
Yeah, I said, yeah, I don't like to be touched to begin with. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So now I know I'm right.
Let me see here.
So by the way, the reason why I mentioned that is because we opened it today, and then I got a comment just now from someone saying that they played it and they loved it, and they wanted to know why I was hiding it and why would I do that? Why would I keep it from them, or potentially why was I even debating it?
It's
Which was nice.
dastardly. It's dastardly. of you.
It's nice actually to get a compliment that says, hey, I played it and I really liked it. But right behind that is someone who plays it and then the cards aren't final. And so then they go, well, here's a 1 on BGG because it wasn't balanced yet and stuff like that. I was like, it's so hard to explain that stuff, but I'm glad they're
Did you get that reaction when you got the 1 from?
for Mission Catastrophe, we were in this demo that was 5. We had never played with this 1 promo card. Stuck it in there. It clearly didn't work. So mid game, I'm like, okay, we're gonna cut this because it's whatever. And then several people understood, but there was a 1 on BGG within like an hour. And I was like, oh my god, why did I show this? Like, why am I showing this? I'm not done. And I just showed you like
Yeah.
I opened my door and you came in. It's like,
I think
felt-
I think it's really hard to open up to that sort of thing because inevitably there will be that person, right? Who like doesn't understand what playtesting is.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean
But
the thing is that I agree with them. Like, if you're going to drop money, someone said to me the other day, they're like, "Well, Flamecraft to my country is VAT and shipping, and
Yeah.
this is like I want to make sure I like it. I can't go check it out."
Yeah.
And I was like, "Okay, I get you. I totally get you." But like, if you take the, not to say that you take the U.S. customer and they should be forced to buy something that they don't know, but I think about how many times I've had to take that leap into my game store.
right.
You read the back, you kind of think, well, this looks like it's me. You read some reviews, you just plunge. You either plunge or you don't
Right.
plunge.
Yeah.
It's kind of a nice courtesy to be able to play the whole thing and go,
Yeah.
I now know if I totally like it or not.
I think overall it's a better idea to get that exposure
Yeah.
because the chance of converting a super fan is higher than the chance of getting that one
Right.
rating, I
Yeah.
think.
Yeah.
You know, and those super fans create so much more juice for you than that one draws away. I think.
Is that a thing in Europe though? Like I know at Essen, a lot of people go there. You know, they buy their yearly supply games there at Essen. So is that a thing there where they're expecting to play a demo before they make a decision, like they do at Essen?
You mean like the way that people demo at Essen is?
Well, I mean, I'll just say this right now. I mean, I went to Essen thinking that there was like, oh yeah, they're going to be showing off these games. Pretty much nobody plays the game. They're racing
really?
in, they're buying the stuff, and they're heading back out to their car, putting their stuff like in the trunk of their car, and they're heading back in and buying their next pile of stuff.
Yeah, I was just wondering if it was like a cultural difference. Yeah.
What's always fascinating to me about, I mean, yeah, the you don't really play. I agree with Lance. Like you play later in the hotels. There's people playing games, but you don't get to play pretty much on the floor.
So it's not like Gen Con or Origins. Okay.
I mean, the big booths have something. I was cracked up at this one where it was like Days of Wonder had this whole staff of 40 to 60 people who were all learning Ticket to Ride on the morning of the first day of the show. And I was like, that's so funny that they've got these people who like, they have no idea what they're doing. But they had a lot of demo tables, but a lot of people don't have that room. You know, you don't have that thing out there.
Sorry, before getting back to your Get Bit thing, I know there's a Kickstarter for a company that did Braille for games. Because I backed them. I just can't remember the name of it. So I'm curious. We were talking about the ADA compliant thing. I'm curious if people know that it exists because this was 5-6 years ago that I backed the company, and I can't remember the name of it. They would make Braille sleeves for.
I remember what you're talking
about. Not Lord of the Rings. I think Waterdeep was one of them. There's a few of them.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering, being that there's so many new people to the hobby since then, I'm wondering if people even know that exists. Yeah.
Braille thing or Get Bit?
The Braille thing. Yeah.
I doubt it. I mean, because that's after the fact marketing, and that's such a thing that you wouldn't even think of.
Yeah. Well, normal.
Right.
People with
if you're blind, obviously think about it. It's like, damn it, I want that. But like, if you're not, it's just like, oh yeah,
right.
You just assume that. I would assume that like, oh, they just can't play games because they can't read any of the stuff on the cards. But yeah,
I know it was like a small mom and pop. I think they were like pressing them themselves, if I remember right. So I doubt they could keep up with just the influx of games coming out every year. Yeah, but
that seems like the kind of idea that I think would be really good if a big company picked it up. Like the tutorial app. Like I'm still waiting for one company to like really just latch onto that and just really go bold. Because I don't know if any of you use the Dized app. It's really good. Like it is a great way to learn how to play games. And it's just, I'm just waiting for someone to really embrace it. Like doing something like that. But you gotta be.
Dice is a hard sell though for for the publisher, in my opinion.
Does it cost
Right.
a lot?
Well, no, it's like, so they have two different types, right? They have the one that's like, if you guys have, I mean, I don't know, Forrest, if you've seen the Blood Rage one, right? So they have ones that are like really in depth. There's animation and there's like every turn is completely documented and is great and everything. Those were done as like a promo piece to show you what could be done in the app. And then they go to every publisher and they say, well, we don't have the staff to make these, so you can make your own. And then what comes out is like, the publisher could make a really crappy,
Yeah.
page. So then I'm like, well, that's no good because I want the Blood Rage one and I don't have time to make the Blood Rage one. And if Dice is not going to make the Blood Rage one, who's going to make the one for my game that looks like that? That's the one I want.
Did they not have the option to do it for you?
Well, it would be so much money to do
Okay.
that for, like,
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah, I could definitely see that. I haven't used any of them that were really poor yet.
So like I want it to work because I love the idea of somewhere you can go as a reference point. But if I look at it and I go, well, it's a publisher resource, I got to like invest all this time to make really good content. Even if I do, I don't know if I'd put it over there because it's like, well, I mean, maybe I'd put it where my fans would find it, but I don't know. I mean, if it's like the kind of thing where if it takes off and enough people do it, then of course it will work. But if people don't, then it's not a resource that you would go to.
Yeah.
So it's a chicken and egg thing.
I wonder if that would be a stretch goal that would get people excited. Like I still, it blows my mind that more people don't do like a how to play as a stretch goal. But like, I need to put a poll on that because it's just, I don't know. Like I personally would be excited if I saw that stretch goal. Like, oh, cool. Like if we hit this, there's going to be a tutorial app that'll be ready hopefully when it comes out.
Yeah.
And that wouldn't add anything to your shipping or anything.
Yeah.
No, it just add to your whole team's dev time and exhaustion time. It's hard to make those.
Well, that's what I was saying. Like if you could bake it into a Kickstarter and you can actually pay whatever the hell the cost is to have them.
Right. Yeah.
Do you think that would be a big? Do you think the audience is there for that? Is it big enough?
Well, I think it would depend on the game. Like if it's a 2-hour game, if it's a medium weight game and that's like something that's like, oh yeah, we're gonna have this and you could download it. I think people would.
But I mean, to be fair, let's think about this for a second. Like if I went to go pay John Gets Games to do a really good playthrough of that game, wouldn't that be better resources wise?
Yes. Well, I don't know how much they cost. I don't know how much it costs for them to do it. Like I don't.
Most content creation is right these days around $600 to $700.
No, I'm not talking about John. I'm talking about for the Dized.
Oh, way. Like if someone came, some people used to come to Breaking Games. It wasn't Dized, but it was other people who said like $3,000 will make you a nice thing like that.
It's a lot.
And you're like, okay, $3,000, but what am I getting out of this? How many people are going to go use your thing?
Yeah,
it's a lot of money.
Yeah,
it's a lot of money.
And then you got the complaints. What about when the Kickstarter ends? You buy it retail. You don't have to pay.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not saying that that's what Dice costs because I know that Dice actually has a free model where a publisher can do that. Like I said, that cheaper page. Yeah. I don't know what they would charge to say make the Blood Rage thing, but it can't be cheap.
Yeah.
Do they have their own website or something that's supposed to provide a customer base or?
What, Diced?
Yeah.
I think that's an app. I mean, it's an app. I know that much. I don't know if it's probably as a desktop or an app, right? And you're supposed to be able to go on there and then like you go search for your game. And then if the publisher has made one of those easy pages, the thing about those easy pages is they end up being kind of like the basic version of a WordPress. Yeah. And they kind of look like maybe even worse than if you attach a PDF of the rules, like just right there. So like, what is that? Because I was talking to someone, they're like, yeah, I think I'd rather go to watch it played, tell me how to play, than go to your publisher one where I have to read and I'm like,
Yeah.
But I 100% love the Blood Rage one. It's badass. And they know it's badass. They spent a lot of time making it that way.
Right.
Which is pretty cool if that's what they're capable of. But it's like, wow, if there's 10 games that have that and 50 games that have the other, and then every other game has no entry, then I can't use that thing.
Right.
You know, it's very tough.
Right.
Everyone's got to go for it together, which no
That's-
one.
That's why I wish like a big like Asmodee.
Yes,
Like, yeah,
Asmodee could do it, right? And Asmodee just, I mean, like you know, when they just took over BG, what was that one site that they took over? Like,
Oh, tabletopia? No,
no, BGA. Is that what it is?
BGA. They
Oh,
took
yeah,
over
Board Game
BGA.
Arena. Like
Yeah.
someone taking over something like that is going to just influx that with like tons of, so that's going to be robust and it's going to be great.
Right.
Yeah, someone could do it if they wanted to, right?
big risk,
Yeah.
but it's a big reward if it paid off.
I mean,
Right.
there was this, it's funny. Some people have like, obviously there's people trying to crack different parts of the board game business. There was this one cool idea that someone pitched to Breaking Games at one point where they were in Ukraine and they were making this app that would partner different people up. Like, let's say I wanted to play Blood Rage. And I said, okay, app, I'm looking to play Blood Rage, and it would just like search my area for anyone else who had entered, like that they wanted to play. And it would know not just the title, but like what mechanics were in there and stuff like that. And it would just like go out and say, look at that, there's 3 other people. Would you like to invite them to a game at a certain time? And you just like do this thing. And I was like, that would be wonderful if that happened. But I was like, if not enough people are on that network, it doesn't work.
Yeah.
Like you have
Right.
to launch it big. It has to go big, or there's
Mhm.
no
Or it
nothing.
doesn't. Yeah.
Yeah.
You know?
Yep.
But it was it was cool sounding. I was like, you guys, this is amazing. Like I would love this. I would love to go, hey, I'm in the mood for, you know, like a legacy, and then it just searches people and it's like, look at that. Like I found some people, they want to play the whole thing with me and I want to do it. And we're gonna make this arrangement. Boom, done.
Yeah.
It's a fantasy world.
Yeah, I like it, almost like a dating website, but for
Yeah.
board.
Yeah, exactly. That's you know, it would be great.
Yeah.
Because you're like, what am I in the mood for? You're like, you go out, you if you're dinner, and you're like, well, I got some hours to kill. And you just like, go through the app. You're like, ooh, there's a game of this happening over here. A couple blocks over here, they're starting this game. They need a player. It'd be great, but it doesn't work like that.
Not yet. Just takes.
Not yet. They're ahead of their time, right?
I think the easiest way to do it would be if like some dating website added it to already on the interface.
That's right.
So I mean, we actually talked about you a little bit today, Peter, during we were talking about with Last Light and when we were, you know, when that launches. And if you guys don't know Last Light from Roy Canada,
I still want to play that.
I talked to Roy today about it and said, I can't wait for his game.
Yeah.
We'll do I'll get you in. I mean, the big thing right now is that Roy has his TTS excuse me, Roy has his TTS mod, but it's like the game plays, but it's got no real art and everything.
Right.
like
Right.
that.
So you can't show it to. Yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, and yeah, we could
Yeah,
definitely show it to people, and people could play it. And I played that TTS. We're playing again tomorrow night. You know, just to dive into it.
What's up,
and
Beats?
just kind of. But I mean, it's not. I mean, we don't want people to see it not looking beautiful. So
Yeah,
that's why
definitely.
Christian's hard at work.
I
You know,
told
making
you,
us
that's
some
what I
awesome
understand.
art and what have you. You know, so I mean, yeah, so stuff like that. But what I'm getting at is it's just like we were talking about you, Peter, and it's just like and she and we were like, yeah, well, I mean, this is like he's just busted his ass like the last 6 months making sure that everybody sees Flamecraft no matter where they go, and he's just like well, he's like, between everybody that works here, we should be able to find some way to bust as much ass as him. So
Oh, man.
if anything, the industry, not to sit here and kiss your ass anymore, but whatever.
It's funny.
If anything, I think people are standing up and noticing. Just
That's
kind of
cool.
like,
There was a moment when I was working with Sherry and someone said something like that, and I went back to the Cary Grant line in North by Northwest, where I was like, I'm beginning to think I'm underpaid. It's just because I was doing all this stuff and no one was noticing until someone said, oh my God, there's a lot of stuff you're doing. It's like, yeah,
Yeah.
you gotta do a lot of stuff. But I'm not doing it. I mean, I'm not saying that because you know, I'm doing it because I love games. It's like the only reason. Just so happens that my interest lines up with the other people's interest, which is to get a game because I want to make one. So, you know, it's all it is. It's at the great cost of all my personal relationships. So there's a
Yeah.
cost.
Yep.
You don't need a relationship. They're worried.
You know, I had to apologize to my son because I'm like, this is going to be a really bad month for me as a dad, right? I am so sorry, but you are going to get ignored, and I really feel bad about that. And I am going to make it up to you.
Yeah, he'll understand. I just had a talk with my nephew about that. Like, when my nephew was really young, my brother was gone for months at a time. He was flying back and forth from here to Colombia and stuff like that. And then
You said
Even-
Colombia?
Drug
yeah,
running's a hard business, man.
it is. He he was a subcontractor for Lockheed Martin that did this. It's called Project Columbia. They would go down there and torch cocaine fields, basically, and he would supply parts to the Hueys. It was a joint between the Colombian and American. I don't know if it's still going on, but it was going on for quite a while. And I actually helped him on the back end in the States, and he was trying to talk me into going down there. I'm like, you're out of your fucking mind. You know, like, he's telling me it's like real high tech military shit. Like, when you're checking into a hotel, you're between the 3rd and 7th floor in the back of the building in case a bomb explodes in the front, you know, shit like this. Armored car driving you around, shit like this. And he almost talked me into it. And that trip, he happened to be on a helicopter where the gorilla shot up through it, the helicopter that went through the transmission and killed the plane, the chopper, just crashed into a mountain. And these guys had to hike out like 2 or 3 miles to the closest town for safety. And I'm like, yeah, that's why I didn't want to go down there. You know, I'm not military like you are. Yeah. But yeah, I forget what the point of that was. What were we talking about?
That's why you make board games.
Oh, board games, yeah. But yeah, the nephew, yeah.
Yeah.
But he, I think my brother did a disservice to him because he really didn't work until he was 18. You know, he didn't do anything, nothing around the house, nothing like that. So it's like a shock to him that you got to do shit to support yourself. You know, he's like, and I'm like, this is why your dad was gone so much when you were younger. Even me, you've seen the hours I put in. You know, because I was supporting 2 houses and shit like that. You know, I think it was a disservice to him that he just doesn't understand it. And when you're passionate about something, you're going to put even more time and energy into it. And with that comes sacrifices. Yeah.
Yep. There's definitely sacrifices.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I briefly thought about, I'm not going to get too much into relationship stuff, but I told Chris, I was like, yeah, I'm never going to have one because what am I going to say? By the way, I completely am dedicated to board games. So if you like, you have to put up with, like, I'm laser focused on business and entrepreneurship. So you're going to get almost no time. So if that sounds good to you, I mean, like, there's a no deal there. So forget it. It's like,
well, whatever. I mean, that's not necessarily true though, right? Because there's other people that also are focused.
True. I need to
you know
ultimately find someone who is also doing that, and so we can.
That's what I was saying before. Is that you got to find someone who shares those interests and passions,
and who appreciates that you have them. You know,
right. When you do it together, that's spending time together.
Sure. Yep. Right now, every profile out there says I like hiking, so I'm like, yeah, all right, never mind.
That's out, straight out. Can't do
it. It's like, well, all right. So that's probably going to be once in a while, not all the time.
Yeah.
Oh man, that's nice to have a night. By the way, on a Wednesday, I usually don't have this Wednesday free, so it's nice.
Yeah, who's running Dragonville if you're not
here?
I'm watching it a little bit. We are, you know, it's slower tonight. Yeah.
Getting close though.
Ew. A milli. That's awesome.
But it's crazy you're past that on Canadian money. I know that's not real money, but
Mhm.
Well, also the artist is in Sandar's in Singapore, so we're passing in their currency. Yeah, she's like, we hit 1 million. I was like, that's great. Yeah, that's awesome. That's so cool. The backer count is just, it's wild. 13,000. I you know,
How's your arm?
it's not good.
Well, here's the thing. It's going to be even
Stop.
worse once you get a brand loyalty from running your Kickstarter, like an exciting event, and people are going to be fucking lined up to do the next one. So you better be ready for that.
I hope so, because the next one's going to be an adventure from Luke Laurie, and it's going to be fucking great. I'm
Nice.
so pumped for that one, and I really did want that one to have a lot going into it. I'd like to do teaser trailers early. I'd like to do, you know, we're going to tease an image on the 30th, right before the 48-hour mark. We're going to throw out the first image from Luke's game. I'm super pumped to do that. So I want to go early, just get people all pumped about it, because it's going to be so much fun.
That's awesome.
Nice.
Yeah, looking forward to that. I want to make more games, more and more games. Never
What kind
know.
of game are you kind of like finding your niche, or
So it's interesting that you say that,
because it
because
seems kind of
yeah. So when we started, we were going to only make between Rise of Tribes and Dwellings Complexity. So we were going to stick right there. And then the pandemic happened, and we were like, you know, we have to kind of Mission Catastrophe is in great shape. It's got a solid core. Let's launch it. It's a little lighter than we want, but it's really good. So we took it, and then we got into the same problem. We went to go look for heavier games. We went through so many pitches, and
yeah.
the problem is that Brad's games are not ready. Brad has a lot of games. So,
Yeah.
but he doesn't have the ability to test them. So we're kind of like, let's go find a game that's done. And then you go find a game that's done, and then it's like, well, that's not really what we want. Like, I found a really good game that was the driest Euro ever. And I'm like, God, this game's good, but I don't want to be a dry Euro company, so I don't
Right.
want to take it. So we passed on that game, and then we saw then this Flamecraft came up, but again, it was on the but it was like, ooh, that's a little bit light, but it's thematic as hell. It's amazing.
Right.
I love it. We really loved Manny's concept. And again, I was like, Brad, we're going to do another light game. If we do a third light game in a row, we've just triangulated on light.
Right.
That's what
Yeah.
we're gonna do. So
I'm curious if that affects publishers. Like, not you, because you're like finding your niche.
Yeah,
but, like,
yeah.
I know Cool Mini does that with they have the big games, and then like the more mass market, not mass market, but
I think you have to
lighter
rebrand.
games.
I mean,
And we were talking greater than games. I think they did that. They split theirs up in a couple different categories. I
Yeah.
wonder, does that
Well,
hurt
you know,
them, or
Smirk and Dagger is like one of the greatest examples to
is
me.
that yeah?
Because
Yeah.
they had to make the Laughter brand because no one wanted light, silly party from the dark,
Right.
stuff they were making, right? And I felt like they had to do that, otherwise they were just trapped in that one spot forever.
Yeah.
I'm curious if people are expecting diversity in a publisher like that now, because like you know what you're getting with a fantasy flight game. You know
Yeah.
you know what you're getting with a Cool Minion or not, basically. Most times.
Yeah.
You know.
I mean, obviously, the publishers in the room can speak better to it, but I feel like what I've seen in the industry is kind of medium-sized publishers at the very least went kind of ballooning outside and like dipping toes into a bunch of different things, and then kind of went, like they
Yeah.
kind of started really spreading out, and then have started to retreat a little bit
Okay. Yeah.
back to a safer space.
When I think about it, I sometimes wonder what everyone's doing because, for example, I really like AEG. I like John Zinzer, and then I go,
Yeah.
what is AEG doing? Because they go all over the place now. And I go, what is their strategy? I don't know what their strategy is. I'm trying
Yeah.
to figure it out. And then like Renegade, I thought had a pretty solid, we're going to do this. And then they just went, the Renegade has got so
Yeah.
many titles and there's RPGs. And I'm like, what's Renegade doing? And I think, like you said, maybe people were experimenting and trying to figure out what they should do.
Yeah.
But I think it does matter because I think that, for example, if you just go back to Ed Baraf, like he has these really cute, the flower, the light stuff for him is great. You know, people like it. And then I happen to know one of his games coming up because it's a friend of mine and he's making this heavy worker placement game that is amazing. It's amazing, but but I'm like, this is not the same audience. And I might have the same problem now with Luke's game, right? Because obviously we're gonna have a mailing list of mostly light dragon lovers. So I do think it's hard. It's definitely harder to do.
Yeah.
Like I mean, I think you have to. Well, what I said with Brad when we first started, I was like, every party idea that comes in your head, you're gonna have to chuck it out because we're not making them.
Right,
Because
we're not making that.
we can't make those and then still make the other stuff. We can't do it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tried that.
I got
Yeah.
a question for you, Lance. Do you
What?
think TMG would still be around if they had stuck to just that medium
Good
weight
question.
Euro area, just deluxifying those? No.
No.
Okay.
Just knowing what I know, no.
All right. Good to know.
No, I mean,
I would have said maybe. That's interesting because because they did do that.
They're my bosses are both very dear friends, and I still talk to them on a regular basis, but
No.
they had, and I'm not saying I could have done a better job. I'm not saying I could have, but they had no business running a company. They should have had ideas and they should have had somebody come in as some sort of oversight, just to prevent the incredibly ridiculous decisions being made, and just for and it was one of those things where it was just, one day I will feel comfortable in being very public about everything. One day I'll get to a point where I'll feel very comfortable in saying so, and I'll doing a deep dive. And the thing is that I do look back at and I'm not talking about we brought, the game I'm probably most proud of is Yokohama. Just the fact that
I really like that game.
I had my hands, really deep into every little step of Yokohama, and that's a game that still holds up today, and is just, and the deluxe version of that was super pimped out, and it was it was just for its time. It was just I remember when it was oh my gosh, can we possibly get enough backing so we can silk screen the fish, or something whatever it was. Now it's just you want silk screen, we got silk screen, we'll give you silk screen. Now it's you just want the wood shape, you don't want it to be painted in some way.
Yeah, because what's funny about that is I silk screened the toast right out of the gate for Flamecraft, and then when some people say complain, I'm like, we silk screened right at the start, we didn't even make you work for that.
Well, and now they do they also do the heat transfer imaging too. Look at a lot of the Glenn Drover's company, Forbidden Games, and oh my gosh, it's just you're looking at that stuff. It's oh my, this he has that train game that has the wooden tiles that have the beautiful different companies and everything on each side, and it's really intricate, detailed work on each one of those wooden tiles. And it was a king's fucking ransom that if we wanted to do that back when I was at TMG. I was just I remember when I saw it, I was how are you able to do this? So,
You ever play Spirits of the Forest, by the way? I see that one.
I've seen it, but I haven't played it.
Because the tiles have this great clacking, like they're old poker that they feel like.
Don't even get me. Oh, you just made me think about that. Just the fact that, like, good Lord, Emperor's Choice. I had so many different tiles, mahjong tiles.
Yeah.
Options for us to like look at all these different samples and everything like that. I mean, that was like the last thing I really worked hard on with TNG before they let me go.
Yeah.
And just I found, and then now that deluxe game's never going to see the light of day. You know,
You don't think someone's going to buy it or something?
You know, it was, I don't know. I'd say no. Which upsets me a little bit, because I sent my copy of Emperor's Choice off to have that was signed by the designer. I sent it off for somebody to do a video of it and for the Kickstarter, and then they never returned it. And then I've just been ghosted with emails on that, so I'm kind of annoyed. Which, I mean, it wasn't my favorite design by him by any means, and now I'd probably see it and just be kind of sad. You know, so I mean, it's probably best that I don't. I mean, yeah, no. I mean, honestly, if it was one of those things where it's like, I think, and myself included, I would say on this one, if I'm being painfully honest with myself, I felt that Emperor's Choice was like we wished it was as good as Yokohama, and it just wasn't. It was a step back, you know, from as far as it had some great ideas. I mean, it had some really fun ideas going on, but it was just, it had a couple layers to the scoring that like just didn't work. Like the cool thing about like, oh, well, you're the most favored by the Emperor right now, so you get to make the decree for this turn about how this is going to be decided. And it was like, oh, that's really cool. It's really interesting. And then to make sure that you aren't the person that like gets to constantly do that because you become the Emperor's Choice, you actually then are like, you know, you because the Emperor is very, very, like, I forget what basically you lost points on the Emperor's favorite track when you became the Emperor's Choice. It was like the mechanic was explained by saying that like, oh, he distrusted anyone that like rose in prominence that was higher than him. So yes, you'd have your day in the sun and you'd have his ear, but then he'd become distrustful of you, and so you lost those points, and so you wouldn't be the most so you wouldn't just get to be the person that did the decree every turn. Regardless, the decree was a really fun thing because it determined how certain victory points got determined for the end of the game. So you would say, oh, well, no, I mean, like, you know, the touring, have the person with the most touring carriages is the most important, you know, that kind of thing. And it was kind of neat. But other than that, the rest of the game was just kind of like really just formulaic. You know, I was talking way earlier this evening when I was talking about Alien, Fate of Nostromo. It's just like, that is not a game for me because it's just such a formulaic cooperative game. I have 4 actions this turn. The alien's 2 spaces away from me, but I need to get that piece of scrap so I can make an incinerator. So I'm gonna move 1 space. That's 1 action. I'll collect the scrap. That's my 2nd action. I will create the incinerator. That's my 3rd action. And then I'm going to take my 4th action to move into your spot, and it's a free action to hand you the incinerator. Now you can take your action and move 2 spaces, and you can go and shoot the incinerator at the alien, and we can put it back in the nest. I mean, it's just like, that game is just so. Yeah. It's just that game is just. I mean, it's too easy. It for me. Yep. It's just, the game is just too easy, and it's just. And I love the fact that it's based off Alien, one of my all-time favorite movies. But it's just like, wow, how to take the scariness of being on a spaceship, being stalked by an alien, and make it boring.
Is there really a game that captures that though? Like I was thinking about, like I played Arkham Horror. I was
Yes,
thinking,
Alien. Like there's that. It's the game called like where one player plays the aliens, one player
Not
plays
Alone.
Nemesis,
Yeah. Oh, what is it called? It's right over here on my shelf.
Not Alone, something like
Not.
that.
It's not. It isn't Not Alone, which is a good game. It's like it's got a great cover too. And the whole thing is that you don't know where the alien is, and when you move, like when the alien player moves, you get to hear where they move, but you don't know exactly where they are at any one time. And the alien player sits there and watches the map, and if you move too close to the alien, it gets you. Hold on a second.
really? Because I was thinking about the Cthulhu mythos with that. There's really not a game that captures that. You know, some try, but
You don't think Arkham does it?
not this edition. Fuck no. But the second, to an extent, yeah.
Escape from the Aliens in Outer Space. It has this like incredibly dull name, right? But go check that game out. Tom Vassell says he won't play it anymore because it's too tense. He like it's too tense.
No, I actually meant something, with the alien label strapped onto it. Yeah. I know there's been a few of them out there now with the IP, the actual IP.
Yeah.
Is the one you were talking about, is that the Prospero Hall one? Or Ravensburger?
The Ravensburger. It's made by Scott Rogers. Good guy.
Oh, okay.
Not
I
my.
think that's Scott made that.
Yeah. That kind of pisses me off too. It's like Scott Rogers makes this game that's in Target stores all over the place, but he doesn't get his name on the cover. If you go on the inside, here's your little name.
Yeah.
Hidden in the corner.
I'm friends with Scott. He's in LA, and he's very proud of that game, and that sucks. Absolutely, it's too bad.
I was asking about that on my show.
Well, and then again, let's just say this. Let's say, because Scott's a friend too for me, and I like him a lot. That game isn't for me, right? It's not for somebody who's played 2,000 board games. It's for people that are like, ooh, cool. I like the movie Alien, and I don't really know that much about board games, and this is really cool now. That's what that game is.
Yeah, I'm not even saying it's probably a good decision.
And it has one thing that I like. Sorry to interrupt you, Peter, but it has what, if people are watching this, they're like, oh, I don't want to check it out. There's one thing I really, really like about that. And if I could ramp up the difficulty, if I could figure out a way to ramp up the difficulty myself, then I would. Oh, and it has an absolute wonderful surprise that I'm not going to ruin. When you the first time when you buy the game and you open it up, there's an absolute stupendously wonderful surprise the very first time you open it up. And I opened it up and I went, cool. I was like, whoa, that's awesome. I was like, I immediately, like, I was like, it like, but I don't
know what to do.
The one thing that I really, really like about it, is that, and I'm so glad nobody ruined that surprise for me too. Honestly, like, I'm so glad I got the game and I opened it up. Just, normally I get a game and I throw it on my shelf and I think, but I was like, what, I'm going to open this up and take a look at it. But no, the fact that, like, you don't know what your final objective is going to be. Like, nice, yeah. So it's like, the number of players is like you have missions equal to the number of players plus one. So if you're playing with 5, you have 6 missions. Once you complete the 6th mission, you flip over the card that you haven't seen yet that tells you exactly what you're going to have to do. Is it blow the alien out of the space dock? Is it everybody escapes on the shuttle? I forget what the name of that's called, but everybody escapes in the shuttle and leaves the thing to blow up. Is it like, there's even one where you have to defeat Ash, and like destroy the android, and so there's like 5 or 6 and you don't know which one it's going to be, so you can't prep for it, right? You can't be like, and one of them is like, it's like really tough. It's like you all need to get to like one certain area of the ship, and you all need and you have to have like this one piece of equipment, but in the meantime the alien, of course, is running it down. And so, but like, I played it 3 times and I won every single time, so it's just kind of like, it's not really difficult.
Maybe you're just that good.
Well, I mean, it's
It
yes.
does affect a game when you can kind of crush it. You go, well, yeah, I don't need to play that again,
Yeah.
But to go back to the credit thing on the box, I was going to say it might be a really good marketing move because if they are relying on someone to buy it who thinks the movies are great, then no offense to Scott, but any one of our names would be an obstacle to like you just want Alien.
Yeah.
Right,
you
but
want-
it's not even on the back. In fact, the credits for okay, I didn't look at the Alien one, but Ravensburger's, the Princess Bride one, and the Gargoyles one. I looked at the back, and they had credits for like the illustrator, but not the designer.
Weird.
That's weird.
I
Yeah.
had to look on BGG to see who it was.
Was it one designer or a team?
And it was one designer. The Gargoyles one was. Not
I mean,
a name I knew,
But like, yeah, if it's in a different marketplace and that marketplace doesn't put a value on a name there, then I mean, I can see.
Yeah.
right. But why put the illustrator name on the back, but not the
Yeah.
designer? That was the
Yeah.
weird thing. I totally understand like cover integrity, for marketing purposes, but
Yeah.
and Ravensburger is German, right? So that was it's a German thing to put designer names on there. It's weird.
And it's been
Yeah.
odd.
At least
I noticed Ravensburger is kind of shifting in their games
got a
lately.
bunch of IP now.
Yeah, and some are what you expect from Ravensburger. Some aren't. In the latest few, I believe. Then again, it might be different markets too.
Is that the one? Is Ravensburger the one that's doing? Yeah, Jurassic Park.
Yeah,
Which-
they did a bunch of shit.
Yep, they had that
Which-
too.
Jaws, Wonder Woman.
I did. Yeah, so I didn't think Jurassic Park was going to be good because it was my son wanted it and I was like, oh yeah, it's probably not any good, but we'll do it, right? And it turned out to be a really great game inside from the Prospero Hall team, right?
Oh.
And then someone else was telling me Jaws is amazing, and I go, all right, what's going on with this design?
Jaws is amazing.
Horrified.
Jaws was my game of the year. And
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
yeah.
So I feel like I got to go get this. I got to play this game now because the Prospero Hall, or if I forget which is their first name and the name they're going with now, right?
Are they Funko?
Yeah, so they got acquired by Funko,
Yeah.
right? But they were doing
right.
the Ravensburger, like they're behind a lot of these games that are mass market games with really solid gameplay in there, right?
Yeah.
So that I'm kind of blown away by this team of people that also kind of feels nameless. They talk about his name, Scott's not on the box. I feel like those people are doing it for like, hey, this is just whatever the deal they have, right? We're not going to get named. We're not going to get super credit, but wow, they're putting out good stuff.
But
Yeah.
it sells, obviously. So,
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
It's kind of weird. Like I said, Jen built this Jungle Cruise by Ravensburger, and it went back to a roll and move thing. It's just weird. Like I said, some of them hit or miss from what I gather with the IPs,
Yeah.
mainly. Yeah.
I'm just excited that some are hits because I would assume that they're all not. Like I remember the days when there was that Jumanji game on the shelf because the movie had come out and it's like, oh God,
Yeah.
there's no way. There's a game in there. But with Villainous and a bunch of other ones, it started to change where it was like, oh, there's a solid game in
Villainous.
there.
Just the one I couldn't remember.
Stuff.
Has anybody played the Marvel Villainous versus the Disney one?
I have not.
I've only played the Disney one.
My
Didn't know if there was
my
much.
game group at the time, I liked Villainous a lot, but boy, did everyone else in my game group go, nah.
Yeah, I
Same
wasn't
here.
a big fan.
And I was like, what? This is great. Like Peter Pan is themed and this is themed. Like, you guys are crazy. This is amazing. And I was like, all like super excited. In fact, I didn't even go buy the other ones because everyone just quit, but I want to buy like Yzma because that's one of my favorite characters.
Yeah,
Yeah.
same experience here.
Yeah, I was one of the ones that wasn't that into it.
Uh,
I appreciated what they were doing with it. It just like, there's a reason I don't play certain styles of games or styles of Magic decks.
Oh, so you didn't want to
And-
like get dealt a like, here's how you have to.
and I got Jafar, who basically is
That one's
hang on, let me search for my one card that I have to
Oh, it's
find
gotta
in
get
my
the one
deck.
card.
That
Yeah.
one's
Oh
really hard.
yeah.
And that to me is just not fun in any
Yeah.
way. Let me play a bunch of crap to find the one thing I need to find in order to play the game. Nah, not
Yeah.
interesting. And
It
that
was
was
a
enough.
neat. It's
That was
definitely a
enough
neat
for me.
idea, right? It's a
Yeah.
neat idea.
Like, there's a reason I don't like playing against like infinite blue decks in Magic. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
it's not interesting to me.
Yeah. Right.
Did
Yeah.
you get the combo? Oh, you got the combo. You win. Great. Did you get? No, you didn't. Okay, you lose.
Yeah. When I was playing a lot of Hearthstone, there was always this like whenever the new deck would come out, it'd be like this. There's this meta where there'd be, oh, this is a mage card where you're looking for that one card. Now they have to take a lot of hits and they may lose some, but the minute they get, and you can see it coming, like the minute they get that card, it's like it's over.
Yeah.
And you're like, oh, okay, cool, that was awesome. Thanks for I'm not buying that card, so I can't try that one out. But that was awesome. You did crush me. It was great.
You did it.
It
You
was
got the
great.
thing. You drew the thing.
The
Yeah.
criticism of that is fair, and it sounds a lot like what people in my group were saying. I think the reason why I like it though is because they have paths to get to the card faster, right? It's not like you're just drawing a card each turn.
No,
Yeah,
no.
the whole way you're
Play
supposed to play
do
that. Yeah.
to get
Yeah.
to it faster. So finding those strategies is what's interesting to me.
It is built around it, and I can understand coming from maybe a lighter gaming background how like discovering that might be interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's comparable maybe because I just was a experience I had only a couple months ago, but I introduced Merchant's Cove to Brad, and we were all playing. I had played once, so I was like, I can teach you that faction, but I can't teach you the rest of them.
Yeah.
So we all basically had a new one to work on, and Brad got one that just didn't like. He's like, I just don't think this one's. I saw what you were doing, and that looked pretty cool, and this
Yeah.
looks pretty cool. But man, the one I had was kind of not good. And I was like, yeah, that sucks because so it's a bold experiment to try and create mini games for everyone.
Yeah.
And if one of them's not your style,
Right. I will say I was really impressed with the thematic like the thematic inclusion of the characters. Like, I thought the way they incorporated that into the different decks was really, really neat.
for Villainous, right? Yeah.
For Villainous, like it was really neat. Like, they did a great job with it.
Oh yeah, really. Like,
Yeah.
For Peter Pan, having having to do something very specific to the lore, right, of the story.
Yeah.
So do you think that's a game a new player can catch on to? Villainous? Because I am looking for similar games. But I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. But do you think, like, if you got somebody who never played a game, Villainous?
I don't know if I'd do Villainous as a
Yeah, I think
Villainous is like a
harder.
middle.
Yeah,
Villainous is a middle.
it's after Gateway.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I realized, like, I'm still getting used to this game group. I've only been there 3 or 4 times, and we played Glass Road the other day.
Oh, oof.
And I'm assuming these guys are experienced with these games. I know the one kind is, but they couldn't get that Mancala thing with the resources.
Oh, interesting.
And it took me. I had to see how the what was it, Sand to Glass or whatever it was, one of them top ones where I had to see how that worked, and then it's like, all right, I got this. You just got to think ahead one step,
Yeah.
But these other guys, they were having a really hard time, especially the one. And like I said, I'm assuming these guys are experienced players. I've seen some of the games they play, So yeah, I was just curious. There's something I'm gonna have to step back on because
That game's a lot more cutthroat than you think it is.
Yeah, I seen that. I was playing. There was 3 of us that never played it, and one guy who knew it and taught it, and I ended up winning, I believe, by a good 6 points or something. Just because they couldn't. Again, I think it was just too much for them all at once. They couldn't focus on the victory point aspect and tiles. They were so focused on the resources and how that Mancala worked. It just might overwhelm them. You know.
Well, and there's kind of a, I hate the term hidden strategy, but there's a strategy that you don't get in your first game too, which
Yeah, I'm
is
sure.
how to play your cards against your opponents.
Right.
And it feels at first like it's this very solitary thing, but the cards that you have to pay attention to what everybody's doing.
Yeah.
That's just something that takes like more than one play.
Yeah. Yeah. At the end, I was saying that how you get the split resources or whatever if certain cards are played at once, or if they have them in their hand and stuff like that. It's a pretty interesting game.
Can I? Sorry to interrupt. I just thought of something, and
Okay.
I'm not trying to like make everybody know. So, and this is mostly for Chris and Peter, and I'll have Chris answer first, and then I'll have Peter answer second. So, and I don't think I've ever asked this. We were Shane, Josh, and I were emailing back and forth about a few things today, and I'm not going to divulge, but Josh ended up like explaining, just mentioning, hey, this is a game that I passed on that ended up being very successful, and then Shane chimed in, yeah, I passed on this, and it was a very successful game, and I was like, oh, okay, and so I was just wondering, Chris, is like you publish games, has anybody ever
the closest so other than my own, you mean?
Yeah, like somebody saying, hey, would you be interested in publishing this? And then now you're like, yeah, dang
So
it.
the closest I ever came was Derek Funkhauser came to me with a game, and I liked what he had so much that we ended up co-designing it together. But then we sold it to Skybound, so I didn't end up publishing. But it came close, I almost did it. And pretty much every game I work on, I come close to publishing it myself, but then it's so much work. I mean, in fact, it's weird, but Peter, I almost did it again, but Peter's efforts dissuade me in a good way, which is I see how much work just he's doing, and I was like, I don't have time for that. I have other responsibilities that I can't to do it that well, and that's how well you'd want to do it. Unless I had money behind me to get more people going, then yeah, I've come close. I started cracking games to be a publisher, but after doing 2 of our games, I found out I hated doing the back end logistics part of it, and I'd rather just be the front end making games. So trying to just focus on design and artwork.
All right, what about you, Pete? What's the game that you passed on that you're like, God dang it?
There's not a lot of them, only because the ones that were pitched to Breaking Games were often like Cards Against Humanity clones, and I was like not sorry that I said no to like every single one of those. And like when things came along like We're Doomed, I said yes for signing that because that's amazing. But there were a couple that would come by and I'd be like, nah, because it doesn't really fit us. And there was one that was I don't know how they did with it. I think they did well though. It was like a Glory to Rome-esque game called Import Export. I think it was called something like that.
Yeah, it did okay on the old Kickstarter.
Yeah, I liked that game a lot, but I did ask those guys like, is this just Glory to Rome? I mean, like what and they're like, no, it's not totally different. But I was like, yeah, we're gonna pass. But I kept looking back, going, man, no, I like that game because I like Glory to Rome. So I was kind of like, if they make the exact same thing or they make the thing that scratches the itch, I kind of wanted it. But I don't think there was any like I don't think there was any ones where there was ones where I saw, oh, there's that game I didn't sign, but it wasn't like I missed it. It was more like, yeah, I'm glad I didn't do that one.
What's the game you want but can't find?
The game you want but can't find?
I've already designed it. I'm ready for it.
Another weird thing is that today I was at this is absolutely nothing to do with anything, but I was thinking about this. This is something that I always just this happens to me a lot, and I was actually going to mention this earlier today. I went to my daughter's high school orientation, and while I was there, I ran into a guy who used to be on my softball team, and it was a guy that I worked hand in hand with like on tons of projects at US Bank when I was there. I mean, he was like one of those guys that when I'd see him, I'd be like, hey, how's it going? You know, like he was like somebody that like made me laugh. It was fun to, it was like, I just need 10 minutes to go sit in this guy's cube and just BS about nothing for a while, just to like put this workday kind of somewhere else in my brain so I can just think about. And I saw him and he was like, hey buddy, how's it going? And I was like, but then there's those people that they're your work friends. Like you'll never look for them outside of work. Right. You'll never, it's like they're awesome. You see them, you'll sit down and have lunch with them and you'll do whatever. Like I said, I played softball with this guy and drank beer with him afterwards and cooked brats and stuff. But there was never a day where it was like, oh, hey, we should hang out this weekend. It was never gonna happen. And I saw him and he was like, hey buddy, what's going on? I was like, hey buddy, it's like, you're just catching up. And he's like, dude, it's like, it's like your beard's way shorter than the last time I saw you. And I was just like, no, it isn't, Chris. It's just like, it's like, I don't trim my beard. It just grows to this and it kind of just stops. No. It was like 6 inches longer. I was like, no. And so like, I realized like people, like, I think they think of me and they think that I have this giant Merlin beard. And it's just like, no, this is its terminal length. It like,
no, it used to be longer though, right?
Yeah.
At times I see you snip it.
It used to be more brown. I knew that.
Yeah, it definitely was more brown. It'll grow right here, but it gets really, really like stringy and stuff.
Yeah,
so
mine's the same way.
Yeah, so I just
ends up in your food.
it's weird. It's like I think they just think I have this giant Merlin beard or something. I wish I did. I wish I could have a beard that was like super full and like whatever. Like but yeah. No, anyway, I don't know why I brought that up. I was just thinking about that. I was gonna bring it up.
I was watching one of your recent, I can't remember what it was, but I was watching one of your recent posts about D&D or GMing, right? And then it was playing on the side while I was working and it finished. And so it just went into something random of yours and you had all the brown hair and I was like, this looks old. What is this?
I had my doctor. I went to, because I had to go, I said I had a checkup today, just like check and see if my medications, everything are good. And this is like my new doctor because my old doctor moved away. And so he actually suggested that I get this guy. He's like, yeah, you'll like him. He's got a good attitude. I was like, that's cool. And so we got done with everything. And he was like, yeah, everything looks good. I mean, he's just like, you got, he's like, I said, I have my camera up the butt in November. And he's like, that's not quite the scientific term, but he's like, and he's like, but he's like, if you have questions, he said, just, you can just message me. Cause there's a really good app for my hospital. Just message me. I'll get back to you in a couple of days. And he said, it's like, I'll just call you like about a week after you have that and just go over your test results with you at that time. And I was like, that's cool. And then he was just like, I got to ask you something. I was like, yeah. He's like, have you always had long hair? And I was like 16 and I started to start growing it out. And then I just figured, why have short hair? It just grows back anyway, and just like, he's like, man,
not on everybody.
And then and then he said, yeah, it's like I've always really wanted really long hair, but it doesn't grow any longer than my shoulders. He's like, it's just like it just sucks. And I was just like, I don't know what to tell you. I was like, my son has hair, good 4 or 5 inches down his back now. He's 9. He just doesn't. And his mom is always like, can we cut your hair? Can we cut your hair? He's like, nope, I don't want to cut my hair. He's always just like, nope, not going to happen. And then my daughter, she used to have long hair and she cut it all short because she wanted a short haircut. So,
yeah, I noticed that.
Yeah. So either so they switched sides. It was weird. Yeah, it's weird. It's just like, but my son still, I'm sorry, just sit here and talk about my family, but like I'll be somewhere with Caleb and we'll be like doing something, like we'll like go somewhere and we'll buy a Pokemon deck or something like that. And somebody will say, oh, your daughter likes Pokemon. And I'll say, that's my son. And I'll just say, it's my son, Caleb. And that's fine, whatever.
Yeah.
And then they're like, oh, he's like, you really have long hair. And then he'll just turn and look at them and says, boys can have long hair. And you just see like immediately they're like in their spot. They're like, oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm just like, yeah, boys can have long hair. He just kind of rolls his eyes and goes back to whatever stupid Switch game he's playing at the time.
Yeah.
So I'm like, yeah, fuck you.
Me and Jen had a conversation about hair today, and I think got me in trouble. Yeah.
Yeah.
She turned to me, he's like, "You're getting white hair." I was like, "Jen, you're lucky I got what I got. I mean, I've been going gray since I was 18. You know, there's baldness on half of the side. You know, what the fuck?" I was like, "Yeah, speaking of grays, you know, it's been a while since you did a dye job." I think
you and you're still alive. That's amazing.
We fight over. She wants to dye her hair red, and I got to think about redheads. You know, it's just my mother. It's a long story, but every time she goes to dye it, we go through this. She's like, "How about pink?" I'm like, "Fine, purple, whatever, no red." Yeah,
There's a. Sorry, this isn't really a. It's just a joke. It's you know, but like there's the old sailor and the young sailor, and they go to their first port of call, and they go in, and the young sailor, they're walking, and the young sailor sees this extremely attractive brunette woman, and she's like, "Oh my gosh, you know, that woman's beautiful." And he looks at the old sailor and he says, "Did you ever sleep with a brunette like that?" And he's like, "Oh yeah, totally, just totally nonplussed." And they walk a little further in, and they see this gorgeous blonde woman. And he's like, "Oh my gosh, look at that woman. She's so beautiful. Did you ever sleep with a woman like that?" And he says, "Yeah, sure, plenty of times." And they keep walking a little further in. And they see this gorgeous redhead. And he's like, "Oh my God, have you ever slept with a woman like that?" And he looks at him and goes, "Not a single wink."
Because he wasn't sleeping.
Yes, thank you, Evan. See, that's because he wasn't sleeping.
You're welcome.
Because my wife
always love it when you got to explain a joke.
Mhm.
Yeah, no, it is sometimes funnier when you explain it. My wife's like, she had red hair when she was a kid, and she kind of grew up, but like but you can still see it. Like if the sun hits it up her well, you can see the red strands in her hair. So
yeah, Jen's like that. She was a redhead. I was a blonde.
Not anymore.
Then I went brown.
Train ran you over.
I went brown, dark brown, then gray. That train didn't run me over, technically.
No.
No, I didn't get run over. Technically, I got hit.
Yeah.
Twice. A shoe, no big deal. They're made to snap if they hit hard.
How's that expansion for After the Empire coming in?
It's good, man. I'm actually really excited about it. Maybe I shouldn't be so self-congratulatory, but I'm really excited about it.
Does it have gunpowder weapons in it?
That's funny that you should ask. Not this one. Not this one. But there's other plans. We'll see what, things end up happening or not, but I would love to do that.
You'd love to do where's your After the Empire in space game?
I actually at one point I mocked up the Battle of Hoth as a skin on top of After the Empire.
No, I'm serious. Can you imagine like a Deep Space Nine, protect your space station from invading aliens game?
I mean, frankly, you could reskin it with lots of different stuff like that. For sure.
But no, you could make
Starship Troopers.
What if you did like a straight co-op, like using it's like you could call it how about After the Fall of the Empire or something like that. You and your ragtag band of Imperial stormtroopers are trying to keep the evil rebels at bay.
Those evil rebels.
Yeah, the rebel scum.
You have to go down and destroy the generators on Hoth.
Yeah.
AT-ATs.
What is the
Gotta get going, guys.
See you, Chris. I'll talk to you tomorrow, buddy.
Yeah, I gotta get up early to talk to this guy.
Puzzle meeting tomorrow, Chris.
So do I.
Puzzle
Okay.
meeting.
All right.
No.
Okay.
What was it? What was it?
Wait,
If
Hey,
there's
Josh hasn't made you play the expansion yet. I guess you guys are focused on EOS right now.
the classic thing, like things I will do if I ever become the evil dictator or the evil tyrant or whatever. It's like it was a list of 100 things and it has since expanded and expanded and expanded. Google it. It's hilarious. It's like you'll giggle yourself.
Oh, I thought this was something you made. I was like,
Oh no! It's
too
like
much
it's
anger,
like,
Lance. Too much.
The air ducts in my evil temple of terror will not be man-sized. Just like
Yeah.
I like it.
Yeah, and things like shooting will never be too good for my enemies. Just like, or like there's the one that said what was it? Oh, if the hero is ever captured, is ever like disarmed and captured by my imperial legions, I will never utter the phrase, "No, wait, he's mine."
Yeah.
Just like, I will. It's good stuff like that where like, and then what the thing that made me think of that was that it said, my machines that create my impenetrable force fields will be kept within the force fields that they create.
Yep. Yep, exactly.
Or sorry, if I absolutely positively must have a self-destruct button for my doomsday machine, it will not be labeled.
Yeah.
And if I absolutely positively must have a timer on my doomsday machine signaling when it will destroy the world, it won't blow up at 0. It'll blow up at a minute 27. Just Google that. It's well worth a read. It is well worth a read. Anyway, let's wrap this up. Everybody's getting tired. Just so tired. Peter, if you haven't backed Flamecraft, everybody go back his dragon game. And if you've already backed it, just back it again. You'll want the extra copy. Peter, if you buy 2 copies, Peter will sign one.
Yeah, everybody do it.
Yeah, we'll do Peter, it better. We'll send it to the artist to sign it in Singapore. No, we're not doing that either.
Peter, figure out where you're taking your company so that I know what I should be pitching to you.
Sure. That sounds awesome. We're actually going to put up a submissions page for.
Oh, good. Nice.
He's looking for games that sell.
Right.
He's looking for games that can be rethemed as dragons.
That can sell.
Right. Let's write that. Yes. Dragon games, please submit them here.
I think Seth Jeffy's gonna reach out to you if he hasn't already.
Yeah, no, he sent it, but of course it's middle of a Kickstarter, so I have to go to him and be like, yeah, I'll totally get back to you. But
yeah,
I can't get back to anyone right now. It's terrible.
Yeah, you look a little frazzled, man. Just make sure once it's over, just take that like 3 days. You have to just do nothing, and and even post an update that just says, you're not going to hear from me for it's like I'm a one man, because you really are. You're a 1-man show, really, right? I mean,
no, Brad's doing amazing stuff. And
I'm
2-man show.
You're a 2-man show, and it's just, but the 2 of you need to take a week off or whatever, and just
Kickstarters are, I remember this I was doing the first Kickstarter, and it has this high of, oh my God, this is the greatest thing I've ever done. This is so great. And then it has this low of like, what was I thinking? This is the worst. I hate this, and this is awful. And then you're like, oh my God, no, this is great. That's Kickstarter creation for sure. So yeah, you need to like wind down after one of these things, for sure.
Yeah.
Because man, I'm just beating myself up over like, not being able to go fast enough. And then it's a terrible, terrible feeling. But then it's counteracted by the fact that we're doing really well, so it's fine.
Yeah, right.
It's all fine.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
It's doing
oh, good for you. No, just-
That's awesome.
Thank you very much.
Yeah,
And,
no, good for you. Go back, Flamecraft. Everybody, just thanks for tuning in and listen to us babble. The time was weird. You
Yeah,
know,
if you want to buy games from a company that only makes cute dragon games,
Sure. Yeah.
and if you've got a cute dragon game that you can produce, Peter wants to hear about it.
yeah.
Yes. Big dragons, little dragons.
Dragon.
Somebody out there
His
is
phone
already
number
designing
is
Flamecraft
Easter
the card
dragons,
game.
Western
They're already
dragons.
designing Flamecraft the card game for you right now.
I will
Oh.
tell you that what was really funny tonight, we did a stream with the artist. She was drawing live. And then while she's drawing live, somebody says, I'm writing a book about Flamecraft. I'm like, what? Come again? Like, excuse me? You're writing
Right
a
now.
book already? He's like, yeah, I'm noting everything about the lore so they can go into my book. And I'm like, fascinating.
That's awesome.
Okay.
Passion.
That's awesome.
We're
Yeah.
probably gonna have to have a conversation after the Kickstarter, but whatever.
Yeah.
You know.
Flamecraft the dice game. Okay.
So
I'm on
what's
it.
funny,
That
though,
one's-
is
that
Ooh,
one's still open.
Flamecraft the dice game.
That one's
Yes,
still
I know.
open.
Sure.
Okay, I'm on it.
Tile layer, bag builder. You know, we got to do all the
Roll
things.
and run.
You know, can
Mm-hmm.
I'll say this. If so the one TMG game, there's not many games. I mean, like there's like TMG games are all like this, that, and the other thing, or whatever. Gold West was a really, really good
There it is.
TMG game. And if you don't own it, Pioneer Days, in my opinion, was one of like
Oh yeah, I enjoyed that one.
I get a chance.
Yeah.
to play that.
yeah, dice. That's one of the like, dice placement, and it had this excellent like process of like when you were the last person that got to pick a die, like it empowered you because basically you got to pick the bad thing that happened to everybody.
Yeah, that
So-
was really cool. Yeah.
Yeah, so because there was 2 dice left and the die you didn't pick, that was the bad thing that happened to everybody.
Right.
So the going last actually was really
That's interesting.
I felt if more people had played Pioneer Days, that game could have taken off. But I think that I don't think it should have been Wild West themed. I think it should have been.
And maybe that's what it was, right?
Yeah, because people see Wild West and they're like, whatever.
One of my favorite parts about that one, which I always try to put in my games too, if I can, is the fact that so they had the villagers that were coming into town were like decks A through E, and every game you just pick 2 decks, so you could see like AD, or you could see like AE, or you could see like BD. And that was like really good flexibility to me.
Yeah.
And it made me want to go like, ooh, okay, so I tested this one and I want to see what those villagers are like. If I do that.
This
cool.
was part of the problem was that like, and I suggested maybe not doing that as a theme because I said name me a Wild West theme game that does really well. And everybody was like, oh, I was like, no,
Bang.
name one. Name, yeah.
Bang.
Besides Bang. Besides Bang.
You said
Bang is,
one.
well, no, but I mean,
Yeah.
but I remember having that discussion. I said, name me. No, we want to create these different worlds that TMG has. Like we'll have our Wild West theme games and we'll have our space games. And I was just like, just retheme this to something like you could have made a space game. You could have made anyway. Never mind. I'm going down the path. that I'm not going to get. Regardless, Pioneer Days is a great game. I still own it. I still play it. But Rolled West, I know you can track down a copy for cheap. That is a fantastic small little roll and write that basically makes it so you don't have to play Gold West. Like you like and you can just go and play Rolled West instead. And it gives you the same feel, same everything. And if you like Gold West, but I remember, I was like, God, Rolled West, this is another game that should have been just amazing. Like everybody would be like, I gotta own this. But no, just what happened, I don't know.
Flamecraft Craft and Burn.
Yeah, so
Not
so
a roll and write.
no, I'm just
It's
saying
origami and
Ooh.
a lighter.
Oh yeah, like a creme brulee torch. As long as we're getting into it.
Yeah.
a burn and
Also
right.
marshmallows.
What's
Burn and
a
Burn and
burn and right? See, somebody's gonna take that idea.
You
They're
burned
gonna-
my dragon.
Yeah.
Would be the trailer video.
All right, go back to Flamecraft,
All right.
everybody.
Good name, Dragon Lighter.
Yeah.
We didn't get any
Um,
requests for merch for like for Dragon Lighters. I don't know. what
Alan,
happened.
okay. I apologize. Alan Brown asked me, how can I be as good as you as DMing? Start DMing when you're 8 years old for your
Yep.
older brother's group, and take your lumps, and then do that for 40 years. The only other thing I can tell you, if you want to be a good DM, is that you have to be willing and able to sit down at a table with no prep whatsoever and be confident in the fact that if people say, I'm going to go to a dungeon, that you can just make that dungeon on the fly.
Yeah.
Once what, and it'll happen to you once because you've forgotten to do any prep work and you forgot to do anything, and the people are coming over, and you will get done with a 5-hour session of D&D, and they'll all be like, that was great, and they'll have absolutely no clue that you hadn't done anything. Let
Yeah.
your players breathe. That's another thing too. Don't keep shoving them towards places. Let your players breathe and experience the world. And trust me, they'll start talking to each other about what they should do. And you're not doing anything. You're just sitting there and you're just like listening to them discuss it. And 45 minutes go by and they're like, oh, wow, this is great. Let's go do this. And you've done nothing.
Yeah,
Except
sometimes
for
you
the
can
fact
let
that
them
you
tell the story.
Well, yeah, except for the fact that you've listened to them talk about it and you've listened to them get excited about it. And in your own head, you're going to remember books you've read or TV shows you've watched or movies that you've watched. And you're going to be like, it's going to be really cool if they go to that evil temple and they figure out that the blacksmith has actually been in on it the whole time. And he's actually, the silver swords that he sold them aren't silver at all. And it isn't going to affect, the lycanthropes when they get there. And they're going to be like, holy shit, what's going on? We can't kill these guys. That son of a bitch, And it's just like all of a sudden you've thought of that. And literally that's an idea I just came up with in my brain in like 30 seconds. But that would be a great thing that is going to make those people. And then when they finally get that blacksmith and they beat the piss out of him, they'll be so happy. and everybody's going to be happy. But that's how you. Let them breathe, let them experience the world and do their thing and say yes more often, but learn how to say no. If somebody says, I think it'd be cool that if I did this, say yes, that would be cool, and let them do it. But be willing to say no every once in a while too, and they'll respect it. Anyway, there you go. That's how you be.
Good advice.